Smacking his bag of holding, he produced the moonflower seed. The bone galleon and ghost mother both come from beyond the heavens. I guess these flowers must come from there too. Examining the seed for a long moment, he began to perfect his plan. Eventually, his eyes began to shine brightly. Ha ha ha! The heavens never truly bar one's way. He couldn't feel more pleased about the fact that the 4-point covenant really didn't say anything prohibiting him from planting flowers. Feeling very exhilarated, he walked out of his residence and looked around for a good place to plant the seed. Eventually, he rubbed his chin and murmured, "It probably isn't safe to plant it outside. These northerners are all so unreasonable. Whatever. I'll just plant it inside." Fully convinced that this was the best way to do it, he walked back inside and got to work. Although the ground in the cloud order was different from ordinary ground in some ways, in most ways it was the same. It took a bit of work, but he managed to dig a sizable hole right in the middle of the room. Before long, he reached the white, fluffy soil that made up the land of the cloud, which also caused a bit of frigid chi to emanate up into the room. Eyes sparkling, he carefully placed the moonflower seed down into the cloud soil. Having accomplished that, he sat off to the side, eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement. Almost as soon as the cloud soil was piled back over the seed, it began to tremble as if it were alive. It was a trembling that stemmed, not from fear, but from excitement. Even Bai Xiaochun could sense how emotional the seed was, and it caused his eyes to shine even more brightly. Be a good little moonflower now. Grow fast and strong. Licking his lips, he spent the whole night standing watch. Very shortly after planting the seed, he could see the frigid chi streaming up from the cloud, nourishing it. By morning, the seed had sprouted. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun really felt like he was on an important mission, and spent day and night tending to the newly sprouted moonflower. Half a month went by in a flash, and he didn't leave his residence even once during that time. Meanwhile, the talk around the sect hadn't died down at all, and the cultivators were watching his residence closely. He wasn't in the mood to eavesdrop. He was completely focused on the moonflower. It was already about a hand high, and even had some tiny leaves. Bai Xiaochun was very happy. In terms of the leaf the baby girl had given him, he had already grafted it onto the moonflower. As the moonflower grew, the leaf began to build up frigid chi. Everything was going according to plan, and Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but laugh out loud at how things were going. Ha ha ha! There's nothing that Bai Xiaochun can't figure out how to do. Feeling more proud of himself than ever, he waited for another 7 days to pass. At this point, he started to feel slightly discontent. He had come to find that after grafting the leaf onto the moonflower, it was growing much slower. So slow. If things keep going like this, it'll never get enough frigid chi. Shaking his head, he contemplated the situation for a bit until he came up with an idea of how to catalyze the plant into faster growth. Normally speaking, catalyzing plants was easy to do. There were plenty of methods within the Tao of medicine to do such a thing. The easiest way was to use specific medicinal pills. After thinking about it for a bit longer, he looked around carefully, and then sent his divine sense outside. The 4-point covenant says that I can't concoct pills or sell them. It doesn't say anything about feeding them to flowers. With that, he fished around in his bag of holding for a handful of medicinal pills, which he crushed and scattered over the moonflower. As soon as the powder landed, the flower twitched and began to glow with bright light. Almost immediately, it began to suck in the powder. As it did, the moonflower began to visibly grow faster. In fact, its roots actually extended further down into the cloud. That, in turn, allowed it to absorb more frigid chi, which instantly caused the temperature in Bai Xiaochun's residence to drop. Eyes shining with confidence, he took out some more medicinal pills, crushed them, and dropped them onto the moonflower. The moonflower was like a bottomless pit when it came to medicinal pill powder. It continued to grow larger, sending its roots even further down and out, until they filled a 300-meter area. Brimming with confidence, Bai Xiaochun continued to feed the plant medicinal pill powder. You like everything. What a precious little flower. Over the 3 short days which had passed, The moonflower had consumed over 100 different types of medicinal pills, and was now over a meter high. Its stalk was as thick as an arm, and it had hand-sized leaves. There was also a bud at the top of it which had not yet bloomed. Under Bai Xiaochun's care, the flower was growing at incredible speed. As for the leaf he had grafted onto it, one of its veins now looked like ice, which he was thrilled about. Soon, the moonflower's roots spread out to fill a 1,500-meter area, which caused Bai Xiaochun's smile to beam radiantly. Then, he pulled out more medicinal pills and began to crush them. If this were the river-defying sect or even the Starry Sky Dao polarity sect, Bai Xiaochun might have taken some time to think about the effects of the flower on the surroundings. But here in the north, he wasn't worried about it at all. And in fact, it didn't even occur to him to check. "I'm not violating the 4-point covenant," he told himself. For the following half-month, he continuously crushed pills and fed them to the moonflower. The moonflower had already reached a shocking height and size, taking up almost all of his residence. He couldn't help but gasp at the sight of it. At the same time, he realized that, thanks to his constant care, the flower looked different from before. It almost seemed conscious in a way, and at the same time apparently liked him. Every time he touched it, the flower would wriggle contentedly. When Bai Xiaochun saw that, his eyes glittered. "You're conscious? All right, be a good flower now. You need to stop growing. Otherwise my room is going to fall apart. Things aren't easy here in the north, so if you destroyed my house by growing too big, it could really cause some problems." After offering some more strict warnings, he took out some more medicinal pills to feed the flower. By this point, he didn't even need to crush them. He would just toss them to the flower, which would grab them with its leaves and absorb them directly. The flower apparently understood what Bai Xiaochun had told it. From that day on, it didn't grow any larger within the room. However, its roots continued to expand constantly, voraciously even. By now, its roots had spread throughout the cloud order. Furthermore, because moonflowers were not from the heavenspan realm, there was something special about them that made them almost impossible to detect. Therefore, no one noticed what was happening. However, as it grew, it absorbed more and more frigid qi, to the point where the cultivators in the cloud order began to notice that something was off. First of all was the mere fact that there seemed to be less frigid qi than usual. In fact, in some places, the frigid qi was so lacking that the snow began to melt. Eventually, the devas took notice of what was happening. Bai Xiaochun occasionally checked what was happening outside, and when he realized the stir, he patted the moonflower and said, "Moonflower, baby, we don't have much time left. Sooner or later, something bad's going to happen. Not that I care about that, but we can't delay the plan. Is there any way you can grow a bit more quickly? We really need more frigid qi in that leaf." The moonflower quivered and sent a very vague message back to him. Bai Xiaochun immediately understood. Eyes shining with determination, he pulled a big stack of medicinal pills out of his bag of holding and began handing them over. The moonflower's leaves eagerly swept up the medicinal pills, after which, a massive rumbling sound filled the entire cloud order. All of a sudden, green sprouts shot up from the ground all over the cloud order. Almost as soon as they appeared, they began to suck in the frigid qi, and at the same time, blossom with tiny flowers that looked like moons. Almost immediately, the frigid qi in the cloud order experienced a sharp decline. The cloud order cultivators looked around at the moonflowers, dumbfounded. Within moments, people began to cry out. How could there be plants growing in the cloud order? What kind of flower is that? Heavens! I've never heard of plants appearing in the cloud order before. Aren't all the plants and vegetation that appear in the north specially adapted for the cold? Soon, the entire cloud order was devolving into a huge commotion. It's so hot. Why am I sweating? Hold on, the frigid qi in the cloud order is so weak. Heavens! My igloo, it's melting. Because of the sudden decline in frigid qi, the entire cloud order was starting to melt. In fact, the resulting liquid began to drip down the arm of the huge ice statue that held up the white cloud. The entire sect was soon astir. The devas flew over, expressions of incredulity on their face. Before they could even get to the cloud order, though, the frigid chi declined so rapidly that all of the ice buildings began to collapse. And that was only the beginning. To everyone's stupefaction, the thumb of the enormous ice statue, which was now filled with roots, suddenly began to melt, sending water pouring down the statue, that caused the entire white cloud to tilt to one side. As for the Devis, they stared at the thumb of the statue in utter shock. Am I seeing things? The twin master cloud lightnings murmured. Shocked, Fengchun said, the pride of the north, the ice statue of the northern battle god, his thumb, is gone. Massive rumbling sounds filled the cloud order as buildings collapsed, and freezing water poured down in all directions. Countless disciples flew out into the air and then stared down at the ice statue with its missing thumb. After a momentary silence, there was a huge uproar. How could this be happening? What is that plant? Heavens! What's going on here? How come so much strange stuff is going on? First it was those fantasy pills, and now the battle god's thumb is gone. Moments later, the twin master cloud lightnings, Fengchun, and the other Devis shivered, expressions flickering with madness. They erupted with rage. Bai Xiaochun! It was definitely you, Bai Xiaochun. Heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roars could be heard as the furious Devis shot toward Bai Xiaochun's residence. When the other cultivators from the cloud order heard the shouts of the Devis, their eyes lit up with ferocious expressions, and they turned to look in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Damn it! This was definitely Bai Xiaochun's handiwork. He's a walking disaster. If he has it out for us disciples, that's one thing. But how could he possibly go so far as to damage the Cloud Order's battle god statue? Kill Bai Xiaochun. Amidst all the shouting, the Devis arrived in full fury. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was inside his residence, nervously watching the frigid chi pouring into the leaf. In the blink of an eye, the leaf was 70% ice. Clearly, if he had enough time, then it would be a simple thing for him to create the ice leaf the baby girl had asked for. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. When he heard the shouting outside, he quickly grabbed the leaf and threw it into his bag of holding. At the same time, he urgently told the moonflower, "Get back into seed form." The moonflower didn't need any prompting. It could sense the critical danger, and within moments, it wilted and went dry. All of the life force in the plant was sucked back in until it was nothing more than a seed. There was no time for Bai Xiaochun to look at it closely. Grabbing it, he threw it into his bag of holding along with the leaf. It was in that very moment that a huge boom rang out, and his residence exploded. Bai Xiaochun tumbled off to the side, looking very bedraggled. Surrounding him were countless furious Cloud Order disciples, plus the twin master Cloud Lightnings, Fengchun, and all the other Devis. Everyone looked like they were out for blood. Feeling suicidal, Bai Xiaochun? The twin master Cloud Lightnings raged. Now that Bai Xiaochun's residence was destroyed, the withered husk of the moonflower was out in the open, visible to everyone present. We didn't kill you for selling those fantasy pills, so then you went and struck at the foundation of the north. You will die this day, Bai Xiaochun. Fengchun was so angry that his eyes overflowed with killing intent. Without any hesitation, he shot toward Bai Xiaochun and unleashed a divine ability of the trump card level. Bai Xiaochun dodged out of the way and then shouted out in a loud voice, "Are you northerners rebelling against the lands of Heavenspan or something? You've had it out for me from the moment I arrived. First you had your 3-point covenant and I just endured. Then after I sold some medicinal pills, you changed it to a 4-point covenant. Now I just planted a flower. And you're trying to say I broke the agreement?" By now, he had decided to throw caution to the wind. He really had reached the point where he couldn't stand the north. You want to attack me, so you have to come up with a bunch of excuses, don't you? Unleashing the power of his cultivation base, he caused a huge face to appear up in the sky. The twin master Cloud Lightnings and Fengchun were both frustrated to the extreme by the unspeakable suffering they were enduring. Bai Xiaochun couldn't have been more annoying to them, especially Fengchun. who had come to find that his idea of the three-point covenant was turning out to harm himself more than anyone. Back when he came up with the idea, he could never have imagined how much of a disaster Bai Xiaoqun could be. A three-point covenant wasn't nearly enough to contain him, and in fact, it seemed to make him worse. Even more frustrating was how sharp-tongued Bai Xiaoqun was, and how special his status was. They obviously couldn't kill him no matter how much they hated him, a fact which was profoundly vexing to all of the Devis. By now, their hearts were filled with regret. If they could go back in time, they definitely wouldn't have placed any restrictions on Bai Xiaoqun, and would have just let him do whatever he wished. The Devis weren't the only ones who felt so torn. The ordinary disciples were both enraged, but at the same time, were wailing in their hearts. Only now did they truly realize how much of a catastrophe Bai Xiaoqun could be. This is all Feng Chen's fault. He started out in the lightning order. That's why he had Bai Xiaoqun put in the cloud order. He's had it out for us all along. That's right. Send Bai Xiaoqun to the lightning order. Release the cloud order from this torment. Our battle god is missing a thumb. The cloud order disciples were truly enraged, and soon, many such shouts filled the air. When Feng Chan heard what everyone was saying, a very unsightly expression appeared on his face, and his hatred for Bai Xiaoqun deepened. When the demigod patriarch saw the deadlock, he sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Even he was starting to feel very annoyed with Bai Xiaoqun. However, it was exactly as Bai Xiaoqun had said. He hadn't violated the covenant in any way. I shouldn't have agreed to any covenant. We can't keep this up. Whenever we tell him not to do something, he thinks of a way to cause a bigger disaster. Frowning, the demigod considered kicking Bai Xiaoqun out of the sect. However, considering all the restrictions they had placed on him, if they simply let him go after what he had done, it would be a huge loss of face for the North. Having reached this point in his train of thought, a cold flicker appeared in the demigod's eyes. Instead of making a personal appearance at the cloud order, he sent out a dermic decree. Henceforth, we will have a 5-point covenant. Within the 9 heavens cloud lightning sect, Bai Xiaoqun will not tend flowers, plants, animals, or ghosts. He will not forge equipment or concoct pills. He will not plant, refine, raise, or work with anything. His voice echoed out like heavenly thunder, filling the entire sect. However, the cultivators from the cloud order and the Devis did not react like they had in the past. Instead, they were worried, and couldn't help but wonder how long it would take before the covenant needed a 6th point, and then a 7th. Every time Bai Xiaoqun found a loophole, they would be in deep trouble. Eventually, they could even imagine a scenario in which Bai Xiaoqun managed to kill them all and destroy everything in the northern heavenspan region. The northerners weren't particularly happy with the demigod's dermic decree, and neither was Bai Xiaoqun. As far as Bai Xiaoqun was concerned, these northerners were completely outrageous. How could they possibly have added another stipulation to the covenant? Gritting his teeth, he decided to throw caution to the wind yet again. He opened his mouth to speak, in the hopes of getting the demigod to simply kick him out. However, that was when a second dermic decree was issued. Heavenspan's special guard Bai Xiaoqun, despite not having violated our agreement, harmed the foundation of the cloud order. For this crime, he shall be exempt from the death penalty, but will not escape all punishment. Lock him up in lightning penitentiary. Until the Heavenspan emissary leaves, all of his freedoms will be restricted. If he resists, take his life. Bai Xiaoqun tried to speak up in his defense, but as soon as the dermic decree echoed out through the sect, a burst of power shot down from the crystal coffin. It transformed into an enormous hand of lightning that grabbed him and forcibly threw him into the black cloud on the other side of the waterfall. The Devis were very excited by this, especially Feng Chun, whose eyes shone brightly. There was little need to mention the ordinary disciples, who went wild with joy upon hearing Bai Xiaoqun's fate. He's finally gone. Even demigods would be tormented by the lightning in lightning penitentiary. Bai Xiaoqun brought this upon himself. This is exactly how it should be. Cheering filled the cloud order, and the Devis all sighed in relief as they looked over at the black lightning cloud. A scornful gleam passed through the eyes of the twin master cloud lightnings. No matter what heaven-toppling abilities he has, in the north, he has no choice but to bow his head. Meanwhile, the demigod patriarch in the crystal coffin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking over at the lightning order's black cloud, he decided that he really had managed to save face for the north. Furthermore, he was absolutely certain that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't cause any problems in Lightning Penitentiary. After all, the worst prisoners imaginable were locked up in Lightning Penitentiary. Although the prison wasn't very full, even demigods who were locked up inside would be tormented to no end, much less Devis. Things are finally going to quiet down. The demigod patriarch closed his eyes. The Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect had two ice statues, one holding up the pure white cloud order, the other holding up the pitch-black lightning order. At the moment, a piercing shriek was echoing out deep within the black cloud that housed the lightning order. Of course, it was Bai Xiaochun. "I hate the north!" It was a shriek filled with bitterness and defiance. However, no matter how loudly he screamed, his voice did not go beyond Lightning Penitentiary, where he had been imprisoned for 3 days already. He was already racked with despair. Within the depths of the black cloud, he was surrounded by layer upon layer of restrictive sealing spells, creating a cell that was only about 30 meters of space in which he could move around. Beyond the borders of the cell were innumerable lightning bolts, each one as thick as an arm and abounding with so much destructive power that it caused Bai Xiaochun's face to go pale. "Complete and utter bullying," he muttered, shivering as he sat there, looking out at the darkness and the lightning. Calling out to the heavens and cursing the hells brought not even the slightest response. As far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, this was the unluckiest he had ever been in his entire life. Completely ridiculous. 3-point covenant, 4-point covenant, 5-point covenant. All of that I could deal with, but I can't believe they actually locked me up. He felt like he was about to go crazy, and couldn't come up with any effective methods to do anything about the situation. Not only could he not escape, every few hours, lightning would gather around his cell and then strike him repeatedly. There was only one way to deal with the shocking lightning, and that was to draw upon his cultivation base power. Unfortunately, Lightning Penitentiary was cut off from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which led Bai Xiaochun to the conclusion that, eventually, he would run out of power to stave off the lightning. "What am I supposed to do?" he sighed. Right now, his main hope was that Du Lingfei would finish her mission soon and come to free him. "I'm gonna remember this, you northerners," he said loudly. "You just wait. After I become a demigod, I'm going to get my revenge." With that, he let out a roar of frustration. However, as soon as he did, a sarcastic chuckle could be heard from off to the side. "Become a demigod? Even then you won't be able to get revenge." "Who's there?" Bai Xiaochun said, looking around. His divine sense had been restricted as soon as he was thrown into his cell, but his ordinary senses had not. However, during the past 3 days, he hadn't detected any signs of life anywhere nearby. As he looked around vigilantly, he saw the clouds off to the side seething, and then gradually turning translucent, revealing another cell roughly 300 meters away. It was also 30 meters across, formed by countless restrictive spells. Just like his own cell, it was surrounded by dancing lightning, which occasionally shot into the cell to strike at an emaciated figure who sat there cross-legged. It was an old man wearing threadbare garments. He was little more than skin and bones, and his aura was very weak. Whenever the lightning struck him, he would shiver slightly, and yet, his expression never changed. Apparently, while he couldn't stop the physical torment of the lightning bolts, his mind had long since grown used to the pain. His hand was currently settling back down onto his knee. Apparently, not even the restrictive spells could completely hold his will in check, allowing him the basic ability to control the clouds around him. When Bai Xiaochun looked into the old man's eyes, it felt like his eyes were being stabbed, eliciting a gasp. "Listen, kid. I'm a demigod, and even I'm stuck here. So my advice is that you adjust that little oath of yours. Maybe you can aim for becoming a celestial." The man grinned, and as his yellowish teeth were illuminated by the lightning, he looked particularly sinister. Bai Xiaochun shivered. "I've been in here for years now," the man continued, "and I can tell you that people who get locked up here don't tend to last for long. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since anybody new came around. Come, kid. Can you dance? Do a sexy little dance for me, and if I like it, I might just give you a secret magic that can help you deal with the pain." The old man eyed Bai Xiaochun up and down, eyes shining with a bizarre light as he chuckled. Bai Xiaochun had been startled by the man's sudden appearance, but had now recovered, and he could sense that he and this man were similar in that, after having been locked up, they both got a bit braver. Glaring at the man, he said, "Shut up, old man. I worked as a prison guard in the past, and eventually I lost track of how many prisoners like you I mopped the floor with." Snorting coldly, he stuck his chin up and looked away. The old man laughed heartily. "The stubborn type, huh? I really like young bucks like you. 3,000 years ago there was another stubborn punk who got locked up here. He only lasted a month before he was twisting and turning in front of me, begging for my secret magic. Whenever you're ready, I'll be waiting for you." Apparently, he was very pleased at the additional amusement that Bai Xiaochun had brought into his life. Bai Xiaochun was already feeling quite annoyed at this man's gaze and laughter. After giving him another good glare, he ignored him. After all, he just needed to wait for Du Lingfei to finish her mission, and then she would come back and think of a way to get him out. 2 hours later, the lightning around his cell began to build up more and more, creating something like a lightning storm around him. When the lightning storm struck, he drew upon his cultivation base to defend himself. The sight of all that lightning was really shocking. After all, the destructive power in only one bolt wasn't anything to really worry about, but from what he could tell, there were hundreds of thousands of them. He wasn't the only one to have to deal with the lightning in that moment. The old man was also struck. However, the man's expression didn't so much as flicker because of it. Instead, he looked over at Bai Xiaochun with ill intentions flickering in his eyes. "You still have spiritual power now, so you can defend yourself. But in another 10 days or so, you'll run out. And that's when you'll really start to enjoy yourself. The power of the lightning builds up over time, Eventually, it reaches the point of being the most horrific suffering in heaven and earth." Although the old man trembled physically as he spoke, it didn't affect his voice at all. "You know what I love to hear the most? The screams of people getting struck by lightning. I just close my eyes and revel in the beauty of it." Licking his lips, he gazed at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes brimming with malice. Bai Xiaochun was in no mood to pay any attention to the man. The lightning continued to strike him for a full hour before finally fading away. In the process, a large portion of his spiritual power was drained away. He now only had 70% left, a fact that caused an unsightly expression to appear on his face. "This isn't going to work," he thought, looking around apprehensively at all the lightning. After some calculations, he came to the conclusion that his spiritual power really would be drained in about 10 days. Although he was confident in his fleshly body power, the fact that this old man, a demigod, was in such tattered shape, left him worried that he wouldn't be able to match up. 5 more days flew by. Whenever the lightning struck, his spiritual power levels got lower and lower, and the cackles of the old man grew louder. Bai Xiaochun was feeling very frustrated. On the 6th day, however, he suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the surrounding lightning bolts. He had considered many options, but none had seemed viable. That meant he only had one choice left. Back on the Heavenspan Sea, when eldest brother was going through his tribulation, I actually consumed the tribulation cloud. That cloud had lightning in it, and in addition to the destructive power it contained, it also had life force. I'm pretty sure my apprentice was helping me back then, so it's hard to say if I can do the same thing in here. After vacillating for some time, he saw the lightning building up into a storm, and he gritted his teeth. Might as well give it a shot. He rose to his feet, drawing upon his cultivation base, although not in a way to defend himself. Hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts swirled into a massive storm, then pierced into his cell and appeared right in front of him. Just as it was about to smash into him, he roared, opened his mouth, and sucked in a breath. The old man was initially stunned, but then began to laugh in mocking fashion. Another fool who thinks he can consume the lightning. Looking to die, huh? Years ago, I called myself the lightning ancestor, and was the only rogue cultivator demigod in the north. But not even I dared to try to consume lightning bolts. Over all the years that I've been here, I've seen a lot of, what? All of a sudden, the old man's eyes bulged so wide that they nearly dropped out of his head. Freaking, what? What are you doing? Despite the crashing lightning which surrounded him, the lightning ancestor was so shocked he very nearly leaped to his feet. As Bai Xiaochun inhaled, he sucked in 10 lightning bolts. He did so with the utmost caution, and after breathing them in, he unleashed the power of his cultivation base to protect himself from further attacks. Afterward, it was to Bai Xiaochun's delight that he found that he could easily break the lightning down inside of him, sending shocking power coursing through his energy passageways. The 10 bolts of lightning were equivalent to 10 days of ordinary cultivation. His eyes began to shine brightly, and he was already panting in excitement. Looking around at the lightning, he no longer seemed scared, but instead worked up. I actually did it! Reigning in the power of his cultivation base, he took another deep breath, this time sucking in 100 lightning bolts. From a distance, it looked like numerous glowing dragons roaring and howling as they were consumed by Xiaochun. A healthy flush covered his face as crackling sounds filled him, which came from spiritual power equivalent to 100 days of cultivation. That much spiritual power caused his heart to begin to race with excitement. Without the slightest hesitation, he began to work on his sun-moon vast sky incantation. By this point, the outline of a moon was rapidly forming inside of him. Furthermore, his aura was now much stronger than before. The lightning ancestor watched with a blank expression on his face as this unimaginable scene played out. He had been born and raised in the north, and was a demigod. Back in his glory days, he had called himself the lightning ancestor because of his deep and profound skill with thunder and lightning. However, not even he would dare to consume lightning. He knew better than anyone that the lightning bolts in the 9 Heavens Cloud Lightning sect were extraordinary, and were reflections of the will of heaven and earth. The destructive power they contained was enough to shatter virtually anything in creation. Therefore, the scene playing out right now caused his mind to spin, and made it difficult for him to breathe. Don't tell me that I was wrong all along, and the lightning really can be consumed. He suddenly wondered if all of his time in incarceration had been a huge lie. Barely able to think straight, he suddenly opened his mouth and tried to breathe in some of the surrounding lightning bolts. A few dozen bolts entered his mouth, whereupon his eyes nearly exploded. A blood-curdling scream erupted out, and then he began to shake violently and cough up blood. He only recovered after a long moment passed, whereupon he looked over with hidden bitterness at Bai Xiaochun, who was in the middle of breathing in a third batch of lightning bolts. This time he breathed in several hundred bolts, and looked like he was nearly drunk with enjoyment. The clear difference between himself and Bai Xiaochun caused the lightning ancestor's heart to be slammed by waves of shock. Furthermore, the unfairness of it all almost drove him to madness. How could this be happening? It's impossible. I'm a demigod. I'm the lightning ancestor of your... Even as he descended into madness, the current lightning storm faded away. After consuming several hundred lightning bolts, Bai Xiaochun could tell that he was almost finished with the first level of the Sun-Moon Vast Sky incantation. Licking his lips, he sat down and began to wait eagerly for the next lightning storm. This 9 Heavens Cloud Lightning sect is actually treating me pretty well. They locked me up in a place most people find a torment, but for me, is a truly blessed land. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got, until he finally stood back up and started laughing out loud. When the lightning ancestor saw that he really wasn't hurt at all, and that his cultivation base had actually progressed, a wave of excitement rose up in him. Eyes shining, he cried out, "Hey, old pal!" Eyebrows dancing up and down. Bai Xiaochun looked over and said, "What do you want, you old monkey?" The lightning ancestor's face twitched at having been called Old Monkey, which was obviously payback for how he had called by Xiaochun a young buck. So, how did you do that, old pal? The lightning ancestor tried to make sure that he was the picture of amiability, as though he didn't mind being called Old Monkey at all. After he finished speaking, he simply sat there, looking at Bai Xiaochun with anticipation. The truth was that he had been locked up in this place for many years, and had seen far too many people killed by the lightning. He had seen some people try to swallow the lightning just the way Bai Xiaochun had, except that they all died as a result. Others had been unable to take the torment, and committed suicide. This was his first time seeing anyone succeed at swallowing lightning. Not only had Bai Xiaochun come out unscathed, his cultivation base had been refined in the process. Come, old monkey, Bai Xiaochun said proudly, swishing his sleeve. Can you dance? Do a sexy little dance for me, and if I like it, I might just give you a secret magic that can help you deal with the pain. You! The lightning ancestor shouted angrily. He was a demigod, and despite having been locked up in prison for so many years, still had his pride. Not even the 9 heavens cloud lightning sex demigod patriarch had ever treated him disrespectfully. But in response to his anger, Bai Xiaochun glared right back at him. Veins began to bulge out on the lightning ancestor's face and neck, and his eyes turned as dark as night. A moment passed, and then he stood up and clenched his fists. Although he had long since been drained of spiritual power, he still emanated the pressure of a demigod, which caused rumbling sounds to echo out. In response, the clouds in the area began to churn and roil, startling Bai Xiaochun to the point where he backed up a few steps. Then the gaunt, almost emaciated lightning ancestor took a deep breath and began to twist and turn according to some peculiar rhythm. There was actually something lithe and elegant to his movements. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide at the sight of it, and he almost forgot to breathe. Almost unable to take the sight, he backed up and said wryly, You're really dancing." The lightning ancestor ignored Bai Xiaochun, continuing to dance for a bit before sitting back down. Then he glanced out at Bai Xiaochun out of the corner of his eye, looking very proud and aloof as he said, "So what? I've been locked up here for a long time, and had to come up with some way to pass the time. When I'm bored, I do a bit of dancing. 3 circles on the left, 3 circles on the right, shake those shoulders, shake that butt. What? I'm not allowed to do that or something?" Upon hearing such a reasonable argument, which was clearly backed by conviction, a look of admiration appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. All of a sudden, he realized that this lightning ancestor was clearly a genius. Most people would go crazy after being imprisoned for so many years, but this old man had figured out a way to pass the time. "Senior," he said with complete sincerity, "considering your dancing abilities, I think that after I get free, I'm definitely going to give you a nice collection of medicinal pills." At that point, the lightning ancestor looked over at Bai Xiaochun with shining eyes. "All right, cut the crap. You called me an old monkey and I danced for you. Now, are you going to teach me how to consume that lightning?" Seeing how hard the old man had worked to get what he wanted further increased the admiration Bai Xiaochun felt in his heart. With that, he went on to explain a little bit about the lightning. Leaving out any guesses about by how, he explained that he had once consumed some heavenly tribulation, and had sensed that it contained life force. That was what gave him the inspiration to consume the lightning bolts here in Lightning Penitentiary. The lightning ancestor didn't believe that at all, but to his frustration, no further questioning got anywhere. Eventually, another lightning storm built up, and Bai Xiaochun excitedly consumed more lightning and proceeded on with more cultivation. That in turn caused the lightning ancestor's envy to grow. After 10 days passed, Bai Xiaochun had consumed enough lightning to get his sun-moon vast sky incantation to the great circle of the 1st level. He was now just on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd level. Finally, the lightning ancestor couldn't take it anymore. Looking over at Bai Xiaochun, he said, "Hey, old pal. It seems to me that the two of us were destined to meet each other here. You know, I can tell that you hate the North quite a bit, and so do I. We're essentially allies. How about you teach me that lightning absorption technique, and I'll promise to help you take care of the North after we get out." What do you say? Bai Xiaochun glanced at the lightning ancestor but didn't respond. Continuing to absorb lightning, he pushed his sun-moon vast sky incantation closer and closer to the next level. According to his calculations, it would only take a few more lightning storms to achieve his breakthrough. When the lightning ancestor realized that he was being ignored, he gritted his teeth and loudly said, "Listen, my friend. I have a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering divine ability. Want to trade?" However, Bai Xiaochun didn't even look over at him, causing his anxiety to mount. "It's really an incredible divine ability. It's called the 100 Cloud Lightning Forefather Transformations. The 9 Heavens Cloud Lightning sect has it too, but it's an incomplete version. Cultivating that version will cause your divine soul to split apart. However, I have the full version, and it's beyond belief." Stunned, Bai Xiaochun looked over at him. "What did you say it's called?" "The 100 Cloud Lightning Forefather Transformations." Bai Xiaochun was more than a little surprised. He knew of this divine ability and had personally fought against it. It was Master Cloud Lightning's trump card. After combining into his united form, he had used the 8th transformation to become the forefather of all humanity, which was the first time that Bai Xiaochun's undying Emperor's fist had ever been defeated. That memory remained fresh in Bai Xiaochun's mind, and in fact, he often thought about that technique which had been used against him. Sadly, it was a secret magic of the North that was never passed on to foreigners. Besides, even among Northerners, the people who qualified to cultivate it could be counted on one hand. And yet, contrary to all expectation, this old man said that the technique actually encompassed 100 transformations. Bai Xiaochun very nearly gasped as a result, but managed to keep his true reaction concealed. Glaring over at the lightning ancestor, he said, "Who do you think you're fooling, you old monkey? Do you think I've never seen the Cloud Lightning Forefather divine ability before?" The lightning ancestor blinked a few times. However, he didn't show any of the embarrassment he might have if he had been trying to pull a scam. Actually, he had hoped that the name of the technique would attract Bai Xiaochun's attention. Smacking his forehead, he laughed dryly and said, "I'm getting old, and my memory isn't what it used to be. I just remembered that it's actually the 11 Cloud Lightning Forefather transformations. I'm definitely not mistaken this time. It has 11 transformations." In order to prove that what he was saying was completely and utterly trustworthy, he went on to add some more information. The first 9 transformations allow a cultivator to form a Dharma idol of the forefather of all humanity. Then they can merge with that Dharma idol to become the forefather. The 10th transformation turns one's left eye into a shining moon, and the 11th transformation, which is the most shocking of all, turns the right eye into a blazing sun. Although there are 11 transformations, the final 2 transformations are far more powerful than the others. In fact, they each have an additional 3 levels of transformation power. That means that if you cultivate the technique in its entirety, it essentially has the power of 17 transformations. By this point, Bai Xiaochun was completely stunned, and his heart was racing. "The 9 Heavens Cloud Lightning sect coveted my technique," the lightning ancestor continued, "and used contemptible means to steal it from me. However, they never got the final 2 transformations. In fact, that's why they imprisoned me here, in the hopes of getting them." As of now, he could see that Bai Xiaochun was intrigued, and therefore he went on to brag a bit more. As to whether his boasting was truthful or not, only he could tell. Bai Xiaochun wasn't very convinced that the 9 Heavens Cloud Lightning sect would imprison this person just to get 2 transformations. There were simply too many methods that could be used to extract such information. For example, they could put a person like Bai Xiaochun into the prison as a mole, and fool the lightning ancestor into giving up the information willingly. But he was still intrigued, especially by what the lightning ancestor had said about the 11th transformation, that it could transform the left eye into a bright moon. "I cultivate the sun-moon vast sky incantation, but it's incomplete. It only contains the moon incantation. If I could break through to the Great Circle, I could get my cultivation base to the mid-Deva realm. But that's impossible since it's incomplete. But this 11th forefather transformation has to do with a moon. I wonder if I could combine them. Having reached this point in his train of thought, his heart began to beat even faster. Although he couldn't be sure of whether or not it would work, he decided that he had to try. However, he also realized that he couldn't let that show. This old monkey had been locked up for long enough that his brain seemed to be a bit addled. But he was still a demigod expert, after all. Getting the technique from him would come at a price, and Bai Xiaochun knew that if he wasn't careful, he could end up with a flawed version. If that happened, it could cause problems for his cultivation base. Furthermore, he had no idea how exactly he was able to consume lightning, and therefore had no way to pass that information on to the old man as payment. I need to convince him that he doesn't need the technique itself, only the spiritual energy, since it was impossible to pass on the lightning-consuming technique. He would need to think of a way to take the energy of heaven and earth that he had absorbed and transfer it to the lightning ancestor. The key to that would be to alter the structure of the lightning. Ignoring the lightning ancestor, he continued consuming some lightning and worked on a way to do just that. The lightning ancestor waited for some time, but when it became clear that Bai Xiaochun wasn't very interested, he began to get more anxious. Another 7 days went by. Bai Xiaochun continued to work on his cultivation, and his aura continued to grow more powerful. The endless amount of lightning bolts in the lightning penitentiary were the perfect fuel for cultivation, and over the week which had passed, he had consumed well over 10,000 bolts. A quick calculation revealed that he had already accomplished a whole 60-year cycle's worth of cultivation. It was so shocking that he almost couldn't believe it was true. The Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning Sect is truly the ultimate land of good fortune for me. At this point, his Sun-Moon Vast Sky incantation had reached the great circle of the 2nd level. At this rate, it will only be half a month before I break through to the 3rd level and reach the peak of the early Deva realm. He was so excited that, even if the demigod patriarch of the sect came to free him, he would definitely come up with a way to make sure he stayed locked up. In fact, if I can break out of the 3rd level, then my cultivation base should reach the mid-Deva realm. If I reach the mid-Deva realm, then Master Cloud Lightning wouldn't count for crap against me, and that numbskull Fengchun couldn't touch me. I wouldn't even be scared of all of the northern Devas put together. His eyes glittered as he imagined that glorious scene, and then he mused about how much he had fallen in love with this lightning. Another thing he had worked on was the ability to remove the destructive power of the lightning and leave behind only the spiritual energy. So far, he was only able to succeed with 1 out of 10 lightning bolts, and even that was difficult. Meanwhile, the lightning ancestor sat there, watching the excited Bai Xiaochun's aura get stronger and stronger as he consumed the lightning bolts. Eventually, he couldn't hold back any longer. "Hey, old pal," he said. "Come on, why don't we trade techniques? You teach me how to consume the lightning, and I'll teach you the 11 cloud lightning forefather transformations." "Not interested," Bai Xiaochun replied, not even looking over as he continued to consume lightning bolts. "This is a classified secret magic," he said anxiously. "There are only a few techniques in all of the lands of Heavenspan that can compare to it." "I said I'm not interested. Can you quiet down a bit? Don't even think about getting my lightning-consuming technique." "There's no way." Frowning in annoyance, he continued to work on absorbing lightning. The lightning ancestor was so angry he almost started blurting out curses. In fact, he had already decided that he would try to get Bai Xiaochun to unwillingly cultivate his transformation technique in a way that would get him to split into 2 parts. However, on the outside, he could only continue to smile. By this point, he had come to the conclusion that it wasn't so much that Bai Xiaochun wasn't interested in his technique. Rather, he prized his lightning-consuming technique so much that he wasn't willing to trade it for anything. And he had nothing else to bargain with. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If you can't give me the technique, can you, maybe pass some of the energy of heaven and earth over to me? I'll trade my technique for that." Bai Xiaochun's heart immediately began to pound. However, he continued to pretend to be disinterested. The lightning ancestor continued to pepper him with questions, though until he finally waved his hand, causing one of the lightning bolts to sweep through his body, dispelled its destructive nature, and then returned it to the palm of his hand. "I'm somewhat interested in that technique of yours. But I don't have the time to cultivate it now. You want some consumable lightning, right? Here, take a bolt. And then shut up, keep quiet, and don't bother me. A rumbling sound echoed out as the bolt of lightning he had just cleansed passed through the restrictive spell and shot toward the lightning ancestor. The lightning ancestor was stunned. Never could he have imagined that the spiritual energy he had worked so hard to get would be thrown over to him so casually. In fact, he didn't even need to give up his technique to get it, just leave Bai Xiaochun alone. There was no time to contemplate the matter at length right now. He could tell that there was something different about this bolt of lightning, and therefore he quickly breathed it in. Instantly, cracking sounds rang out as his parched insides were suddenly enlivened. Although there wasn't much spiritual energy in the lightning bolt, it had been 10,000 years since he had absorbed even the slightest bit. To him, it was such a beauteous thing that he immediately began to shiver. "Hey, old pal, can you please just stop annoying me?" Arg! Looking very angry, Bai Xiaochun threw over another lightning bolt. Worried that he would irritate Bai Xiaochun too much, the lightning ancestor quickly absorbed the lightning and then kept his mouth shut. A few more days passed, but Bai Xiaochun never even looked his way, causing his anxiety to grow. If he hadn't been given any of the spiritual energy to begin with, he might have continued to be jealous, but would have been able to control himself. But now, having tasted the sweet taste of that energy, his thirst was growing more and more intense. He began cautiously. Bai Xiaochun looked over with a glare and threw him another bolt of lightning. And that was how the following several days went. Eventually, it reached the point where Bai Xiaochun had given him 8 lightning bolts. The lightning ancestor's desire mounted, and he came to be more and more convinced that Bai Xiaochun really didn't care about the divine ability. If he did, why would he never say anything about it? All he asked for was silence. From the way Bai Xiaochun threw the lightning bolts out, it was like he was a rich moneybags, and the lightning ancestor was a beggar. During the time that passed, Bai Xiaochun reached the 3rd level of the Sun-Moon Vast Sky incantation. His aura was now more powerful than ever, and finally, he began to think about the lightning ancestor's 11 cloud lightning forefather transformations. One day, after just having thrown out another lightning bolt, he casually said, "Hey, old monkey, tell me more about this supposed 100 cloud lightning forefather transformations or whatever it is that you're always bragging about." The lightning ancestor hesitated, not very pleased with how Bai Xiaochun was looking at him. "Listen, you old monkey, times are different now. That technique of yours really isn't that interesting. Think about it. The spiritual energy I've given you so far is like a drop in the ocean to me. If you want to be stingy, then you can go ahead and just keep wishing for my spiritual energy. Even if I get more, I won't give you any." The lightning ancestor immediately started to get nervous. Smiling wryly, he sighed and thought, "Little punk, I guess it doesn't matter whether or not you're doing this on purpose. Fine, you win." Although he had come to be a bit muddle-headed after all the years of confinement, if he couldn't see what Bai Xiaochun was doing by this point, he didn't deserve to have lived for so long. No matter how he thought the matter over, there didn't seem to be any other option for him. Besides, the spiritual energy he wanted so badly was under the complete control of Bai Xiaochun. And that couldn't possibly be the handiwork of the 9 Heavens Cloud Lightning sect. Most importantly, although the 11 Cloud Lightning forefather transformations was powerful, it didn't seem likely that the 9 Heavens Cloud Lightning sect's demigod patriarch would hatch a plot this complicated to get it. In fact, the more he thought about it, the more he had to praise Bai Xiaochun for doing things this way. After all, not only had he come to hold the lightning ancestor's fate in his hands, but he had also manipulated his feelings perfectly. First he had done his work with the lightning, and had then hooked him and reeled him in with the lure of spiritual energy. From beginning to end, he had controlled things masterfully. After coming to all of these realizations, the lightning ancestor finally sighed and looked over at Bai Xiaochun. "Ah, whatever," he said. "All right, kid. I don't need that much energy from the lightning. 100 bolts will do. Enough to create a spirit seed inside of me. As far as my divine ability goes, well, listen up." Eyes shining, he went on to explain the full mnemonic for the 11 cloud lightning forefather transformations. He didn't hide any aspect of the technique. He explained it all in full. He acted like a true demigod, explaining everything in minute detail. After all, he was worried that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't give him the 100 lightning bolts he needed. It was a valid concern. The lightning ancestor knew that when dealing with a moneybags like Bai Xiaochun, he needed to be generous. Bai Xiaochun felt a bit embarrassed at how shameless he had been. Clearing his throat, he quickly fixed the 11 cloud lightning forefather transformations mnemonic into his mind. The more he studied it, the more excited he got, and by the time he finished, his eyes were shining brightly with excitement. Even right now, I can tell that it's possible to combine it with my sun-moon vast sky incantation. Delighted, he started tossing lightning bolts in the dozens over to the lightning ancestor. He only stopped when he reached 50. Choosing not to hide anything, he politely explained his intentions. I hope you can understand, Senior. I need to be cautious. I'll give you the rest when I leave. The lightning ancestor completely understood. Snorting, he closed his eyes and went about absorbing the spiritual energy from the lightning bolts and beginning work on his spirit seed. At that point, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. It had been exhausting to both work on his cultivation and also figure out a way to get the divine ability from the lightning ancestor. Now that he had succeeded, he could focus fully on consuming lightning and furthering his cultivation. He had been incarcerated for about 2 months now, and during that time had pushed his sun-moon vast sky incantation all the way from the 1st level to the 3rd. His cultivation base had also progressed, and his aura was stronger, very close to the mid-deva realm. Anyone outside who heard that would be completely shocked, and also overcome with envy. Right now I have 2 main goals. First is to break out of the 3rd level of the sun-moon vast sky incantation, and thus step into the mid-deva realm. After that, I need to cultivate the 11 cloud lightning forefather transformations and fuse it with the sun-moon vast sky incantation. After taking a moment to examine the crescent moon that existed inside of himself, he sent his divine sense out and waited for the next lightning storm. As the lightning bore down on him, he opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. He breathed in with all his might, causing the lightning to distort as it headed into his mouth. Ru-yu-yu-umble. In one breath, he sucked in several hundred lightning bolts. Deafening crashing sounds filled him. An intense energy of heaven and earth began to course through him. The crescent moon glittered, and his sun-moon vast sky incantation pushed closer to breaking through. Just a bit more. His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and then waved through the air in front of him. Hundreds more lightning bolts then shot toward him. Before long, an hour had passed. At that point, the lightning in the area began to thin. Although Bai Xiaochun had consumed quite a bit of lightning this time around, when compared to the boundless amounts that had gathered, the number was not very significant. Although he wasn't thrilled that the lightning was fading away, he knew that it would come back in about 4 hours. That was how things had gone consistently throughout the past 2 months. All of a sudden, he realized that if he changed his method, he might be able to speed up his cultivation. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he shot to his feet and performed another double-handed incantation gesture. His cultivation base immediately began to rotate at top speed, forming a huge vortex. As the vortex spun and rumbled, a significant gravitational force spread out. He also opened his heavenspan Dharma eye and threw in the powers of gravity and repulsion that he had researched so many years ago. Before long, more than half of the dissipating lightning was actually moving toward him. The intense rumbling sounds that resulted attracted the attention of the lightning ancestor, who opened his eyes, looked around, and gasped. "What are you trying to do?" Bai Xiaochun had no attention to spare for the lightning ancestor. He kept his cultivation base rotating at top speed, drawing in hundreds of lightning bolts every time he opened his mouth. As a result, his cultivation base continued to climb. For hours passed, during which time he absorbed roughly 10% of the total amount. At that point, a new lightning storm began to build. After absorbing as much as he could from the new storm, the lightning began to dissipate, so he used the same method to force it to stay behind. Because of that, a sea of lightning built up around him, fully 5 kilometers across, and terrifying to behold. As for the lightning ancestor, he used a special technique to move his cell further away from Bai Xiaochun. This guy's crazy. That's not cultivation. That's suicide. Outside of the 5-kilometer lake of lightning, he looked back, heart trembling with fear. Bai Xiaochun was also feeling very apprehensive. However, if you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. Despite having dispelled his cultivation base vortex, the sea of lightning had reached critical mass and begun to swirl on its own, and also attract more lightning to it. What did I do this time? He thought nervously. Well, no time to worry about it now. Gotta absorb this lightning. Howling, he absorbed the lightning like mad, which caused massive amounts of spiritual energy to surge through him. However, he could only breathe in a few hundred lightning bolts at a time, and had to close his mouth after doing so. Therefore, there were still plenty of lightning bolts left to strike him. He tried to dodge, but it was too little, too late. Massive rumbling sounds could be heard as over 10,000 lightning bolts slammed into him, provoking an agonized shriek. There was simply no way for him to consume all of the lightning, and now it felt like the lightning was actually eating him. The pain caused tears to spring out of his eyes. Even as he tried to dodge the lightning strikes, he realized that the massive influx of spiritual energy had pushed the Sun-Moon Vast Sky incantation toward the very limits of the 3rd level. His cultivation base rose rapidly, pushing him far beyond the early Deva realm, and very close to the mid-Deva realm. Who cares about that? My poor little life is the most important thing of all. Trembling, he backed away from his original spot, but his movement tugged at the lake of lightning, causing an imbalance that sent tens of thousands of lightning bolts in his direction. A blood-curdling scream rang out as they slammed into him. Even as he screamed, his Sun-Moon Vast Sky incantation broke through, and his cultivation base climbed up into the mid-Deva realm. Off in the distance, the lightning ancestor stared in complete shock. I guess times really have changed. Why are young people nowadays so reckless in their cultivation? The lightning ancestor was completely flabbergasted to see the lightning slowly dissipating from around Bai Xiaochun, who stood there trembling, smoke rising up from him. He almost looked like he had been fried to perfection by the tens of thousands of lightning bolts. However, his cultivation base was no longer in the early Deva realm. He had stepped into the mid-Deva realm. His incomplete Sun-Moon Vast Sky incantation had reached its great circle. His left eye now had a bright moon in it that seemed ready to fly out of him at any moment, and appear in the sky as a second moon. The manifestation of this divine ability would cause any ordinary person to feel as if their heart and mind were being replaced by a moon. But all it did to Bai Xiaochun was leave him trembling physically and mentally. The truth was that he normally wouldn't ever use a method like this to achieve a cultivation-based breakthrough. The mere thought of being slammed by so much lightning struck terror into his heart. "I'm done with cultivation," he said, scowling on the verge of tears. As of this point, even the slightest crackle of thunder caused him to flinch. Right now, he couldn't have been more afraid of another convergence of lightning. Even as he looked around anxiously and tried to decide whether or not to start moving around, a new lightning storm began to build up. Perhaps because of the influence of the previous convergence of lightning, the gravitational force generated this time was massive. Within moments, more lightning had built up than the last time, covering everything with sparkling brightness. Bai Xiaochun screamed and scrambled backward, and yet that didn't stop the lightning from descending toward him. "I don't need it," he shrieked. The lightning ancestor was long gone, huffing and puffing as he propelled his cell far off into the distance. Upon looking over his shoulder, he began to curse. "Damn it! No consideration for the elderly. Does he think it's easy for me to move this cell at my age?" Shortly before, something big was happening outside in the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning Sect. The black cloud that housed the lightning order was beginning to move. It was almost like an earthquake, something strong enough that all of the lightning order cultivators felt it immediately. Did the ground just move? There's no way. We're on a big black cloud. How could that black cloud move? Do you guys get the sense that our lightning order's lightning reserves seem low? Ever since Bai Xiaochun had been incarcerated, The Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect had been oddly at peace. The Cloud Order cultivators had felt at ease from the beginning, whereas the Lightning Order cultivators had initially been worried. However, as time passed, they gradually calmed down as well. After all, everyone had complete and utter faith in Lightning Penitentiary. Even the Devis felt no apprehension whatsoever. At long last, they were able to experience what life had been like before Bai Xiaochun arrived in their sect, and it left them sighing with heartfelt relief. However, even as people sighed in contentment, the Lightning Order's black cloud suddenly trembled, which immediately attracted attention. What was even more astonishing to the Lightning Order cultivators was how, moments later, the cloud shifted beneath their feet yet again. At the same time, muffled rumbling sounds could be heard, leading to cries of alarm within the Lightning Order. It did move. Something's wrong. The lightning. Guys, look at that lightning. Everyone looked down at the black cloud and could see that fewer lightning bolts danced beneath its surface than before. Furthermore, every few moments, some of the remaining lightning bolts seemed to disappear into the depths of the cloud. Almost immediately, ill premonitions rose up in the hearts of many Lightning Order disciples. Up in the black coffin high above, the Devis expressions flickered, and they suddenly started to get very nervous. Don't tell me it's Bai Xiaochun again. Damn it. It couldn't possibly be him. He's been locked up. It was at this point that the Lightning Order's black cloud trembled yet again, even more violently than before. At the same time, loud rumbling sounds could be heard. It was at that exact same moment that, deep within the black cloud, in the middle of that massive convergence of lightning, Bai Xiaochun screamed and fled as quickly as possible. The restrictive spells that made up his 30-meter cell had long since been destroyed, giving him free access to attempt to escape. And yet, that did him no good. No longer were there tens of thousands of lightning bolts around him. Now, there were hundreds of thousands. No matter where or how he fled, the lightning followed, and if he slowed down for even a moment, he would be enveloped. And if he stopped moving, then even more lightning would build up. By this point, he was going crazy. How could this be happening? He moaned. It was a moment of deep crisis, and therefore, he finally just gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! Fine, I'm gonna go for broke. That lightning is made of spiritual energy, right? Who the hell would be scared of that?" Letting out a roar to psyche himself up, he drew upon the mnemonic the lightning ancestor had taught him, and began to cultivate the 11 cloud lightning forefather transformations. He suddenly lurched to a halt, which instantly allowed tens of thousands of lightning bolts to hone in on him, then smash into his body. Having his body slashed by lightning in this way was painful, but because of how tough he was easy to endure for the time being. At the same time, massive amounts of spiritual power began to flow through him, until he began to swell up like a balloon. Cloud Lightning Forefather. First transformation. His vision swam as he was racked with pain, but he focused on the divine ability, using the spiritual energy to fuel the transformation. Instantly, rumbling sounds filled him as he grew to a height of 30 meters, and began to exude a wild and barbaric air. He had already succeeded at the first transformation, but things weren't over yet. As massive amounts of spiritual energy went wild within him, he began to work on the second transformation. Furthermore, he bolstered the effect with the Sun-Moon Vast Sky incantation and the power of his left eye. He could only attempt a true combination by carefully analyzing everything one step at a time. Furthermore, there was always a chance of failure. Under normal circumstances, a failure would require him to stop and build up more spiritual energy before trying again. After all, combining these two powerful techniques demanded that he be in peak condition. But now, with boundless amounts of spiritual energy at his disposal, he didn't need to sit around waiting. As soon as he failed, he could try again. He tried again and again, over 10 times, until suddenly his left eye began to shine with dazzling moonlight. As it did, his 30-meter-tall forefather form looked very different than Master Cloud Lightning's head. An indescribable aura emanated out from him, and the moon sigil within his eyes shone with such powerful light that it seemed capable of controlling all of the darkness of the night. It worked. However, Now was not the time to revel in excitement. The spiritual energy inside of him drained rapidly, almost beyond his control. Howling, he began the second transformation of the Cloud Lightning Forefather technique. Rumbling sounds echoed out as he grew to a height of 60 meters. The second transformation was a success, and of course he was not finished. Next was the third transformation and then the fourth. As the innumerable lightning bolts surrounded him, rumbling sounds could be heard as he grew to a height of 90 meters, and then 120 meters. Furthermore, the wild and barbaric aura of the technique, combined with a fleshly body that had mastered the undying bones, made his transformed form even more powerful. By now, he had surpassed the limits of fleshly body power. If the twin master cloud lightnings were here to see what was happening, they would be shocked to the core. After all, the power Bai Xiaochun was capable of with this transformation far surpassed them. That was especially true because of the moon sigil in his left eye, which further added to his power. Under normal circumstances, Bai Xiaochun would be very excited. But right now, he could tell that his body was reaching a limit in its ability to absorb the lightning from the black cloud. It had nothing to do with the divine ability, only his own body. In some ways, it was exactly the same as when consuming medicinal pills. When that critical point was reached, the lightning would no longer be nourishing, but instead, harmful and even destructive. As Bai Xiaochun grew stronger, the lightning bolts grew more numerous. By now, hundreds of thousands of them were showering down onto him. Tears of fear leaking out of his eyes, he decided that he had no choice but to hope that one more transformation would fix the situation. Cloud Lightning Forefather, fifth transformation. Rumbling sounds erupted as Bai Xiaochun's 120-meter form grew to a height of 150 meters. The fifth transformation of the Cloud Lightning Forefather was complete. He now radiated a terrifying aura, and the moon sigil in his left eye gave him additional power equal to 3 transformations. In total, he now wielded the power of the 8th transformation. Back when Master Cloud Lightning had actually reached the 8th transformation, his power surpassed the late Deva realm and came close to the Great Circle. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun was now even more shockingly powerful than that. However, that brought him no joy, only fear, because after the 5th transformation was complete, his body reached the point that it could not accept any more of the lightning from the black cloud. The lightning writhed madly as it shot toward Bai Xiaochun, driving fear into his heart as he scrambled backward. He was now much faster than before, and yet, far more lightning had gathered. Now, instead of having to deal with hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts, there were over 1 million. It was a profoundly shocking scene. Off in the distance, the lightning ancestor was completely gobsmacked and was shaking physically. By this point, he had completely forgotten about the 50 lightning bolts that Bai Xiaochun still owed him, and was doing everything he could to get his cell as far away as possible. You absolutely, positively must not get close to me. Don't do it. My old body can't take this. Kids nowadays are all psychos. However, it was in that exact moment that Bai Xiaochun happened to look over and caught sight of the lightning ancestor. When their eyes met, the lightning ancestor screamed and drew upon all the strength he could muster to send his cell shooting in the opposite direction. As for Bai Xiaochun, he looked like the picture of grief and indignation as he did everything he could to get out of the range of the lightning. Sadly, more and more lightning was building up with every moment that passed. As Bai Xiaochun fled, his eyes wide with terror, he suddenly sensed that the lightning was starting to tremble with dangerous instability. It's gonna blow? His scalp tingled madly as he screamed and pushed forward with greater speed. Off in the distance, the lightning ancestor's eyes were about to pop out of his skull. However, at the same time, he was starting to get a bit excited. It's gonna blow? Great. The crazier the better. Maybe. This will be my chance to get out of here. In the outside world, the black cloud was shaking nonstop. Virtually no lightning bolts were visible at all from the outside, and the cloud was starting to emanate an unsettling aura, as though something explosively dangerous were brewing deep inside of it. The twin master cloud lightnings, Feng Chun, and the other northern Devis were all racing toward the cloud, and when they saw what was happening, their faces fell dramatically. They tried to send divine sense into the cloud to determine what exactly was happening, but because of the unusual properties of lightning penitentiary, they were unable to make out any specific details. What exactly is going on here? Damn it! This is definitely by Xiaochun's doing. Of course, the other three devas were quick to cast blame on Master Cloud Lightning and Fengchun. It's your fault, Fengchun. You should never have come up with the idea for the three-point covenant. And you're to blame too, Master Cloud Lightning. This by Xiaochun is a walking disaster. Why the hell did you bring him here to begin with? The twin Master Cloud Lightnings and Fengchun had very unsightly expressions on their faces, but there was nothing they could say in response. As everyone looked on nervously, a stream of divine sense erupted from the crystal coffin, which shook the hearts of even the devas. It quickly entered the black cloud, whereupon an enraged roar erupted out that shook heaven and earth. By Xiaochun. At the same time, the demigod patriarch materialized in midair. He looked extremely anxious and didn't even take the time to say anything. He simply waved his hand out into the air. A powerful blast of wind erupted out, swept over the black cloud, grabbed all of the cultivators on it, and then teleported them off into the distance. In the exact moment that the demigod patriarch accomplished that, a shocking boom erupted out, the likes of which had never been heard in the north before. The source? The black cloud which made up the lightning order, which had just exploded. Boom! The noise was so loud that countless cultivators immediately began to cough up blood. Even the devas were shaken, and were shoved backward through the air. All of the buildings which rested on the black cloud landmass were reduced to ash as innumerable lightning bolts erupted out in all directions. It almost looked like a dragon made of lightning were climbing up into the sky. Then came the screaming shockwave, which rolled out in all directions, causing the sky to dim. As for the black cloud itself, much of it was reduced to nothing more than rubble. Cracks began to spread out in the lightning order's battle god statue. It was almost as if the entire Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect had come under attack. The Cloud Order statue was missing a finger, and now the Lightning Order statue was visibly damaged. The twin Master Cloud Lightnings hovered there in complete shock. Feng Chen's jaw was hanging open, and his eyes were wide. The other devas reacted in similar fashion. As for the demigod patriarch, he was so angry that he was shaking, and his hair was standing on end. The Lightning Order cultivators who had been teleported away were stunned to the extreme. The Lightning Order now looked completely different from before, and the change had occurred so quickly that they had no chance to even react. In contrast, the Cloud Order cultivators were all feeling very blessed that Bai Xiaochun had not been locked up in their part of the sect. At the same time, they were even more terrified by his ability to cause catastrophes. This Bai Xiaochun must not be provoked. The Deva patriarchs are out of their minds. Everything was fine until they had to go and confine him to the Cloud Order. First, he went and sold medicinal toxins to our Cloud Order cultivators, and then he destroyed half of the Cloud Order with his flower. Then they had to go and lock him up in Lightning Penitentiary, which is supposedly strong enough to keep even demigods in check. But this guy actually blew the entire place up. And look, almost half of the Lightning Order's black cloud has now been destroyed. Heavens! Is this guy even human? How did the cultivators in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect manage to stay alive all this time? Everybody says that his pill concocting is the stuff that can shake heaven and earth. But he never even concocted medicine here in the north. And look how it ended up. I bet if he had concocted medicine, he would have destroyed all of the northern Heavenspan River. Before long, a cacophony of conversation filled the air. The entire Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect was abuzz. And that was when people began to take notice of a bedraggled figure climbing up from within the rubble of the black cloud. Bai Xiaochun's face was pale, and he was dripping with sweat. After all, he had very nearly been fried to a crisp just now. I'm definitely never going to absorb any more lightning ever again. It's way too dangerous. Even as he crawled out into the open, he heard a howl of rage echoing from above. Bai Xiaochun, it was the demigod patriarch. whose rage surpassed heavenly might, and startled by Xiaochun so much that he jumped up into the air. The demigod patriarch took a step forward toward Bai Xiaochun, and yet, before he could do anything else, suddenly looked off in a different direction. "How dare you try to escape, lightning ancestor!" The demigod patriarch shoved his hand out, causing the air off in the distance to shatter, revealing the emaciated lightning ancestor who, without pausing for even a moment, spun in place and shot off into the distance like a bolt of lightning. The demigod patriarch had no time to worry about Bai Xiaochun. Face turning very grim, he sped off in pursuit of the lightning ancestor. Catching him was far more important than punishing Bai Xiaochun. The events playing out had Bai Xiaochun sweating nervously. "I'm not sticking around the north any longer than I have to. I need to get out of here." At this point, he completely ignored the Dharmic decree of the Celestial and fled from the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect. However, as he did, Feng Chun let out a cry of rage and shot after him. Feng Chun actually had taken a liking to Du Lingfei, and therefore hated Bai Xiaochun even more than could be imagined. He had been very proud of this three-point covenant, and had imagined that it would be a big torment to Bai Xiaochun. Never could he have imagined that, instead, Bai Xiaochun would turn the tables and throw the entire sect into chaos. And that only served to fuel Feng Chen's hatred. Immediately drawing upon a trump card, he transformed into a crimson bolt of lightning that brimmed with destructive power as it shot toward Bai Xiaochun. However, Bai Xiaochun was just as angry, and spun in place to face him. "I've had enough of you, Bai Xiaochun," Feng Chen howled. His crimson lightning bolt form moved with incredible quickness, bringing him to appear in front of Bai Xiaochun in the blink of an eye. He radiated the cultivation-based fluctuations of the mid-Deva realm as he sent a devastating attack directly toward Bai Xiaochun's forehead. "Yeah. Well, I've had enough of you, Feng Chen." And that was absolutely the truth. The instant he arrived in the north, he was hit with the three-point covenant, which was then upgraded to a 4- and then a 5-point covenant. Normally, Bai Xiaochun was not the type of person who liked fighting and killing, but he had been pushed so far that the personality he had developed in the wildlands finally showed through. His eyes flashed with anger as Feng Chun closed in, to the point where the moon sigil in his left eye began to shine brightly. Then he waved his hand, causing the previously blue sky to suddenly turn as dark as night. The darkness covered up the sun, but at the same time revealed a bright moon, whose light illuminated everything down below. All of the northerners who were touched by that light suddenly felt as if their hearts, minds, and even their divine souls were being absorbed. Feng Chun gasped as a sensation of imminent crisis swept through him. He even backed up a bit, and yet that was when Bai Xiaochun grimly spoke two words. "Fallen moon." The sky turned even darker than before, and intense rumbling sounds filled the air. At the same time, a moon sigil appeared on Feng Chen's red lightning bolt, which began to absorb the surrounding moonlight, causing it to shine brighter and brighter. Ru-yu-yu-umble. Suddenly, the lightning bolt exploded, revealing Feng Chen's human form. However, the moon sigil was still visible on him, as though it had been branded on him, all the way down to his bones. As the moon sigil began to grow larger, Feng Chen screamed in terror at the realization that he was being harmed, not just physically, but in his cultivation base. The function of the moon sigil was to assimilate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that existed inside of the human body. And when it completed its work, that person would be killed in body and soul. What divine ability is this? Feng Chen felt like entire mountain peaks were battering him. There was simply nothing he could do to fight back against Bai Xiaochun's fallen moon technique. Bai Xiaochun didn't even need to touch him. As long as the moonlight hit Feng Chen, his injuries would mount, something he had only ever witnessed demigods accomplish. And yet here Bai Xiaochun was doing that very thing. It left Feng Chen profoundly shaken, blood spraying out of his mouth as his eyes shone with terror and disbelief. Although all of this takes a bit of time to describe, from the moment Feng Chen transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, to the instant that lightning bolt shattered and he was severely injured, only a brief span of time elapsed. None of the onlookers had a chance to react before Feng Chen's blood-curdling screams filled the air. Not even Bai Xiaochun could have guessed that his sun-moon vast sky incantation would be so shockingly powerful. However, that didn't stop him from performing an incantation gesture with his right hand, and then waving his finger out in front of him. Instantly, the bright moon in the darkness above glittered dazzlingly, and the moonlight seemed to focus and shine directly onto Feng Chun. That in turn caused the moon sigil burned into Feng Chun to spread out to cover his entire body. His screams intensified. It was a moment of deadly crisis in which Feng Chun was shaking violently, unable to even wrap his mind around what was happening. Without any warning, he was placed in a moment of life or death, something that seemed impossible considering that he was in the mid-Deva realm. He had always been a chosen in the north, a person who had won countless battles, and yet, he was totally powerless against Bai Xiaochun's divine ability. "I refuse to accept this," he howled, eyes shining with madness. However, he was beginning to fade from existence as shafts of moonlight stabbed out of him. He almost seemed to be turning into moonlight itself. Of course, Feng Chun wasn't the type to just sit around and wait to die. Although his fingers were almost completely gone, he still managed to raise his hand and touch the top of his head. A boom rang out as his body exploded, sending the fluctuations of a Deva-level self-detonation rolling out in all directions. Borrowing the force of the explosion, his nascent divinity shot into the open and prepared to flee. However, that was when, to his utter astonishment, he discovered that his nascent divinity also had a moon sigil on it. "Impossible!" Feng Chun cried. "This is impossible!" He couldn't have been more astonished. By now, the sensation of crisis had intensified to the point where he was now certain he was about to die. "It's a true Taoist magic!" The twin master cloud lightnings shouted urgently. "Get to the crystal coffin, Feng Chun. Hide there, Bai Xiaochun. How dare you kill people here in the north? Things are not finished between us and you." Flying forward at top speed, they began to combine their two forms, causing the fluctuations of the late Deva realm to roll out in all directions. He wasn't the only one. The other three Devas could also tell that it was a critical moment. Unleashing their cultivation bases, they turned into 4 beams of light that all shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Trembling, Feng Chun heeded the advice of Master Cloud Lightning, ignoring the burning state of his nascent divinity to shoot at top speed toward the crystal coffin. His hope was to take advantage of the interference provided by the other Devas to get into the demigod's immortal's cave and cut himself off from the light of the bright moon. His plan worked, but by the time he evaded the moonlight, causing the moon sigil to vanish, his nascent divinity had been eaten away by nearly half. Although he would eventually recover, he had experienced an indefinite drop in cultivation base. There he sat in the crystal coffin, shivering in fear. He had just barely evaded death, and even though he didn't want to admit it, he now felt utter terror at the mere thought of Bai Xiaochun. His cultivation base is definitely not in the early Deva realm. He's in the mid-Deva realm. But even in that level, how could he be so incredibly strong? Meanwhile, the other 4 northern Devas were trembling in shock, and the ordinary cultivators who were watching the events play out much more so. All of them were both shocked and terrified by what Bai Xiaochun had done. Heavens! This Bai Xiaochun, he's so strong. I made fun of him a while back. I laughed at him openly. Hold on a second. If he was this strong before, why would he let himself get pushed around? What if he actually experienced a breakthrough after arriving in the north? Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was dodging attacks from Master Cloud Lightning and the other Devas, his expression grim, and his eyes bloodshot. "All right, you northerners, I'm done. Lord Bai has had enough of you people. Bring it on. Let's fight." Since he had already attacked one of them, he decided to throw caution to the wind. Without any hesitation, he unleashed the full power of his cultivation base, causing mid-Deva realm fluctuations to erupt in all directions. By now, the darkness was fading from the sky as it returned to normal, making it very easy to see a huge face up above, which radiated the might of heaven and earth. Mid-Deva realm. Damn it. He really did have a breakthrough. After sensing Bai Xiaochun's cultivation-based fluctuations, Master Cloud Lightning felt like he was going crazy. He felt completely and utterly powerless in the face of Bai Xiaochun's power. Back in the trial by fire, he had tried to kill him, only to be flummoxed first by his medicinal pill, and then by him addressing Du Lingfei as wifey. He had started out with the complete advantage, but had eventually reached the point of being completely trampled on by Xiaochun. His original assumption had been that, once in the north in his home sect, he would definitely be able to heap torment onto Bai Xiaochun. Never could he have guessed that, despite his extreme hatred of Bai Xiaochun would first sell medicinal pills, then plant flowers, and then even force the demigod patriarch to step in and imprison him. But then, is this Bai Xiaochun even human? Not only did he destroy Lightning Penitentiary, he achieved a cultivation-based breakthrough? How could he possibly have done something as difficult as breaking through to the mid-Deva realm? He really did break through? The other three Devas were reacting with madness similar to Master Cloud Lightning. However, despite their rage, they could do nothing but watch helplessly as Bai Xiaochun avoided everything they sent at him. He's a hedgehog. No matter how you try to grab him, you end up getting poked. Fine, then forget his weird techniques. Let's just overpower him. Eyes flashing with loathing, Master Cloud Lightning shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Apparently, the other Devas understood what he was thinking. As they too advanced, their murderous auras raging. For Devas were joining hands to attack Bai Xiaochun with deadly force. The cultivators from the Cloud Order and the Lightning Order were all watching with rapt attention. Based on what everyone could tell, it didn't matter if Bai Xiaochun were even stronger than he had already proven to be. He would still die for his brazenness. This Bai Xiaochun is strong, but he's forgotten that he isn't in the east anymore. This is the north. Humph! How dare he throw his weight around here in the north? We're definitely going to show him a thing or two. I refuse to believe that Master Cloud Lightning and the other Devas all working together can't kill that one measly Bai Xiaochun. Everyone was now starting to calm down, and were showing nothing but open disdain toward Bai Xiaochun. Meanwhile, Master Cloud Lightning and the other Devas were closing in rapidly. Cold light flickered in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He had been restraining himself ever since he arrived in the north, but now that he had four Devas all showing open killing intent, his anger erupted in full. Instead of backing up, he advanced, waving his hand to summon the Water Swamp Kingdom. Water vapor roiled in all directions as a huge clawed hand shot out. Everything shook violently, catching all of the Devas completely by surprise. Master Cloud Lightning wasn't affected very deeply, but the three other Devas gasped, and one of them even coughed up blood. Bai Xiaochun, Master Cloud Lightning, the top Deva in the north, roared in rage at this. Transforming into a beam of bright light, he shot directly toward Bai Xiaochun, simultaneously shouting, "Cloud Lightning Forefather." Seventh transformation. An ear-splitting rumbling sound spread out as Master Cloud Lightning rapidly grew to a height of 210 meters. He truly looked like the forefather of all humanity, with a cultivation base and battle prowess that skyrocketed seemingly without limit. In an instant, he was past the late Deva realm, and was like a tempest bearing down on Bai Xiaochun. However, that was when Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed, and he shouted, "Super Suppression Forefather, fifth transformation." Boom! Bai Xiaochun also grew rapidly in size, until he was 150 meters tall, with a wild and barbaric aura, and a burly, savage appearance. Within his left eye was a moon sigil that shone with dazzling light, which made his fifth transformation as powerful as the eighth. This is impossible. Master Cloud Lightning's eyes bulged on the verge of popping out of his skull. The reason he hadn't resorted to his eighth transformation was that it was too draining. Furthermore, how could he possibly have ever guessed that Bai Xiaochun would actually use the exact same divine ability as him? They slammed into each other, and a massive boom echoed out in all directions. The air vibrated as Master Cloud Lightning tumbled backward, blood spraying out of his mouth. Although he was shaken physically, he was even more shaken mentally, and was panting in disbelief. The Cloud Lightning Forefather technique was a secret magic that belonged to the north. And yet, in completely unexpected fashion, Bai Xiaochun had used it right in front of him, a fact that instantly shoved him further toward madness. Even worse was the fact that he had only used the 5th transformation, and yet had completely overpowered his own 7th transformation. It was utterly maddening. Bai Xiaochun, he roared. How dare you steal a secret legacy technique of the North? Without any hesitation, he utilized his 8th transformation, reaching a height of 240 meters, whereupon he charged back into the fray. That's bullshit and you know it. Bai Xiaochun shot back. You're using the Cloud Lightning Forefather technique, and I'm using the Super Suppression Forefather technique. The names are totally different. What are you, blind? Or deaf? Or both? Snorting coldly, he launched forward, slamming into Master Cloud Lightning. As they separated from the exchange, Bai Xiaochun's qi and blood was boiling. Eyes shining with the desire to do battle, he lurched backward, performed a double-handed incantation gesture, and then shouted out at the top of his lungs, living mountain incantation. Ruyu Yumbel. Countless rocks and boulders began to fly through the air, covering Bai Xiaochun's 150-meter frame and causing him to grow larger and taller. Within moments, he was a 300-meter-tall stone golem. The combination of the Forefather transformation with the living mountain incantation produced shocking results, and shook everything in the area due to the sheer stunning levels of energy involved. All of the northern cultivators gasped, and began to cry out in alarm. Furthermore, the energy of the living mountain incantation caused a massive wind to spring up, a wind so powerful it stung the faces of all cultivators it touched. Master Cloud Lightning couldn't help but gasp in shock. He suddenly had the intense premonition that Bai Xiaochun was too much for him to handle. Damn it! Damn it! How could he have become so strong? Only someone in the great circle of the Deva realm could possibly be a match for him. And he hasn't even used that trump card fist strike yet. At that point, Master Cloud Lightning's pupils constricted, and he began to back up as quickly as possible. However, even as he did, Bai Xiaochun began to stride forward. As he went after Master Cloud Lightning, Bai Xiaochun let out a low-pitched growl that contained heavenly might, forcing the other Devis to brace themselves and fight back against it. One of them transformed into a black lightning bolt, another split up into 9 cloud projections, and the third summoned an enormous furnace. Then all 3 of them shot forward to block Bai Xiaochun's path. Bai Xiaochun didn't even look at them. Get the hell out of my way! Roaring, he waved his hand, sending a blast of wind out to meet them. The black lightning bolt shattered. The 9 cloud projections were ripped to pieces, and the enormous furnace broke into countless fragments. The 3 Devis all coughed up blood, expressions of disbelief overtaking their faces as Bai Xiaochun flew right past them. Too strong. Bai Xiaochun hadn't slowed down at all. As he closed in on Master Cloud Lightning, he clenched his hand into a fist, causing a black vortex to spring up around it. You ambushed me in the trial by fire, Master Cloud Lightning, and afterwards you were completely unreasonable. And now you want to rely on your late Deva realm cultivation base to kill me? You've been pestering me constantly since I got to the north. Well, now, on this day, we're going to settle all our debts and grudges. Master Cloud Lightning's mind was reeling, especially considering that he could plainly see Bai Xiaochun's fist, and the black vortex spinning around it. Face flickering wildly, he flew backward and screamed, "What are you people standing around for? Activate the Sect's Grand Defensive Spell Formation." The other 3 Devis all began to shout orders. Activate formation! Power up the Grand Spell Formation! As for the surrounding northern cultivators who had been standing around in stunned shock, they finally recovered from their reveries. Faces pale, they immediately began to go about activating their Sect's Grand Spell Formation. It wasn't a process that took a lot of time. Even as Bai Xiaochun closed in on Master Cloud Lightning, a massive force sprang out from the 9 Heavens Cloud Lightning Sect, creating a misty shield that emanated a formidable force of expulsion. Not only was Bai Xiaochun stopped in his tracks, but he was even pushed backward out of the sect. Bai Xiaochun frowned as he was shoved in the opposite direction, completely beyond his control. When Master Cloud Lightning and the other Devis saw that, they finally breathed sighs of relief. The fight had spun out of control too quickly, leaving them more shaken with every second that passed. However, even as they breathed sighs of relief, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered. Spell formations don't work against me. Drawing upon the undying hex, he bypassed the force of expulsion and pierced back through the spell formation shield. Shockingly, there was nothing that could stand in his way. Rumbling sounds could be heard as he appeared in front of Master Cloud Lightning, the black vortex around his fist rapidly devouring the spiritual energy in the area. An enormous, shadowy emperor appeared behind him, which then merged into his fist. The undying emperor's fist. When that fist struck, anything in creation could be destroyed. Master Cloud Lightning's pupils constricted, and his mind spun crazily. There was no time to ponder what to do, and no way he could dodge out of the way. He could only howl at the top of his lungs and draw dangerously upon his energy to unleash his 9th transformation. In the blink of an eye, he was 270 meters tall, and bracing himself for Bai Xiaochun's blow. A boom rang out that surpassed anything from before. All sound in the area was crushed, to the point where it almost seemed silent. Then the shockwave erupted, shaking the entire 9 heavens. Cloud Lightning sacked to its foundations. At the same time, Master Cloud Lightning's eyes went wide, and he screamed uncontrollably. New! Blood erupted from his mouth like a waterfall as he was flung backward head over heels. He could no longer maintain his transformed form, and he shrank back down and then split apart into 2 people, both of whom continued to tumble backward, blood spraying out of their mouths. The older brother among the 2 had it better off than the younger one. The younger brother simply couldn't withstand the force, and was ripped to shreds. The younger of the twin Master Cloud Lightnings had no time to even feel the terror of impending destruction. His body was simply destroyed by the massive, explosive attack. His nascent divinity flew out into the open, eyes blank as he stared around at the devastation. It was in that moment that a stream of divine sense appeared that far surpassed Devis. It descended in the form of a huge hand that grabbed the nascent divinity. As the explosive force of Bai Xiaochun's attack was dissipated by that enormous hand, a grating voice echoed out from nowhere. Bai Xiaochun. Each of the characters that made up his name was uttered in a voice that crackled like heavenly thunder. The words exploded into the minds of everyone present as a gigantic figure appeared up above. It was the demigod patriarch, who held the listless and dispirited lightning ancestor in his hand. The demigod drove away the will of the heavens in the area, ensuring that he was the only paramount entity in all creation. When Bai Xiaochun heard his words and felt the pressure weighing down on the area, his previous brazenness and momentum vanished, to be replaced with profound nervousness. The old monkey turned out to be useless, he wailed inwardly. Couldn't he have stretched things out for a bit longer? I was just about to get away. Now I'm really in for it. What do I do? As Bai Xiaochun hovered there nervously, Master Cloud Lightning double-checked that his other self's nascent divinity was safe, and then clasped hands and bowed deeply to the demigod patriarch. The other northern Devis all breathed sighs of relief. Bai Xiaochun really had been putting on too dramatic of a display of strength, leaving them completely shaken. As they clasped hands in greeting, the bedraggled Feng Qian emerged from the crystal coffin to also excitedly offer greetings. Scowling on the verge of tears, Bai Xiaochun began to edge backward, scrambling to come up with a way to resolve the situation. Meanwhile, the demigod patriarch, while unable to suppress his rage, was also feeling a major headache coming on. The truth was that he was relatively helpless in this situation. There was basically nothing he could do about Bai Xiaochun, not because of Du Lingfei, but because of the celestial. There was evidence that the demigod could detect on Bai Xiaochun that Bai Xiaochun himself could not. Based on the conclusions that evidence pointed to, and on certain other matters that the demigod patriarch was aware of, he had an inkling that the celestial had something important planned for him. Because of those speculations, he knew that he couldn't do anything too harmful to Bai Xiaochun. Furthermore, he now knew that locking him up wouldn't do any good. After all, he had already destroyed Lightning Penitentiary, and very nearly freed the lightning ancestor. The patriarch didn't dare to incarcerate him, and had finally woken up to the truth of matters. At long last, he realized that Bai Xiaochun could cause disasters without any warning. Therefore, the best thing to do was keep him at a distance. Damn it! How did I ever agree to keep this damned disaster confined in the sect? He's like an unstable lightning bolt just sitting in your pocket, ready to explode without warning. In the end, he sighed. Never before in his life had he ever met anyone who could be as frustrating as Bai Xiaochun. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was feeling profoundly nervous. His heart pounded as he tried to think of some way to get out of trouble, and yet he couldn't. Finally, he braced himself, looked up at the demigod, and hesitantly said, "Hey there, eldest brother demigod. Would you like to attend me and Feifei's wedding?" Despite Bai Xiaochun's nervousness, he had to marvel at his own quick-wittedness. After all, his one simple sentence actually emphasized three important matters. First, that he had an intimate relationship with Du Lingfei, and that they would likely marry in the future. Second, that the Celestial would become his father-in-law. Third, that he hoped to calm the situation down. It didn't matter whether the demigod would actually pick up on all three. As far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, it was really an amazing play on his part. In response to his words, the demigod patriarch slowly looked up and fixed his gaze dead on Bai Xiaochun. Waving his hand, he spoke in a very irritated voice. "If I ever see you in the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect again, then it won't matter if you're the Celestial's son-in-law. I'll skin you alive. Now screw off." His words exploded like thunder, especially the last two. Heaven and earth shook violently as a massive force wrapped Bai Xiaochun up, ripped him up into the air, and then hurled him out of the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect. A miserable shriek echoed out as he flew through the air off into the distance. The northern cultivators were a bit let down, but at the same time were all breathing sighs of relief. They hated Bai Xiaochun and yet feared him, Master Cloud Lightning included. In addition to the bitterness that most of them felt, the majority regretted that any limitations or torments had been placed on Bai Xiaochun. He who should never, ever, 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 ever be limited or tormented. He is truly the epitome of a walking disaster. His most powerful divine ability is his ability to cause disasters. We were real fools back at the beginning. A guy like that should never be allowed to stay inside the sect. Master Cloud Lightning chuckled bitterly and sighed endlessly, but at the same time, was profoundly shaken by Xiaochun's battle prowess. Furthermore, when it came to the Cloud Lightning forefather technique, the fact that the demigod patriarch had the lightning ancestor in his custody suddenly caused Master Cloud Lightning to realize what had happened. Although the lightning ancestor was in bad shape, he wasn't unconscious, and the twisted smile on his face revealed the truth. Clearly, he was very pleased at all of the chaos which had been caused in the sect. "So, that kid's name is Bai Xiaochun?" the lightning ancestor said. "Not bad. Not bad at all. He's definitely going to go places in this world." He chuckled loudly. The demigod patriarch ignored the lightning ancestor, and instead turned toward the Devis. "You, a group of powerful, majestic Devis, all joined forces against Bai Xiaochun, and ended up in this miserable state. Useless fools." After cursing the Devis a bit more, he turned grimly and dragged the lightning ancestor with him back to his crystal coffin. The Devis accepted the criticism in bitter silence. Afterward, they exchanged awkward, helpless glances. "Ah, whatever. At least he was kicked out. This Bai Xiaochun is a legend. I've never seen anything like him. Even when locked up in prison, he still managed a cultivation-based breakthrough. I don't ever want to see him again as long as I live. And you know what? The rest of you had best never even mention his name around me." The Devis weren't the only ones to react like that. The disciples from the Cloud Order and Lightning Order were all sighing deeply, and thinking back to how they never should have tried to keep Bai Xiaochun suppressed. Back then, they had chuckled proudly at how the supposed dragon that was Bai Xiaochun had become nothing more than a worm after arriving in the north. But now, Bai Xiaochun had used his actions to deliver a message loud and clear to the northerners. Maybe he was a worm, but he could still poke the north full of holes. In the end, everyone was basically thinking the same thing. That walking disaster had better not ever come back here. As the northerners were sighing in exhaustion because of Bai Xiaochun, he was flying through the air off into the distance, almost like a meteor. Eventually, he landed, smashing into the icy plain far away from the sect. The ice shivered, and his landing made a huge crater, which he eventually crawled out of, his hair disheveled, his robes in tatters. Scowling in indignation, he turned to look back in the direction of the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect. Finally, he sighed. If you wanted me to leave, you could have just said so. Why the hell did you have to seal my cultivation base and throw me through the air? From what he could tell, these northerners were all completely unreasonable, and scoundrels through and through. They were essentially villains, especially the demigod patriarch. He was the worst of all. Ah, whatever. If they don't want me there, then that's fine. Besides, if they hadn't restricted me in the first place, I would have left a long time ago. Sighing again, he reviewed everything he had accomplished in the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect, and actually felt quite proud of himself. HMMPH, they sure know how awesome I am now, don't they? How dare they limit Bai Xiaochun with a 5-point covenant? He took a deep breath of icy air, feeling very excited to, at long last, be free of any restrictions. It was a wonderfully relaxing feeling. Well, nobody's here to tell me what to do. I guess I can plant my moonflower again, right? After all, the ice leaf he was working on was only about half finished. After looking around, he found a nice place to hew out a temporary immortal's cave. He spent a few minutes organizing it a bit, then took out his moonflower seed and then dug a hole in the ground. Moonflower, baby, nobody's here to tell us what to do now. Hurry up and grow as fast as you can. Face glowing with anticipation, he dropped the moonflower seed into the hole. There were no restrictions in place and thus no need to be cautious. This was the moonflower's third chance to grow, and it held nothing back. In a short 3 days, it grew more than it had in a month back in the cloud order. Most of the immortal's cave that Bai Xiaochun had created was now filled with moonflower branches. As for the main stalk of the flower itself, it was already over a dozen meters tall. Were it not for the fact that Bai Xiaochun had started to feel cramped, and voiced his dissatisfaction by clearing his throat, the moonflower would have taken over the whole cave. However, after sensing his irritation, it had left an area aside for his use. Eventually, the moonflower began to spread out on the icy plain, until it filled the entire 5-kilometer area. Bai Xiaochun had grafted the ice leaf onto the flower from the very beginning. Back in the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect, there had been too many people keeping a close eye on him. Coupled with the 5-point covenant, he had been too nervous to do any cultivation. But now, he was making slow progress with his undying blood. Since he finally had an opportunity to practice cultivation away from any prying eyes, he pulled out the 2 skeletons he had in his bag of holding. These were the skeletons that he had taken from Deck 2 of Ghostmother's ship, the ones which were partially fused at the skull. Back when he had first touched the skeletons, he had sensed a powerful life force within the skulls that caused his undying blood to surge. Unfortunately, there had been no time to do anything with them. But now that he had a chance to study the gold and crystal skulls together up close, he began to reach certain conclusions. I'm working on my undying blood, which means that I've almost finished cultivating the Undying Codex. Unfortunately, I never found any information about the Live Forever Codex. These skeletons are the only clue I've ever come across. With that, he reached out and placed his hands onto the 2 skeletons. The instant he did, a powerful life force rushed into him. He shivered. This life force was very different from the type he had acquired through medicinal pills that were concocted from plants and vegetation. The life force from the skeletons was perfectly suited for his undying blood, and in fact, didn't need to be refined at all. It immediately caused drop after drop of blood inside of him to be converted to undying blood. It only took a few breaths worth of time for the first drop to form, and then another. So fast! He murmured, eyes shining with excitement. Now that he was in the mid-Deva realm, his battle prowess had shot to a much higher level. And yet, it would only get stronger if he upgraded his undying blood. An entire month went by in which he was completely focused on cultivation. During that time, no one bothered him. He spent all of his time absorbing life force from the skeletons and building up more and more undying blood. Soon, he had converted 20% of his total blood supply into undying blood. And it kept going. There seemed to be no end to the supply of life force in the skeletons. To Bai Xiaochun, it felt just like when he had been cultivating the Sun-Moon Vast Sky incantation in Lightning Penitentiary. Don't tell me that these two skeletons will push my undying blood all the way to completion? The mere thought had him itching with excitement, and so focused was he on cultivation, that he didn't even spare a moment to check on the moonflower. During the past month of wild, unchecked growth, the moonflower plant had expanded in shocking fashion. It was now several dozen meters tall and extremely conspicuous in its location on the plain. In fact, there were many locations on the ice in which little moonflowers were now visible. The plain itself seemed to be shrinking, with moonflower roots filling an area hundreds of kilometers across. The moonflowers seemed to pulse with life, causing countless wild beasts that inhabited the plains to flee in terror. As the plant grew, absorbing more and more frigid qi, it never forgot what Bai Xiaochun had asked it to do. It continued to send the frigid qi into the leaf, which grew more and more complete. Another entire month went by, during which Bai Xiaochun remained just as focused on cultivation. Only by this point did the life force within the two skeletons show signs of drying up. After he finally absorbed it all, he opened his eyes. He almost immediately noticed the differences within himself. Although he looked the same, he now had a shockingly abundant life force within him. He could also sense that his powers of regeneration had improved. He even pulled out a sword and cut himself as a test. The wound immediately closed, and a moment later, no sign of the injury could be seen. The undying blood's greatest power has to do with regeneration. Gasping, he cast his senses inside to check his blood, and soon found that in his 2 months of absorbing the life force from the skeletons, 40% of his blood had become undying blood. So fast! Almost unable to believe that it was true, he did some more checking, and then finally began to laugh loudly. The two skeletons were now much darker than before. But I might still be able to use them. He put them away, musing about what good fortune they had turned out to be. He rose to his feet and shook out his arms and legs, then sent his divine sense out to check on the moonflower. Almost instantly, his eyes went wide. The once icy plain was now covered with dark soil, and was more than half filled by moonflower roots. Although it didn't count for much when compared to the north as a whole, Bai Xiaochun was still shocked by how much it had grown. The plain was now covered with moonflowers. Furthermore, the sky was also filled with the flowers, which had grown together to make a larger form that looked like a crescent moon. In the very middle of that crescent moon was a huge flower. After staring in shock for a moment, he murmured, "Moonflower. Baby, is that you?" There was a crystalline leaf on the huge flower which was particularly eye-catching. In response to Bai Xiaochun's question, the flower shivered, sending the ice leaf floating down toward him. Even as the leaf settled onto his palm, the moonflower's mind reached out and spoke to him, not with words but with thoughts alone. It was both thankful and said that it would miss him, couldn't grow any further on this ice plain, and hoped that Bai Xiaochun would agree to let it move on to another ice plain to grow even more. Considering how many little animals Bai Xiaochun had fed medicinal pills to in the past, it was no surprise to him that the flower had become intelligent to a certain degree. After all, it was a very mysterious flower that came from beyond the heavens. In terms of the flower's request to go out on its own, Bai Xiaochun was initially hesitant, but in the end, agreed. However, he gave the flower strict instructions not to harm any people. When the moonflower received his answer, it shivered in excitement. Then, Bai Xiaochun watched as the enormous flower shriveled up into a multitude of dandelion-like seeds that floated out of the plain and headed in random directions. For some reason, the sight of the innumerable dandelion-like seeds filling the sky seemed very familiar, although he couldn't quite remember when he had seen anything else like it. It was almost as if, somewhere deep in his soul, there was some sort of eternal memory that would always be a part of him. Maybe I saw something like this when I was a kid? He shook his head as the seeds drifted off into the distance. A moment later, a bright beam of light appeared, within which was a young woman. Du Lingfei had returned. At first, Bai Xiaochun was shocked, but a moment later, a smile split his face. Boo! Even from a distance, Du Lingfei could see that Bai Xiaochun was not injured, and in fact was jumping up and down in lively fashion. Looking as though she were slightly annoyed by something, she flew down to him. Xiaochun, I can't believe what you did in the 9 heavens. Stop, Boo. Stop right there. Let's just enjoy the happiness of finally being reunited. Don't even bring up those bastards in the 9 heavens cloud lightning sect. You have no idea how horrible those people are. With that, he went on to give a very detailed account of the humiliation he had endured in the sect. Du Lingfei sighed. She had originally intended to talk with him about what had occurred, but in the end, she just listened. Actually, Du Lingfei had been out on the mission for her father the entire time, and had only returned to the sect a few days before to check on Bai Xiaochun. When she arrived, she almost couldn't believe the situation, and that was even considering how much she knew about Bai Xiaochun and his affinity for causing disasters. Furthermore, the disciples in the sect had all given her very strange looks. Therefore, she had gone out to try to find Bai Xiaochun, only to discover that he wasn't returning any of her messages. Eventually, she noticed that one of the ice planes was melting, a curious scene which led her to suspect that Bai Xiaochun might be involved. And that was what had led to their reunion. Seeing how worked up Bai Xiaochun was getting, Du Lingfei sighed and said, all right, I won't bring it up again. Happy? Then she stepped up to him and began to smooth out his disheveled hair and robes. I'm almost done with the tasks at hand, but I still have a few things left to do. You can't just sit around here. Why don't you come along? She was so close that he instantly caught a whiff of her perfume, causing him to blink a few times in a row. Her skin was as fair as freshly fallen snow, and to have her beautiful face so close to him caused his heart to start beating a bit more rapidly. Although he actually did like the idea of tagging along with her, he also knew that for a true, manly man like himself to be following a woman around wasn't really proper, unless he was her bodyguard or something similar. Another acceptable reason would be if she asked him several times. Sticking his chin up, he said, I'm doing fine right here. You just go take care of your business. Covering her smile, she looked him up and down. Then she took a step closer and rested her hand on his shoulder. Xiaochun, I'm really very lonely on my own. Come along. Why not? Bai Xiaochun was both very pleased and also quite enjoyed hearing her talk to him like this. However, he maintained his aloof expression. I'll think about it. Keeping the smile on her face, she lowered her voice a bit and said, considering how much that Feng Chun from the 9 heavens cloud lightning sect is scared of you, as long as I have you around, then he definitely won't come bothering me. What do you say, Xiaochun? Well, you got that right, he replied, feeling even prouder of himself than ever. If that Feng fellow dares to appear in my presence, I'll beat him to death. He's already lost his fleshly body, and exists only as a divine soul. If Master Cloud Lightning and the other Devis hadn't stopped me, I would already have killed him. With that, he laughed heartily. Ah, whatever. Since you put it that way, I guess I might as well join you. That will be the easiest way to keep you safe. At this point, Du Lingfei couldn't hold back any longer, and started laughing. Of course. My Xiaochun is the most awesome of all. He dared to call the Celestial his father-in-law right to his face. Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt a bit awkward. Well, if you want to be my bodyguard, she said, casting a seductive glance at him as she turned, then you'd better keep up. That got Bai Xiaochun's heart beating even faster. He had always assumed that Song Junwan was the greatest vixen of all. But as it turned out, the seemingly upstanding Du Lingfei was actually even worse. Get back here, you demoness, he said loudly, hurrying after her. Laughter rang out across the ice plains as the two of them made their way off into the distance. It was almost as if they were back in the Spirit Stream sect. Above them stretched an azure sky, and around them, endless fields of ice. They were the only living beings visible as they traveled along in that world of silver whiteness. Occasionally they would laugh, and occasionally they would lower their voices as they spoke of serious matters. They talked about their experiences and their stories. Eventually, that sense of distance that Bai Xiaochun had felt was gone. Du Lingfei was once again the same Bu that he remembered from years ago. A month later, when they were in the depths of the ice plains, Bai Xiaochun couldn't hold back from asking a question that had been on his mind for a long time. Bu, what is this mission that Dad sent you on? From the direct way he asked the question, he didn't seem to feel that it was an inappropriate topic at all. You know, Du Lingfei said with an enigmatic smile, I'd really like to see you address him that way the next time you see him in person. Bai Xiaochun laughed dryly. He very much wanted to thump himself on the chest and declare that he absolutely would dare to do exactly that. However, whenever he thought about that blood hair that he had absorbed, he couldn't help but feel guilty and nervous. Clearing his throat, he once again asked about what Du Lingfei was doing in the north. Du Lingfei was hesitant to answer the question. Her mission was top secret, and the details were not to be discussed. However, Bai Xiaochun's curious expression got the better of her. I'll tell you, but you have to promise not to tell anyone else. Lowering her voice, she continued. My father sent me here to investigate some things connected to my eldest sister. You have an eldest sister? Bai Xiaochun said, sounding surprised. Of course, he immediately thought back to the baby girl. You see, Du Lingfei said, the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect wasn't always the River Source sect here in the north. There used to be another sect called the Frigid School. The demigod matriarch of the Frigid School was my father's top apprentice. That's why I call her eldest sister. The Frigid matriarch betrayed my father and committed some heinous crimes. Because of their master-apprentice relationship, my father intended to capture her, not kill her. However, she turned out to be the epitome of malevolence, and continued to plot against him. In the end, it was to his great bitterness that he realized he had to kill her. Of course, these were things that Du Lingfei had only heard about, not witnessed personally. However, my eldest sister was a person of spectacular talent and ability. Years later, my father began to suspect that something peculiar had occurred. Therefore, he sent me here to where the Frigid School had once existed, to perform a thorough investigation. He wants to know whether or not that eldest sister really did die. The truth is that I've been investigating this matter for many years now. In fact, that's why I was in the Spirit Stream sect. The Spirit Stream sect was originally founded by the surviving disciples of the Frigid School, who escaped to the east to start a new sect. She looked over at Bai Xiaochun, who was secretly shaken to the core that she was here in the north because of the baby girl. Also, he now understood why the daughter of the mighty celestial had been in the Spirit Stream sect. But what were you doing in the trial by fire for Bloodmaster in the Bloodstream sect? Looking over, he asked another question that had been burning in his heart for a very long time. Du Lingfei took her time to respond. Because the Bloodstream sect's blood ancestor was the Taoist partner of my eldest sister. If my speculations are correct, the blood ancestor died, but my eldest sister didn't. And most likely, she would want to accompany her husband after his death. Her words struck Bai Xiaochun's mind like countless bolts of lightning. All of a sudden, so many things were made clear. Why had the celestial left the blood ancestor in place for so many years? Why had the spell formation protecting the baby girl in the depths of the Spirit Stream sect been weakened after Du Lingfei left the sect? He now knew the answers to those questions. However, there was still one big question that he didn't know the answer to, and didn't dare to ask right now. Why had the celestial sent his daughter to investigate these matters, instead of doing it himself? Considering the shocking level of the celestial's own cultivation base, he could easily turn the world upside down to get the information he wanted. Furthermore, was the celestial truly unaware of the existence of that baby girl? Secrets. Everyone has secrets. Whether a person is a brother, sister, friend, lover, or even a parent, everyone has secrets that they wish to keep from others. Secrets are one thing, But when those secrets turn deadly, they can cause even two people with the closest of relationships to drift apart. That was what had occurred between Du Lingfei and Bai Xiaochun. He had his secrets regarding the Spirit Stream sect, the baby girl, and the world treasure of the North. All of them were things that he definitely couldn't talk about. Du Lingfei could see that there were things he wanted to keep to himself, and she didn't press him. And thus, they proceeded along silently for a while. Eventually, Du Lingfei said something seemingly completely out of the blue. In the past, I used to tell my father everything. But after the Spirit Stream sect, I stopped doing that. When it comes to observations or speculations, I tell him some things, and keep other things to myself. Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked over at her. The meaning behind her words was clear. She wouldn't tell the Celestial all of the details about matters between the two of them. After another protracted silence, Du Lingfei lowered her voice again and said, "My father has changed in recent years." Bai Xiaochun's mood had sunk deeply. The closeness he had felt with Du Lingfei earlier was now changing, and it was in complete silence that they continued on their way through the ice plains. He wasn't sure exactly where they were headed, and didn't know if Du Lingfei even had a destination in mind. At a certain point, the wind picked up, and it started snowing. It began to grow dark, and eventually, the entire sky was filled with snow. It fell on his clothing and hair, and also into the footsteps he left behind him as he walked, until they were covered, making it seem as if he hadn't even passed by. The snowfall grew heavier, and the wind louder, until it seemed like the shrieking of countless evil ghosts. It was starting to get unsettling. After some hesitation, Bai Xiaochun turned to Du Lingfei, and when he saw the snow that had built up on her hair and shoulders, said, "Why don't we find a place to?" However, before he could finish speaking, his expression flickered as a profound sensation of deadly crisis rose up in him, causing his hair to stand on end. Without a moment of hesitation, he grabbed Du Lingfei in his arms and pulled her backward. Du Lingfei gasped, allowing Bai Xiaochun to fly backward with her, and simultaneously performing a double-handed incantation gesture. Then she reached up with her right index finger and touched her forehead. In that moment, a shadowy figure appeared within the snow in the spot she had just occupied. It was almost as if the thing had teleported into place, and along with it came an explosively deadly aura. As soon as the shadowy figure appeared, it shot forward in a blast of wind toward Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. Of course, all of this takes some time to describe, but happened as quickly as light bouncing off of a mirror. As the shadowy figure pounced, Du Lingfei's finger touched her forehead, and a golden blast of light shot out to envelop both her and Bai Xiaochun. Then they vanished, to reappear a moment later, 300 meters away. Seemingly furious, the shadowy figure let out a piercing cry as it spun and shot toward them again. By now, Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei were able to see clearly what they were facing. Despite all of the snow blowing in the air, the shadowy figure was a ball of black smoke, in the middle of which was a face that appeared to be laughing, but not crying, but not. It possessed a shocking ghost chi as it shrieked and again tried to pounce on the two of them. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw that face, his mind spun, and he cried, "Why you? It's you!" This ghost face had once been part of the 3 ghost flags on Ghost Mother's bone galleon. He had intentionally allowed himself to be grabbed by the Celestial so that he would be separated from the ghost galleon and remain in the heavenspan realm. The Celestial had chased after him, but the laughing crying ghost face had used an unknown divine ability to vanish into thin air. And now, here he was, radiating a murderous aura as he tried to kill Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. What is he doing here? Bai Xiaochun thought. There was no time for thinking or planning. The laughing crying ghost face closed in, staining the snow black with its ghost chi, and transforming it into countless blades that shot forth in attack. Letting out a shout, Bai Xiaochun unleashed the 5th of the Cloud Lightning Forefather transformations, bolstered by the Living Mountain incantation. Moonlight spilled out of his left eye as his left hand utilized the Water Swamp Kingdom, and his right hand punched out with an undying Emperor's fist. He was leading, with his strongest state and 2 of his biggest trump cards. He felt a huge amount of pressure from this ghost face, which surpassed the Deva realm by far. In fact, he wasn't even sure exactly how strong the ghost face was. As Bai Xiaochun made his move, Du Lingfei took a breath and performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing more golden light to erupt out from her, which took the form of a golden phoenix. Golden flames erupted off of the phoenix as it soared over the ice plain to meet the ghost face. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei joining forces to fight it, the ghost face cackled as though all of this were some hilarious joke. Then, he suddenly twisted and distorted, transforming into a clawed hand. It was pitch black, with razor-sharp claws that sliced the air open as it slashed forward. The clawed hand hit the water swamp kingdom first, causing a deafening boom to fill the air. As for the clawed hand summoned by the water swamp kingdom, it was instantly destroyed. A defiant howl echoed out, and Bai Xiaochun shuddered violently, coughing up a mouthful of blood. That was when Du Lingfei's golden phoenix hit the ghost claw. The fiery, golden phoenix was also destroyed almost effortlessly, and emitted a miserable shriek as it faded away from existence. Du Lingfei also coughed up blood, and 3 gaping wounds appeared on her shoulder that cut all the way down to the bone. That was when Bai Xiaochun's right hand, powered by the Forefather transformation and the living mountain incantation, landed an undying emperor's fist. Heaven and earth shook violently as Bai Xiaochun's Forefather transformation vanished, and his living mountain incantation form was destroyed. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as his undying emperor's fist was summarily vanquished. He and Du Lingfei acting in unison could unleash incredible power, and yet that ghost hand destroyed all of their divine abilities, and barely paused in the process. However, that slight pause was all the time Du Lingfei needed to perform another incantation gesture. Golden light swept out, covering both her and the bleeding Bai Xiaochun, and then whisking them away. This time they appeared 3,000 meters away. However, Du Lingfei didn't hesitate to unleash yet another divine ability, causing flickering light to spread out, which took them 30,000 meters away. And then, more light glittered as they vanished again. It all happened in the blink of an eye. A moment later, the clawed ghost hand once again transformed into a laughing, crying ghost face, his eyes shining with both scorn and avarice. "You can't escape," the ghost face said, his voice like a combination of countless other voices. Smiling crookedly, he began to speed through the air, following the auras of Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei, which he could sense as surely as a torch on a dark night. Off in the distance, Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei were wrapped up by golden light as Du Lingfei used her secret magic over and over again to teleport away. "What is that thing doing here?" Racked with anxiety and unease, Bai Xiaochun took out some medicinal pills for both himself and Du Lingfei. As for him, his undying blood was already at work, ensuring that his fleshly body power was already almost completely back to normal. Even still, it was clear that he was absolutely no match for that ghost face, who was clearly far beyond the level of a deva. After all, he and Du Lingfei working together would be virtually invincible to anything under the level of a demigod. "I think I might know why he's here," Du Lingfei said. "I'm guessing that my father is coming." A cold gleam passed through her eyes, and yet, when she said the word father, she shivered as though in pain. In response to Du Lingfei's words, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered with surprise. Something seemed very odd with how she felt about the matter. When a daughter was in trouble, it was the most natural of things for her father to come help her, at least as far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned. However, he didn't say anything. As his body continued to recover, he grabbed her arm and pulled her along. Adding the undying hex in gave them a bit more speed. When combined with the golden light of teleportation that Du Lingfei used, it gave them enough speed to at least flee from the laughing, crying ghost face, who was capable of speeds similar to the Celestial himself. Unfortunately, despite being able to achieve speeds that surpassed the Deva realm, they were still roughly comparable to a demigod. Therefore, the ghost face continued to close in no matter what they did. Soon, they heard the sound of screaming winds behind them, as well as the shrieks of evil ghosts. Du Lingfei was in worse shape than she was letting on. When her golden flame phoenix was ripped apart by the clawed ghost hand earlier, she had received 3 shocking wounds. Although she was able to suppress the effects to some degree, as soon as the sound of the ghost's voice reached her, the wounds began to leak black smoke. The smoke itself formed countless ghost heads, who laughed in profoundly sinister nature. She began to cough up blood, and her face was a sickly ashen color. However, her eyes continued to shine with cold light. She was the daughter of the Celestial, and possessed powerful life-saving magical items. And yet, she knew that this ghost face had come from beyond the heavens on Ghost Mother's bone galleon, and therefore, there was no way she could stand up to him. Her best bet now was to rely on her golden light to flee as quickly as possible. In terms of both speed and defenses, it would be hard to find someone that was her match in the lands of Heavenspan. Not even a demigod would be able to harm her in any short amount of time. Unfortunately, she wasn't dealing with a demigod, she was dealing with a ghost face from beyond the heavens, someone roughly as powerful as her father, the Celestial. Xiaochun felt hurt at heart to see blood oozing out of her mouth, and the black smoke rising up from her shoulder. He quickly patted his bag of holding to produce some medicinal pills that could help. "There's no time for that now," she said through gritted teeth. "We need to get out of here now." With that, she employed another teleportation. Unfortunately, this teleportation was too much for her to handle. Her injuries worsened, and the black smoke began to pour out in greater volume. "You're hurt too bad," Xiaochun said urgently. "Even if we don't have time, we have to do something to treat you." Without any further explanation, he reached out and ripped her garment a bit, exposing what was now the pitch-black skin of her shoulder, and 3 deep wounds that exposed white bone in their depths, with rotting and necrotic flesh on the surface. Another stab of pain hit Xiaochun in the heart, but it was without any hesitation that he made a grasping gesture, which caused all of the rotting flesh to be ripped out of her shoulder, exposing more bone. Shockingly, her bones were not like those of ordinary people. Her bones looked like crystal, and emanated an aura that Xiaochun found to be very familiar, so familiar that his jaw dropped. Due to the urgency of the situation, there was no time for thought or planning. He quickly pulled out a medicinal pill, crushed it, and placed the powder into the wound. Then he rotated his cultivation base and began to directly treat her wound. As the golden light flickered around her, and as Xiaochun offered assistance, her wound began to heal up. Without any hesitation, she performed another teleportation, causing them to reappear further off in the distance. Once out in the open, they sped onward. The screaming wind and the howling of the ghost behind them was obviously getting closer. And yet, Xiaochun simply couldn't stop thinking about the sight of the crystal bones from moments ago. After hesitating for a bit, he finally decided that it didn't matter that they were so focused on fleeing. He simply had to ask the question, Your bones, how come they're crystal? They weren't like that back in the Spirit Stream sect, were they? Du Lingfei didn't seem surprised by the question. If anyone else had asked it, she would have ignored them. But since it was by Xiaochun, she lowered her voice and said, "My father had me cultivate something called the Celestial Incantation, which forms celestial bones." "Celestial bones," Xiaochun replied. He was fairly certain that she wasn't deceiving him, and yet couldn't drive the picture of those crystal bones out of his mind. Of the 2 skeletons he had acquired back on the bone galleon, one had golden bones and the other had crystal bones, a result of cultivating the Live Forever Codex. The aura from the crystal bones of the Live Forever Codex was very similar to Du Lingfei's crystal bones, and yet was also slightly different. Xiaochun's thinking was instantly thrown into chaos. And yet, he had no choice but to try to still his mind and focus on helping Du Lingfei to flee. In some ways, it seemed as if a long time had passed since they began their escape. However, the truth was that only enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn. Du Lingfei performed another teleportation, after which, they were surrounded by a screaming wind and the wailing, cackling voice of a ghost. "You run pretty fast." It sounded like a host of voices all speaking at the same time, and was spoken in the playful tone of a cat playing with a mouse. Xiaochun's face fell, and Du Lingfei suddenly spun in another direction. However, before they could do anything else, the sky went dim, and thunderous rumbling echoed out as a huge black ghost hand appeared and shot toward them. Blood sprayed out of the mouths of both Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. They managed to avoid the blow directly, but they both felt stabbing pain as they lost connection with their cultivation bases and fell out of the sky. Even as they landed on the ground, the black smoke that made up the ghost hand began to spread out, filling the entire 3,000-meter area and creating something like a prison, separated from the rest of the world. Innumerable evil ghosts could be seen weaving in and out of the smoke, snapping at Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. Thankfully, the golden light surrounding Du Lingfei held strong, although it did ripple and distort under the assault. From high above in the sky, that 3,000-meter area of black smoke looked like a huge ghost face, and Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei were actually in its mouth. What a lovely flavor! Delicious! It was definitely worth it to chase you here. Once I digest the two of you, I should be back to my peak level of power. This golden light is pretty annoying, but in the end, it's just too weak. Meanwhile, the evil ghosts surrounding Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei continued to rush toward them. Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei both had shocking battle prowess, but within that 3,000-meter area of black smoke, they simply couldn't stand firm against the countless evil ghosts. Every time they destroyed some with a fist strike, more would take their place. As for Du Lingfei's golden sphere of light, it was getting very weak, and was even starting to tremble on the verge of collapse. Once it was gone, it was easy to imagine how the surrounding evil ghosts would pounce on them. "When is your father getting here?" Bai Xiaochun asked nervously. It was a deadly moment of crisis, and if the Celestial didn't show up to save them, Bai Xiaochun could only think of one way to get out of it. He would have to use the ice leaf to wake up the baby girl. However, he wasn't even sure if the ice leaf would wake her up right now, and if it did, whether or not she could defeat the ghost face. "He's already here," Du Lingfei said quietly. "What?" Bai Xiaochun replied, a look of shock appearing on his face. In that very moment, the golden light that surrounded them finally collapsed, and the evil ghosts howled as they prepared to attack. However, before they could, the shattered golden light converged to form a golden lightning bolt. The golden lightning bolt slashed out into the black smoke, crushing all of the evil ghosts it encountered as easily as a boulder crushing a drinking glass. Boom! The black smoke was cut into two parts, which then spilled out in all directions and reformed into the laughing, crying ghost face. The ghost face looked over at the golden lightning bolt, eyes flashing with anger as he yelled, "Celestial!" In almost the exact same moment that the ghost face spoke, the golden lightning bolt distorted, and a man walked out, clad in a green robe, an imperial crown on his head. He seemed threatening without being angry, and had such profound energy that he could be none other than the Celestial. "You managed to keep yourself hidden for a long time. At long last, I found you." Smiling excitedly, the Celestial blurred into motion toward the ghost face. The ghost face let out a piercing cry. He knew that he couldn't escape this fight, and therefore, he charged directly into battle. In the shortest of moments, deafening booms were ringing out. Bai Xiaochun had just barely escaped with his life, and yet wasn't happy about that at all. In fact, coldness gripped his heart. He couldn't stop thinking about how unhappy Du Lingfei seemed at the idea of her father coming, and that was very strange. Just now, the Celestial had emerged from the golden light surrounding Du Lingfei. Furthermore, she had said that he was already here. That in turn seemed to imply that the Celestial had intentionally allowed both of them to be put into extreme danger within that black smoke, all to get the opportunity he sought. Clearly, he had been after a chance to strike at the ghost face, and that opportunity was worth more to him than the safety of his own daughter. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun looked over at Du Lingfei and could see the bitter disappointment in her eyes. Much of what Bai Xiaochun knew about the Celestial was only speculation and conjecture. But as the man's daughter, Du Lingfei knew him well. She had originally assumed that her father really had sent her and Bai Xiaochun into the north to find out the truth about whether her eldest sister was alive or not. But now, she realized that the matter of her eldest sister had apparently been secondary in importance. The Celestial had thrown both her and Bai Xiaochun out as bait to try to reel in the ghost face from the bone galleon. Although she couldn't be sure why her father thought that she and Bai Xiaochun would be enough to entice the ghost face. Clearly, it had worked. Father, she thought, everything you do is to leave this world. But is it all worth it? Is the mere act of leaving more important than family? Du Lingfei felt like her heart was being torn apart as she watched her father fighting the ghost face. By now, the Celestial's injuries had recovered significantly, and for some unknown reason, the ghost face was not able to get the upper hand. Snorting coldly, the Celestial advanced and said, "It wasn't easy tracking you down. Don't even think about trying to get away." The ghost face chuckled coldly. "Using your own flesh and blood to lure me out? You definitely live up to your reputation of being ambitious and ruthless." "Yeah? So what?" Apparently, the Celestial didn't see anything wrong at all with using his daughter the way he had. After all, she was still alive, and the enigmatic ghost face was almost impossible to track down once it went into hiding. He was absolutely determined to capture him, and so to him, using Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei as bait was well worth it. Not only did he plan to use the ghost face to come to a better understanding of the world beyond, but he also hoped to refine him into a personal treasure. Success would give him a boost in battle prowess that might help him force the Gravekeeper to open the world gate. If not, perhaps the knowledge he gained would allow him to do that on his own. The truth was that the Celestial had been overcome with despair when the Bone Galleon left. And the fact that the ghost face had stayed behind of his own initiative gave him one final possibility to succeed before resorting to the final method that he wished to avoid. The Celestial and the laughing crying ghost face rose higher and higher into the sky as they fought, and also began to move off into the distance, until they weren't even visible. At that point, the screaming wind that battered the ice plain finally died down, and everything went calm. However, Bai Xiaochun simply could not calm his heart and mind. And unfortunately, he didn't know how to comfort Du Lingfei. Sighing, he walked over, slowly wrapped his arms around her and picked her up. She went stiff at first, but as she felt the warmth of his arms and chest, she slowly sagged into his arms, as if from exhaustion. "He was never like this before," she murmured. All of a sudden, she seemed profoundly weak, causing Bai Xiaochun to sigh. After a while, she seemed to pull herself together. Looking up at him, she softly said, "What do you think, Xiaochun? Is it really that important to leave this world?" "I don't really know," he said, shaking his head. "But I do know that if it were me, I wouldn't want to leave. I like the lands of Heavenspan and I even like the wildlands. Why the hell would I want to leave?" He spoke the truth from the bottom of his heart. The Celestial made it seem like the lands of Heavenspan were a prison that he couldn't wait to escape from. An attitude that Bai Xiaochun just couldn't understand. As far as he was concerned, as long as he had enough longevity, and had his friends and family with him, then the lands of Heavenspan were wonderful. Furthermore, Ghost Mother had made it obvious that the world beyond was a strange and dangerous place. Why would anyone want to jump headfirst into danger? Although, to be fair, Bai Xiaochun also felt like the Gravekeeper was being a bit unreasonable. If the Celestial wanted to leave, why not just open the world gate for him? Du Lingfei smiled in response to his words, a beautiful smile that seemed to brighten the surrounding darkness of night. As the moonlight fell down onto them, surrounded as they were by ice, it was a lovely scene. "I don't want to leave here either," she murmured. "I'm the same as you. I just want peace and quiet and my friends and family. A simple life. Except, I don't even have any friends. Xiaochun, look at me. After all the years I've lived, I don't have even a single one. And I don't even know what my own mother looked like." Bai Xiaochun didn't say anything in response. Holding her even tighter, he began to walk forward aimlessly through the night. Eventually the sun rose off in the distance, casting its warm radiance across the lands. Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei had walked the whole night, but now they stopped in place. All of a sudden, a golden lightning bolt appeared up in the sky, which pierced through the air for a time until it resolved into the form of a man in a green robe. The Celestial had returned. He held a ball of black smoke in his hand, which was none other than the laughing, crying ghost face. It did not struggle and could not escape. Clearly, his efforts to capture the thing had been a success. The Celestial's expression was grim and unsightly as he scanned the area with divine sense until he located Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. It was only after capturing the laughing, crying ghost face that the Celestial realized he wasn't complete. It was only a soul clone. The true soul was still missing. Clearly the ghost face was a profound schemer, and although he had been somewhat moved by the bait the Celestial had cast out, he had still decided to rely on a secret magic to split off part of himself in the form of a soul clone, just to be safe. Although the Celestial had successfully captured the soul clone, he had also alerted his enemy, which would make it even more difficult to get the true soul. Furthermore, it was obvious that, for the time being, his opponent would remain in hiding, and would make sure not to leave any clues as to his location. However, at least he had not come out completely empty-handed. Although the soul clone wasn't a complete soul, it was better than nothing. With such thoughts on his mind, the Celestial took a deep breath and looked down at Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. Waving his hand, he sent a medallion flying downward. Eyes flickering, Bai Xiaochun slowly reached out to grab it. "Don't think too much into it," the Celestial said. "It's just a command medallion. Now you can go back to the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning Sect and use their teleportation portal to return to the Eastern Heavenspan region." With that, he ignored Bai Xiaochun and turned his gaze to Du Lingfei. "Let's go, Fei-er," he said softly. Du Lingfei hesitated for a moment, but didn't refuse. Hugging Bai Xiaochun tightly, she said her goodbyes. However, Bai Xiaochun refused to simply let her go. Looking up at the Celestial, he gritted his teeth and said, "Celestial, Fei and I—" Before he could finish speaking, the Celestial's eyes glittered with cold light, and he interrupted. "I know what you want to say. You want me to leave my daughter here with you. Unfortunately, you don't qualify. We can talk about it when you're a demigod." With that, he turned and vanished into thin air. Du Lingfei shook her head and took a deep breath to calm her heart. Then she followed the Celestial and vanished into thin air. Bai Xiaochun stood there for a while, complicated emotions filling him. Once upon a time, he had assumed that as the daughter of the Celestial, Du Lingfei would have a very high standing, and as a result, plenty of happiness. But after what had just occurred on the icy plains of the north, he realized how bitter her life was, and how coldly the Celestial treated her. "Demigod, huh?" he murmured. His eyes suddenly glittered with unswerving determination. Back when Bai Xiaochun had first become part of the cultivation world, he had never even heard of demigods, let alone had it as a goal to become one. But now that he was in the mid-Deva realm, he was actually very close to that level. Furthermore, back in Giant Ghost City in the Wildlands, he had acquired a drop of soul blood from the Giant Ghost King, which had temporarily allowed him to experience what it was like to be a demigod. Even more important was how the baby girl had told him that the lands in the north were the foundation of a magical item, and were filled with countless reserves of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although he couldn't be sure if that good fortune would allow him to achieve a full cultivation-based breakthrough, he did know that it would enable him to crush anyone in the Deva realm. Furthermore, he might even be able to fight a demigod. Finally, he took a deep breath and transformed into a bright beam of light that shot over the horizon. A few days later, he found a suitable ice river in which to carve out an immortal's cave, where he sat down cross-legged. Worried about repercussions from the Celestial, he didn't immediately call out to the baby girl, but instead decided to wait. After half a month went by without the Celestial returning, Bai Xiaochun finally started to feel confident. However, he still waited for another 3 months. Finally, he couldn't wait any longer. His eyes opened, and he took a deep breath as he pulled the coffin out of his bag of holding. Looking at it hesitantly, he said, "Everything that needs to be said between myself and the frigid matriarch has been said. It won't do her any good to try to pull a fast one on me." Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the ice leaf and placed it gently down onto the surface of the coffin. The leaf instantly sank down into the coffin and landed onto the baby girl's forehead. Dazzling light flashed, and the leaf disappeared. Even as Bai Xiaochun looked nervously at the coffin, an excited voice that he hadn't heard in quite some time suddenly spoke into his mind. The aura of the north. Frigid coldness. The aura of awakening. You've done well. When I fully awaken, it will only last for 100 breaths. I can't do it now. Follow my directions to the entry node. Once there, I can wake up fully, and the countdown of 100 breaths will begin. That will be the time to open the entrance to the magical item. Bai Xiaochun shivered with apprehension. He had put a lot of thought into this matter over the past months, but since he had made his decision, he rose to his feet and began to follow the baby girl's directions. He left the Immortal's cave, and then began to trek deep into the ice plains of the north. Before long, he was led to a mighty ice river. After looking around the area briefly, he stomped his foot on the ground, which caused an enormous crevice to open up. He looked down at the crevice, then flew inside. On occasion, he found barriers of ice blocking his way, which he would simply destroy. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he was far beneath the surface of the plain. He was now in an enormous ice cave that was filled with strong frigid qi. Ice spikes jutted out everywhere, as well as smaller rivers of ice, making the entire place seem very dangerous. As soon as he was in the cave, he realized that, far below on the ground was a huge lake that looked like a mirror. The surface of the lake was covered with smooth ice that radiated a feeling of extreme age. Everything was silent as he floated down and landed on the lake, within which he could see his reflection. The entire place seemed profoundly mysterious. I'm here. You know what the consequences will be if you're lying to me, right? I'm not going to fight you for control of the magical item. As long as you don't do anything to hurt me, we'll be fine. But if you have any ill intentions, you're dead. I'm sure you know which is the best choice for you to make. At this point, the baby girl's excited voice sounded in his mind. This is the place. Hurry up and take out the coffin. Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate to do just that. He took out the coffin and gently placed it down onto the surface of the mirror lake. Almost immediately, the coffin began to shine with bright light, and powerful fluctuations began to roll off of it. At this point, the baby girl's voice again rang out into his mind. Thank you for your help, Bai Xiaochun. Don't worry, you won't regret this. And no, I'm not lying to you. I left the soul entrance node into the magical item years ago. This is the only location to get into the world that exists inside of it. I need 100 breaths of time to open the node. Once it's open, we'll both be sucked into the magical item. After we're inside, I'll need some time to fuse with the magical item and become its spirit automaton. As for you, feel free to absorb the energy of heaven and earth that has built up inside over the innumerable years which have passed. Trust me, when the two of us come out again, you will not regret your decision. The baby girl couldn't suppress the excitement in her voice. As she finished speaking, the coffin began to shine with dazzling light, and at the same time to melt. As the coffin melted, Bai Xiaochun could see the baby girl growing larger. In the blink of an eye, she was a beautiful young woman. Then, she began to shine so brightly that it was impossible to see anything of her beyond her outline. A powerful aura began to radiate out from her, which didn't rise up into the air, but rather shot down toward the mirror lake. The lake became water, which started rippling back and forth as the young woman sank down into it. That caused the ripples to grow more intense and sent rumbling sounds echoing out in all directions. Bai Xiaochun's heart raced as he looked on nervously. One breath of time after another ticked past as the ripples grew more intense, and the young woman sank into the resulting vortex. The vortex spun slowly at first, but after 20 breaths of time, it was spinning quite rapidly. As the vortex connected with the power of the energy node, a tunnel was forming that led into the magical item. At 40 breaths of time, the rumbling grew so intense that it was impossible to hear anything else. Many of the ice spikes and ice rivers couldn't sustain the intense sound, and shattered. However, Bai Xiaochun wasn't paying attention to that. All of his attention was focused on the vortex. 50 breaths, 60 breaths, 70 breaths. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding as the vortex spun with utter madness. By this point, he was fairly certain that he could see something that resembled a cave-like tunnel inside of the vortex. Beyond that tunnel was another world. 30 breaths of time left. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but take a few steps closer. However, even as he did, a familiar voice suddenly echoed out. It sounded like a screaming wind mixed with laughter and wailing. As soon as Bai Xiaochun heard the voice, his face fell, and he spun to see a shadowy figure blurring into the cave through the crevice above. You? Didn't the Celestial capture you? Bai Xiaochun's mind began to spin at the possibility that the Celestial might also be present. The Celestial? He only got a soul clone. This shadowy figure was none other than the laughing, crying ghost face. The ghost face cackled as he looked down at the vortex, his eyes shining with greed. Although Bai Xiaochun found the ghost face's response to be shocking, at least it indicated that the Celestial wasn't present. Unfortunately, he also knew that he wasn't even close to being a match for this ghost face, and the fact that he had a greedy gleam in his eyes caused his heart to begin pounding. Damn it! How did the Celestial screw up like that? He only got a soul clone. Bai Xiaochun immediately began to edge backward. So, the ghost face said loudly, it turns out there's a world treasure hidden beneath these ice plains. Ha ha ha! The Celestial doesn't realize it, but you can't fool me. Turns out that shadowing you was a good choice after all. Sacrificing a soul clone will definitely be worth it if I can sow destiny with a magical item like this. With it, this whole world can be mine. Eyes shining with unprecedented brightness, and radiated terrifying cultivation base fluctuations. He advanced. Damn it. There are still 20 breaths left. Face pale, Bai Xiaochun backed up nervously. He was very well aware that, even despite being incomplete, the laughing, crying ghost face still had battle prowess equivalent to a demigod, and was something he couldn't possibly fight against. As he backed up, the ghost face floated down, eyes gleaming with greed. Ignoring Bai Xiaochun completely, he headed toward the center of the vortex. This world treasure is mine, the ghost face cackled excitedly. Bai Xiaochun's eyes had already begun to blaze with anger. Although he couldn't be exactly sure of what would happen if the baby girl's efforts were interrupted, even the stupidest person in the world could guess that it would be bad. I can't let this happen, he thought, his eyes turning bloodshot. If the ghost face took control of the magical item, not only would he and the baby girl fail at the last minute, but it was possible he could lose his poor little life. After all, there was no way the ghost face would let him leave to spread word of what had occurred. There was no time to consider what to do, or to worry about what might happen. Bai Xiaochun howled, immediately resorting to the forefather transformation to charge toward the ghost face. He only took 3 steps, but had already reached the 5th transformation. His left eye shone with moonlight, providing an explosive increase to his power. Then he added in the living mountain incantation. All of his combined cultivation base and fleshly body power temporarily gave him a level of power that surpassed the late Deva realm. Although he wasn't quite in the Great Circle, he was very close. A blast of wind echoed out as he used his undying hex to shoot forward and appear directly in front of the ghost face. You're not going anywhere, he roared in a voice that crackled like heavenly thunder, simultaneously unleashing the undying Emperor's fist. He didn't hold anything back. He poured all of his fleshly body power into the blow, forcing the ghost face to turn and look at him. However, a gleam of scorn appeared in the ghost face's eyes as, instead of retreating, he lunged forward to meet Bai Xiaochun's undying Emperor's fist. A massive boom echoed out. Blood sprayed from Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he tumbled backward. His undying Emperor's fist routed. His living mountain incantation shattered, and his forefather transformation vanquished. You think a bit too much of yourself, the ghost face said with a cold snort. Turning, he headed back toward the center of the vortex. However, thanks to the power of his undying blood, Bai Xiaochun's injuries were already recovering rapidly. As the ghost face continued onward, Bai Xiaochun roared and used his mountain shaking bash to shoot forward. He performed a double-handed incantation gesture, calling upon his water swamp kingdom. At the same time, he sent frigid qi roiling out, within which appeared numerous frigid projections that lunged at the ghost face. Worried that it wasn't enough, he slapped his bag of holding and produced a handful of multicolored flame, which he also threw out in front of him. Boom! Cracks spread out in the surrounding ice, and the intense heat of the sea of flames that resulted from the detonation of the multicolored flame caused much of it to melt. Even the laughing, crying ghost face, who currently had demigod battle prowess, couldn't help but frown. Normally speaking, the ghost face could deal with these attacks with ease, and could also kill Bai Xiaochun fairly easily. However, he was worried about the fluctuations of the battle attracting attention. Furthermore, he had noticed that there appeared to be something within the vortex, fusing with the magical item. He was in no mood to tangle with Bai Xiaochun. What he needed to do was get into the magical item before the fusing process was complete, and make sure that he was the one to fuse with it. "I'll handle you in a moment," he said with a cold snort. Then, he unhesitatingly called upon a bizarre curse, uttered in a language that did not originate within the lands of Heavenspan. As he did, the black smoke which surrounded him transformed into 9 magical symbols, which swirled through the air toward Bai Xiaochun. Those 9 magical symbols seemed to contain the power of essence, and although they were weaker than they had been when the ghost face used them in the past, they still shone with dazzling light. Despite unleashing the 9 magical symbols, the ghost face didn't stop for a moment. He continued onward, ignoring Bai Xiaochun's mountain-shaking bash, the water swamp kingdom, and the shocking sea of flames. As for the magical symbols, they swirled around him, piercing through all of Bai Xiaochun's divine abilities to appear directly in front of him. When the magical symbols slammed into him, his chest caved in, and he coughed up gobs upon gobs of blood. It was a grievous injury that caused his vision to swim as he was thrown violently backward. As Bai Xiaochun was flung away, the greed in the ghost face's eyes grew more intense, and he closed in on the center of the vortex. If he entered the vortex, the consequences would be unimaginable. In his madness, Bai Xiaochun opened his heavenspan Dharma eye, sending out a beam of light that wrapped around the ghost face. The ghost face paused for a moment, but regained motion a moment later. He was angry and frustrated, but didn't have time to spare worrying about Bai Xiaochun. He continued forward until half of his head was in the vortex itself. At that point, a voice echoed into Bai Xiaochun's mind. "There are only a few breaths of time left. Stop him!" Eyes bloodshot, Bai Xiaochun shouted, "You're forcing me to do this, ghost face!" Bai Xiaochun had no options left. He quickly crushed a drop of undying blood, causing a towering level of blood qi to surge through him from head to toe. His eyes suddenly looked profoundly evil as he took a step forward, energy pulsing. He was already beginning to lose control of his consciousness and act on instinct alone. As the God Killer was unleashed, he suddenly became voraciously interested in any type of life force. Before the ghost face could even sense the surging blood qi of the God Killer, Bai Xiaochun was right in front of him. Bai Xiaochun reached out with his right hand and grabbed onto him viciously. Instantly, a tremor ran through the ghost face, and a sensation of deep crisis rose up inside of him. And then he was ripped out from the vortex. Howling, the ghost face spun to see Bai Xiaochun pulsing with blood qi. "Damn it, is this blood magic?" The ghost face couldn't have been more shocked by how dangerous Bai Xiaochun seemed in this moment. In the moment that the ghost face was hauled out into the open, the baby girl reached the end of the 100 breaths of time. The vortex surged mightily as a powerful gravitational force erupted out, dragging everything in the area toward the opening. Neither Bai Xiaochun nor the ghost face had any control over their own bodies as they were swept up. "Maybe I failed on my first attempt, but once I'm inside that magical item, I'll figure out another way to take control." The ghost face was furious, but at the same time, could see that something was off about Bai Xiaochun. This guy's divine soul is weak, making it difficult for him to use that blood magic properly. Otherwise, he would be really difficult to deal with. The ghost face snorted coldly as he was dragged into the vortex. However, he still managed to send his magical symbols shooting toward Bai Xiaochun again. How dare you make things difficult for me? Now that you've lost consciousness and are acting on instinct, it's the perfect time to seal you. Mysterious light shot out from his eyes as the 9 magical symbols surrounded by Xiaochun, overlapping with each other as they sent out mountain-toppling, sea-draining power. Layer by layer, the power of sealing settled onto by Xiaochun. Even as the sealing marks fell into place, the vortex rumbled with thunderous intensity, and both by Xiaochun and the ghost face were dragged inside. As they were, the lake and the ice cave began to crumble. In the depths of the northern Heavenspan River region was an ice plain that was currently collapsing in on itself. The affected area grew deeper and wider, until an enormous ice crater appeared. It almost looked like a huge fist had punched down onto the ice, creating an eye-catching scar in the landscape. The trembling of the land was detectable at great distances, ensuring that the 9 Heavens Cloud Lightning sect noticed. Master Cloud Lightning and the other Devis investigated it, and even the demigod patriarch came for a personal visit. However, no amount of searching provided any clues as to what had caused the event. All evidence had been sucked away by that vortex. Troubling times? The patriarch said with a sigh and a shake of his head. Normally speaking, he would have been more focused on digging and digging until he figured out what had occurred. But now he wasn't in the mood for that. He turned to look in the direction of Heavenspan Island, and then back in the direction of the wildlands. Deep in his eyes, the glint of exhaustion could be seen. The truth was that he was not very happy about the matter of the trial by fire, and the celestial so-called search for an apprentice. In fact, that dissatisfaction was why he had so openly emphasized in front of Du Lingfei that the North was a powerful, autonomous entity. Of course, even if he were more dissatisfied than he already was, he could never express it openly to the Celestial. However, he knew that he wasn't the only dissatisfied one. After the apocalyptic battle in the Wildlands, and the failure of the venture inside the Bone Galleon, the Celestial only had one choice left. It seems the war will be starting soon, the Patriarch murmured. Sighing, he turned and left. After the cultivators from the 9 Heavens Cloud Lightning sect left, the area surrounding the crater was very quiet. Snow began to fall again. In the years to come, the falling snow would turn into hard-packed ice, which would slowly build up. Eventually, the crater would be filled in, and although it would always look odd, it would eventually be more a part of the landscape than the gaping wound it was now. Far, far beneath the surface, in a place that demigods and likely not even the Celestial would notice, was the world treasure. Inside of that treasure existed a unique world. It was a magical item whose form reflected the North as a whole, with an interior that was only about 30% as large as the northern Heavenspan River region itself. Only the middle region of that interior world was icy like the North. In the east, there was a huge sea that was as clear as the rainwater which occasionally fell out of the sky. There was no lightning or thunder with that rain, as though it fell out of nowhere for all eternity, constantly filling in a sea which never overflowed. There was a sea in the west as well, but not a sea of water. It was a sea of raging fire that cast a crimson glow into the sky, a light which was visible from far in the distance. The way the sky burned in unison with the sea below would shock anyone to the core. In terms of size, the eastern sea of rainwater and the western sea of fire were about the same. The seas to the east and west weren't the only strange things about this world. In the south and north were the thunderclouds and the wind valleys. In the south, the land itself was dry and parched, not because of fire, but because of the endless thunderclouds in the sky. The thunderclouds were so thick and numerous that they were almost black, and were filled with endless bolts of lightning. The lightning contained terrifying power that would decimate the ground wherever it landed. It was really a shocking sight, even from a distance. As for the north, it was filled with numerous intersecting mountain ranges that looked almost like twisting, coiling dragons. The mountains created countless valleys which would fill with explosive wind, thus turning the north into a land of wind valleys. The screaming wind in the north was loud enough to shake the soul of anyone who heard it, especially when considering the barren landscape. Apparently, any living thing that tried to stand up to that wind would be transformed into rubble. In sharp contrast to those 4 other areas was the central region. which seemed much safer and calmer. At the moment, a person could be seen crossing the ice plain. Shivering with cold, he would move along, occasionally looking around to size up his surroundings. He looked very nervous. He was none other than Bai Xiaochun. "You tricked me, frigid matriarch," he growled, scowling on the verge of tears. He had been dragged into this world 2 days before. Despite being pulled in along with the ghost face, the two of them ended up in completely different areas. His God-killer technique had ended as soon as he entered, and he had recovered his senses. Furthermore, the ghost face's sealing technique had been dispelled. The first thing he did was find a place to hide, after which he began to carefully explore the area. However, after 2 days, he was already beginning to understand what this world was like, and it left him with a very bad feeling. "There's no accumulation of spiritual energy here. You're a liar, frigid matriarch." One of the main reasons he had worked so hard to help the frigid matriarch, and to fight the terrifying ghost face, was so that he could use the supposed spiritual energy of heaven and earth in here to further his cultivation. But now that he was inside, he didn't see even a scrap of energy. Worse, the ghost face was also somewhere inside, and encountering him would make things very difficult. Bai Xiaochun felt like he was already going mad with frustration. The more he thought about the situation, the worse his mood got. Even stranger was that he couldn't perform any teleportations. Eventually, he threw his head back and howled, "Don't play dead, frigid matriarch. Get out and face me." In the 2 days since his arrival, he hadn't heard the voice of the baby girl in his mind even once. She seemed to be completely ignoring him. That added in anger to his depression. However, he didn't dare to yell too loudly. "I'm definitely going to tell the gravekeeper about this. And my apprentice. And you know what? I'm going to tell the celestial too." Eventually, he simply sighed and proceeded along his way through the ice plain. The main thing he wanted to do was avoid the laughing, crying ghost face. Unfortunately, despite how large the ice plain was, he was actually lucky to have not encountered him in the first 2 days. On the third day, even as he proceeded along cautiously, a sensation of imminent crisis caused him to shiver, and then push forward with incredible speed. Off in the distance was a dense patch of black smoke, which rapidly resolved into the image of an enormous ghost face, which was looking at Bai Xiaochun with a cold smirk. Apparently, it had noticed him much earlier. "You caused me a big delay, you little punk. I think I'll skin you alive and turn you into a kite. That'll make me feel a bit better." With that, the smoke seethed as the ghost face shot toward Bai Xiaochun. "Senior ghost face, you have to listen to me," Bai Xiaochun shrieked in terror. "I'm a victim here too. That frigid matriarch is a total scoundrel. Look, why don't we join forces?" However, even as his words continued to echo out, the ghost face opened his mouth, revealing a gaping, smoking maw that appeared right above Bai Xiaochun's head. Bai Xiaochun's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. Not having any time to think, he unleashed the power of his cultivation base to fight back when, all of a sudden, he heard the frigid matriarch speaking in his ear. "Don't worry, I'll get you out of there." All of a sudden, he sensed a teleportation power wrapping around him. Right before the ghost face swallowed him up, rumbling sounds echoed out, along with dazzling light, and he vanished. When he reappeared, he was 500 kilometers away. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, another burst of teleportation power rose up, and he began to fade away again. In the moment before he vanished, the air ripped open, and the ghost face appeared. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun was about to escape, the ghost face held, "Where do you think you're going?" The ghost face pursued him madly, and yet, even relying on his own teleportations, he still couldn't catch up. "Killing that kid isn't that important. I need to get control of this magical item first." Realizing that he wouldn't be able to catch up to Bai Xiaochun anytime soon, the ghost face stopped chasing him, and instead flew up into the sky to try to figure out how to gain control of the magical item. Bai Xiaochun lost track of how many times he was teleported, but he felt like all of his 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs were about to be ripped to shreds. Eventually, he appeared in an ice cave somewhere on the ice plain. Even he wasn't sure exactly where he was. If it weren't for his powerful fleshly body and the regenerative capabilities of his undying blood, he most likely would be dead. In fact, he was so dizzy it took him several breaths of time to recover. However, despite the fact that he was still a bit angry, some hope had finally appeared. Worried that the frigid matriarch might have heard his dialogue with the ghost face, he decided that it would be best to try to smooth things out. "I thought you had just used me and dumped me, frigid crone." At this point, the frigid matriarch's voice echoed out into his mind yet again. "That old ghost caused some problems with the fusion process. I'm afraid it's going to take quite a bit of time. I need 4 or 5 years at least." 4 or 5 years? Bai Xiaochun replied, stunned. "Are you kidding me?" All of a sudden, he got a very bad feeling about where things were going. "This is no joke," the frigid matriarch continued. "I can't reopen the entrance before I finish the process. Therefore, you need to live here for the next few years." When Bai Xiaochun heard her explanation, he nearly exploded. "So, you did screw me over after all," he shouted, forgetting about trying to be safe. "There's no spiritual energy at all in this damn place. How am I supposed to practice cultivation? And what about that ghost? How am I supposed to survive for 5 years with him around? I want out of here. Now." "Technically speaking, there is no spiritual energy," the frigid matriarch said coolly. "But in the east, there is a sea of rain. In the west is the flaming sky. In the south are the thunderclouds. And in the north are the wind valleys. Those areas formed through convergences of spiritual energy. Just go there, and you shouldn't have any problem absorbing the energy. I can't do anything about that old ghost right now, and I can't expel him. However, as I gain further control of the magical item, I'll be able to slowly suppress him and lower his cultivation base. Take advantage of the good fortune here, and your cultivation base should progress by leaps and bounds. Just hang in there for a few years, and before long you'll be strong enough to deal with him yourself. After I completely fuse with the magical item and become its spirit automaton, I'll need to sleep for a bit of time before fully activating it. Don't worry, before I sleep, I'll make sure you can leave. After fully activating the treasure, the North will rise to prominence, and our agreement will be fulfilled." Unfortunately, this explanation only made Bai Xiaochun more frantic and nervous. Waving his hand urgently, he said, "Hold on. Let me get this straight. You mean I need to wait 4 or 5 years until you become the spirit automaton? Then you'll open the entrance and let me out. But afterward, you need to sleep for a bit more time to be able to fully activate the magical item." Exactly. After hearing this, Bai Xiaochun felt even more than ever like he was about to go crazy. "Well, how come you didn't explain that beforehand? Why'd you wait until we were inside before telling me? How was I supposed to know that some old ghost would follow you and sneak inside? Look, it is what it is. I need a few years to become the spirit automaton, and before then, nobody can leave. You're on your own now, all right?" With a cold snort, the frigid matriarch retracted her consciousness, leaving Bai Xiaochun completely alone. "Hey, hold on a second," he shouted. However, no amount of shouting and yelling got any response. In the end, he tugged at his hair in frustration and bitterness and said, "Liars! Everyone's a liar. I guess I'm just too pure and simple." The idea of being stuck in this place for 4 or 5 years filled him with despair. Maybe if the old ghost wasn't stuck inside along with him, it might have been endurable. Forget 4 or 5 years. Keeping his poor little life safe for 4 or 5 months seemed difficult to do, let alone years. After stewing in frustration for a bit, he realized that he really had no options at hand, and that he would have to just deal with the situation. Finally, he crept out of the ice cave to try to figure out exactly where he was. Almost as soon as he was out in the open, he heard the crackle of thunder, and could see that, not too far off, endless thunderclouds filled the sky, along with never-ending lightning. "Lightning!" he murmured, his eyes flickering with hesitation. He suddenly thought back to the 9 Heavens Cloud Lightning sect, and how the lightning bolts there had increased his cultivation base. However, He had also reached a point where the lightning bolts didn't aid him, and he had been unable to consume them. At that point, he had nearly been fried to death. He was torn over what to do, and was trying to decide what decision to make when, all of a sudden, he saw a strand of black smoke a few dozen meters behind him on the ice. The instant that smoke appeared, it converged into a fist-sized ghost face, which looked over at him. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he lurched into motion with a shriek of anguish. "Found you at last," the ghost face said, smiling cruelly. At the moment, more than 10,000 similar wisps of black smoke in other locations on the ice plain all formed into ghost faces that spoke the exact same words. The more than 10,000 ghost faces rose up into the air and began to speed in the direction of the one that was closest to Bai Xiaochun. It took only a short moment for them to converge and transform into a towering ghost face. "You're always messing things up for me, you little punk," the ghost face roared. "I'm not going to give up until I skin you alive." With that, it began to pursue Bai Xiaochun. Earlier, after abandoning the chase, he had made an attempt to wrest control of the magical item. Unfortunately, he found that the other divine soul which he had been competing against had been a bit faster, making his own efforts completely useless. Furthermore, his cultivation base level didn't qualify him to interrupt the process. The only option he could think of was to destroy the entire magical item, but that was something he could only have succeeded at when at his peak level of power. In his frustration and anger, he decided that he would first kill Bai Xiaochun, and then come up with a way to solve the problem later. After using a secret magic to split into 10,000 parts, he had spread out in all directions, and finally found Bai Xiaochun. "The first time, the Celestial showed up," he said angrily. "The second time, I didn't have the attention to spare to kill you. The third time, that damned spirit automaton teleported you away. You're pretty lucky, punk. But I refuse to believe that on this fourth time, you'll escape into a bunch of lightning that even I'm fearful of." Although the ghost face was coming to find that this Bai Xiaochun was relatively hard to kill, he still snorted coldly and shot after him as quickly as possible in the direction of the thunderclouds. As he closed in, he spit out a burst of black smoke that transformed into a clawed hand that attempted to grab Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with a sensation of deadly crisis. Without any hesitation, he spit a beam of black light out of his mouth, which was the turtle walk. Pushing it out almost like a shield, he used it to defend against the clawed ghost hand. A boom rang out, and Bai Xiaochun coughed up a mouthful of blood. The force of the blow sent him flying backward, flesh torn and bleeding, cultivation base unstable. However, the fearsome regenerative power of the undying blood immediately began to heal him. In fact, he even borrowed the momentum to shoot forward, simultaneously using his undying hex. "Another treasure?" the ghost face said, shocked by the sudden appearance of the turtle walk. Then his face lit up with delight. As for Bai Xiaochun, his eyes were now completely bloodshot. Even defending himself with the turtle walk had resulted in significant injuries, which made sense considering the vast difference in battle prowess between himself and his opponent. Given how closely he was being pursued, he realized that he only had one chance: the thundercloud region. Although the lightning constantly smashed the ground to bits in terrifying fashion, and the horrors of Lightning Penitentiary were still fresh in mind, he had no other options. "Time to go for broke," he roared. Even as the ghost face closed in, Bai Xiaochun blurred into motion toward the thunderclouds. The instant he entered the region, a lightning bolt locked onto him and shot down. When the lightning bolt struck Bai Xiaochun, he felt an explosive force coursing into his head and then erupting throughout his body. Sparks of electricity showered off of him in all directions. It was a terrifying sight that caused him to shriek in terror. But then he looked around, blinking for a moment before his eyes lit up. "I'm fine." Not only was the electricity not hurting him, but it was actually causing his cultivation base to advance. "I can absorb it." This lightning had a different type of life force power than the lightning in Lightning Penitentiary, an energy that caused his undying blood to leap as if with joy. Bai Xiaochun was delighted. Clearly, this lightning existed on a different, higher level than the stuff in the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect. It was much the same way that certain medicinal pills were of higher quality than others, and could help advance one's cultivation in a different way. Although he was very happy, the ghost face was right behind him, just about to enter the area of thunderclouds. Therefore, it was without the slightest hesitation that Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and let out a bellow of agony, as if he were experiencing the most horrific torture. The mere sound of it caused the ghost face to shrink back. Is the lightning that powerful? The ghost face wondered. I feel like allowing him to get struck by lightning is actually letting him off the hook a bit. The ghost face quickly realized that it was impossible to send his divine sense into the lightning or the thunderclouds. Therefore, he could only wait on the outskirts for Bai Xiaochun to be killed, then dash in to retrieve his body. After all, he was very interested in that turtle walk he'd seen. As the ghost face waited for Bai Xiaochun to be struck to death by lightning, Bai Xiaochun was still moving forward, being struck over and over again by lightning. Despite how lovely it felt, he continued to emit blood-curdling screams left and right. After discovering that the cowardly ghost face wasn't going to chase him, he couldn't help but feel a bit of scorn. Apparently, his acting really was doing the job. That bastard is too cautious. That won't do. I need to give him something to work with. With that, he slowed down a bit, and when the next lightning bolt struck, screamed at the top of his lungs and staggered in place, as though he might not be able to continue forward. The ghost face's eyes flickered. He had been watching Bai Xiaochun closely this entire time, but still had not dared to enter the field of lightning. When Bai Xiaochun saw his reaction out of the corner of his eye, he gritted his teeth, allowed some more lightning to strike him, and then sagged visibly as he took a shaky step forward. He's almost dead, the ghost face thought with a cold chuckle. However, a moment later, he frowned as Bai Xiaochun, who he assumed would be killed at any moment, took another lurching step forward. Then he took another step as he began to walk off into the distance. Eventually, the ghost face's eyes began to flicker with suspicion. However, it was at that point that more lightning bolts struck Bai Xiaochun, causing him to shudder and then flop over onto the ground, where he lay twitching. Finally, the ghost face unhesitatingly blurred into motion, shooting through the lightning toward Bai Xiaochun. However, even as he closed in, Bai Xiaochun struggled to his feet, his eyes bloodshot as if with exhaustion. "Bring it on!" he shouted hoarsely. "Bai Xiaochun will never give in." Then he took another step forward. The ghost face's suspicions were dispelled by Bai Xiaochun's act, and he pushed forward with greater speed. He's a tough cookie, that's for sure. However, as he closed in, much of the lightning began to focus on him, and no matter how he dodged back and forth, he couldn't avoid being hit. Furthermore, it was to his shock that, despite how powerful he was, the lightning struck him all the way down to his divine soul. Worse, it actually weakened his life force to a certain degree. This lightning is very strange, he thought. He immediately started to get nervous. After all, he was sort of like a tree with no roots. Although he had a huge reserve of life force, he had no way to rebuild it once it was used up. This isn't worth it. I'll just go back. Wait until he's dead, and then come get his corpse. With that, the ghost face prepared to turn back. Just as he did, though, Bai Xiaochun let out a trembling scream that was like the tiny burst of flame an oil lamp would emit before winking out. Then, instead of staggering unstably, he lurched forward with a burst of speed, going nearly 3,000 meters in one shot. That attracted even more lightning than usual, which all struck him at once. Twitching spasmodically, he screamed and toppled over onto his face, where he lay unmoving. The ghost face stopped in place and looked over. Unfortunately, divine sense didn't work within the lightning, forcing him to examine the scene with his physical sight only. A moment later, his eyes shone with determination as he headed in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Despite how the lightning struck him, he endured getting closer and closer. When he was only about 3,000 meters away, Bai Xiaochun suddenly let out a muffled cry. "I refuse to go out like this. I still have a bit of energy left." It was as if he were shouting out with the last bit of life he had left in him. Then, to the complete incredulity of the ghost face, he rose shakily to his feet, and then began to trudge forward like the walking dead. "How come you're not dead?" The ghost face growled angrily. He had been moving fairly quickly, but at the same time keeping his speed in check. After all, the more quickly one moved in this area, the more lightning one attracted. But now, in his irritation, he decided to go all out. Just as he was beginning to pick up speed, Bai Xiaochun suddenly began to chuckle bitterly, as if he were about to throw caution to the wind. "I know what you're after, you old ghost. You want my heaven-earth Tao polarity 9 provinces walk. But even if I die, I'm going to make you pay the price to get it." Cackling madly, he smacked himself on the chest and spat up a huge mouthful of blood to unleash a secret magic, making it seem like he was burning the last bit of life he had left. He shot forward with a burst of speed, heading directly into a huge convergence of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was several tens of thousands of meters away and being struck by numerous lightning bolts. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, dropping the turtle walk down next to him. The ghost face was initially stunned, and his suspicions were starting to grow. After all, the coincidences were really starting to pile up. Now he was faced with a decision. Believe or not believe. Maybe he's trying to lure me further in, all in the hopes that I get killed along with him, or at the very least that I pay a bitter price. Humph. Well, it's hard to say for sure. And in the end, there's no reason to rush things. Eyes flickering, he began to back up. Eventually, he was free from the life-force-draining lightning, where he turned back to look at Bai Xiaochun. "If you're dead, then considering the strange properties of this place, I can understand why your corpse would remain there the same as before. But if you're not dead, then I refuse to believe that you can just lay there motionless with that lightning striking you." Chuckling coldly, the ghost face decided to wait for a whole month. During that time, Bai Xiaochun didn't so much as twitch. At that point, the ghost face was finally convinced. "That treasured walk is mine now." Eyes shining with greed, he entered the lightning for a second time. This time, he didn't hold back at all. He allowed the lightning to strike him constantly as he sped toward Bai Xiaochun. The area where Bai Xiaochun lay was particularly dense in terms of lightning, striking a bit of fear into the ghost face. However, he ignored his fear and actually picked up speed. It was at that point that a voice could be heard that caused the ghost face's mind to spin. "I refuse to die. I still have a bit of energy left." As Bai Xiaochun's weak voice echoed out, he oh so slowly struggled to his feet, moving for the first time in an entire month. Of course, he was feeling more proud of himself than ever. During his month of lying there motionless, the repeated lightning strikes had advanced his cultivation base significantly. Were it not for the fact that he had long since determined to plot against the ghost face, he would have stood up and started walking around much earlier. When the ghost face heard Bai Xiaochun talking, he let out a bellow of rage. "You tricked me!" he shouted, his mind spinning on the verge of insanity. If he had possessed a fleshly body, he would definitely have been coughing up blood by now. He truly couldn't understand how Bai Xiaochun could lay there for an entire month, and yet not die. Infuriated, he completely ignored the lightning to rush toward Bai Xiaochun. In the face of the enraged ghost face, Bai Xiaochun began to back up. "That's right. I tricked you, you old ghost," he said proudly. He began to pick up speed, moving even faster than before. Not only did the lightning bolts that struck seem to not hurt him at all, they actually served to bolster his speed. You. The ghost face was completely shaken that Bai Xiaochun wasn't harmed at all. However, there was no time at the moment to contemplate why that was. As of this moment, he had made his decision. He would not chase Bai Xiaochun. He would flee. Damn it, he thought. How can this guy be so uncanny? Regret and hatred mingled in the ghost face's heart, rising to an incredible degree. Obviously, he could not tangle with Bai Xiaochun in the thundercloud region. At the moment, he had already slipped down to the demigod level, which meant that going further into the lightning would put him in great danger. And based on previous encounters, he knew that despite the fact that Bai Xiaochun was only a deva, it would require an all-out effort to kill him. "Don't even think about running, you old ghost," Bai Xiaochun hollered. Come on. Let's fight it out to the bitter end. Of course, he didn't actually approach the ghost face. Instead, he unleashed the power of his heaven-span Dharma eye, sending a beam of violet light out to grab him. The ghost face trembled for a moment, quickly recovering, but unable to avoid the lightning bolts which filled the area. In that brief moment of pause, he was struck by dozens of them. Despite how powerful he was, that many lightning bolts provoked a miserable shriek before he began to flee in rage. But how could Bai Xiaochun let an opportunity like this pass? The backlash from using his heaven-span Dharma eye caused him to cough up blood. But his undying blood was already at work. Within moments, he was recovered, and back at work. The ghost face lurched to a brief halt yet again, and this time, more than 100 shocking lightning bolts crashed into him. His screams shook heaven and earth, and even caused the sky to go dim. I'm gonna kill you. Kill you? You hear? I'll skin you alive. I'll eat your flesh. I'll suck the marrow from your bones. The ghost face trembled as his life force was rapidly drained away. Finally, he howled, paying a steep price to break up into 10,000 separate streams of black smoke that fled in all directions. That finally broke him free of the heaven-span Dharma eye. However, despite being in the form of 10,000 separate streams of black smoke, he still couldn't avoid the destructive lightning. Having no other options, he simply tried to get out of the thundercloud region as quickly as possible. Well, aren't you fast? Humph. Bai Xiaochun wasn't very happy, but had no other tricks up his sleeve at the moment. He could only watch as the more than 10,000 streams of black smoke escaped the thundercloud region, then formed back together into the laughing, crying ghost face. At this point, Bai Xiaochun came to the conclusion that he finally had the upper hand. Looking at the ghost face off in the distance, his battle spirit surged, and he decided to imitate how the gravekeeper had spoken during the standoff with the celestial. Pointing directly at the ghost face, he coolly said, "Do you have the guts to come in here, old ghost? Why don't you and I fight a spectacular battle to the death?" The laughing, crying ghost face was so angry he was about to explode. However, he didn't have the courage to enter that sea of lightning. In the brief interchange just now, he had lost about 10% of his total life force. It had taken countless years to build up that life force, and here it was being drained away in the blink of an eye. "Shut your damn mouth, Bai Xiaochun. Do you have the guts to come out?" From the way the ghost face was cursing at Bai Xiaochun, it was obvious how mad he was. "I'll be here as long as this lightning is," Bai Xiaochun replied coolly, emphasizing his words with the flick of his sleeve. "You!" The ghost face very nearly descended into insanity because of those words alone. He truly had never encountered anyone this shameless, and he was almost unable to hold back from rushing in to try to kill Bai Xiaochun, regardless of the cost. Unfortunately, he simply couldn't afford to lose that much life force, and therefore, he had to endure the deadlock with gritted teeth. "If you even come close to having what it takes, Bai Xiaochun, then come out and fight me. I'll definitely kill you." With that, the ghost face spun angrily, worried that he might give in to impulse if he stuck around locking horns with Bai Xiaochun. "If you've got any skill, you spineless ghost, then come in here and fight." With that, Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, stuck his chin up, and sighed deeply. With the flick of a sleeve, I, Bai Xiaochun, caused this demigod ghost to flee at the sight of me. When the ghost face heard that, he gritted his teeth in fury, but reminded himself that he couldn't let himself be goaded, and continued to depart at top speed. And thus, the thundercloud region became the line of demarcation. One party wouldn't enter it, and the other wouldn't leave it. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased with that. Feeling wonderful, he began to speed further into the depths of the thundercloud area, absorbing lightning every step of the way. Eventually, he reached the very center of the region, where there was so much lightning that it was almost impossible to see clearly. There, he sat down cross-legged and began to work on his cultivation. "One of these days I'm going to show that old ghost a thing or two." Snorting coldly, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. The lightning here contained both life force and the energy of heaven and earth. To Bai Xiaochun, it was even more beneficial than the lightning in the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect, and caused his cultivation base to make constant progress. In addition, his undying blood was getting very close to the 50% level. As for the ghost face, he left and cooled down a bit. Then he spent some more time trying to think of a way to take control of the magical item. However, in the end, he could only sigh and dispel such thoughts. What's done is done. The only thing I can do now is get out of here and try to take control of it from the outside. Eyes glittering, he went about trying to determine if the magical item had an exit. Time passed. A year flew by. During that time, Bai Xiaochun was completely focused on cultivation. It wasn't that he was particularly interested in cultivation at the moment, but rather that he had nothing else to do. And considering that he didn't dare to leave the Thundercloud region, he was basically stuck with cultivation as his only option. The laughing, crying ghost face continued to descend into madness. He had come to the realization that there was no exit and no way out no matter what he did. Now that he realized he was trapped, his mood only got worse. If that were all there were to the situation, it might not have been a big deal. After all, he was confident that he would be able to get out sooner or later. However, he soon realized that his cultivation base was slowly being suppressed. By now, he had slipped from having demigod battle prowess all the way down to the quasi-demigod level. To his anxiety, he realized that it was likely the spirit automaton of the magical item that was doing this to him. And worse, this was only the beginning. As time went on, the limitations would grow more severe. How could this be happening? He howled in panicked rage. All of a sudden he realized that his luck had taken a turn for the worse from the moment he encountered Bai Xiaochun. Meanwhile, neither the ghost face nor Bai Xiaochun had any way to know that while they were trapped in the world of the magical item, things were happening out in the lands of Heavenspan. The Celestial had issued orders that the 4 river source sects, as well as the sects from the middle and lower reaches, begin to prepare for war. 10,000 years had passed since the last great war with the Wildlands, and the time had come for another one to begin. This time, the Great Wall had collapsed, and the Deadmire was no longer what it used to be. It was easy to imagine how deadly and destructive this war would be. In reality, it was a war that had begun much earlier. If the Celestial had won that spectacular battle in the Wildlands, the fighting would have broken out immediately. But he had lost that showdown, and then met defeat again on the Bone Galleon. These successive losses ate away at the Celestial's patience. And it was made worse by the fact that Big Fatty Zhang and some other lower-level cultivators had actually left the world, while he remained behind, stuck. Gravekeeper, you bastard. I know you have even more backup plans. But I'm done playing games. Eyes flickering with madness, the Celestial issued his dermic decree. The Wildlands were to be destroyed. The Gravekeeper was to be killed. The Hell Emperor was to be executed. Perhaps it would destroy the heavens and crush the earth. Perhaps it would end the world. But at least the Celestial would finally become the true ruler of it all, and thus achieve his long-cherished wish of opening the world gate. The Celestial's dermic decree sent all of the lands of Heavenspan into action. Whether they wanted to or not, all cultivators in all sects were to participate in the war effort. Only a few people knew the true reasons for what was happening. For the rest, it was enough to know that the Wildlands and the Heavenspan River had a feud that went back many years. As the sects in the lands of Heavenspan prepared for war, the Grand Heavenmaster in the Wildlands finally relinquished official control of the empire to the Archemperor. Countless tribes of savage giants were mobilized, and the 4 heavenly kings marshaled their 4 enormous armies. It was with great fanfare that all of the Wildlands prepared to go to war. The 10 heavenly dukes, the more than 100 heavenly marquises, and countless necromancer clans were all marshalling their forces. As the sergeant major of the giant ghost legion, Mistress Red Dust had already donned her battle armor and stood at the front of an endless army of cultivators, bristling with a murderous aura as she stared in the direction of the lands of Heavenspan. However, deep within her eyes, in a place where no one could see, were complicated emotions and thoughts. She wasn't the only one thinking about Bai Xiaochun. Chun Manyao, the Hell Emperor, Zhou Hong, and many other people who now knew who Bai Xiaochun really was were all thinking about him. The truth was that from the moment the Great Wall fell, many people had been waiting for this war to come. And now, it was here. In the shortest of times, both the Wildlands and the Heavenspan River region were completely abuzz. One of the only peaceful places in the world was inside the magical item in which Bai Xiaochun was currently stuck. To him, it was a holy land of cultivation. To the laughing, crying ghost face, it was a hellish prison. Whether it was the stifling pressure of the magical item, or the despair the ghost face felt at not being able to find an exit, he was sure that he was about to be driven completely insane. Even worse was that the lightning seemed to be growing weaker, and Bai Xiaochun's aura stronger. The ghost face could sense that Bai Xiaochun was nearing the late Deva realm, which caused his mind to reel. Why does it have to be this way? How come that bastard can absorb the spiritual energy here, but I can't? Damn it. If he were stuck just like me, it wouldn't be a big deal. But he can actually increase his cultivation base. The ghost face howled to the heavens in madness, but it did no good. With every day that passed, he grew weaker, and his opponent grew stronger. Obviously, it would eventually reach the point where he wasn't a match in a fight. It's not fair. The mere thought of what might happen caused the ghost face to shiver in despair. Filled with a sense of madness, he began to desperately search for an exit again, which suddenly caused him to think of the Celestial, who was apparently in a very similar state of mind. I have to get out, he thought, nearly weeping as he searched and searched. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was doing everything he could to increase his cultivation base. As he did, less and less lightning was visible. The spiritual energy in the magical item had built up for countless years. But now, Bai Xiaochun was slowly absorbing it into himself. Under most circumstances, he would have had a difficult time focusing solely on cultivation for so long. But in the world of the magical item, with the ghost face as such a huge threat, he was very anxious, and was working harder than ever. That ghost face is terrifying, he sighed. Considering the pressure he was currently feeling, he was going all out, much the same way he had back in the Spirit Stream sect when he was studying plants and vegetation. As he absorbed the lightning, his cultivation base increased, and before long, he could push his Cloud Lightning Forefather transformation all the way to the 6th transformation. However, things weren't over yet. Before long, he reached the 7th transformation, which simultaneously pushed him closer and closer to the peak of the Mid-Deva realm. As his aura grew stronger, colors flashed in the sky of the world, and a powerful wind screamed. I'm so strong now. Once I break through to the late Deva realm, I should be able to fight that ghost face. Filled with excitement, he went on to absorb more lightning. In contrast, the ghost face's trepidation grew more intense with every day that passed. As he saw himself growing weaker and weaker, he sank deeper and deeper into despair. In addition to the spiritual energy that was in the lightning, there was also abundant life force, which Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate to absorb. It had a shocking effect on his undying blood. As his cultivation base broke through into the peak of the Mid-Deva realm, his undying blood reached the 50% level. When that happened, his eyes shone brightly with pride. However, before he could revel in his excitement, rumbling sounds echoed out as all of the lightning vanished completely. Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes and looked around to find the entire area empty. At the same time, the ghost face was visible at the edge of the thundercloud region, looking equally shocked. In that instant, the ghost face went mad with joy. Cackling loudly, he burst into motion. This time you're dead, Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun shivered in fear and began to back up. Damn it! Why is this thundercloud region so unstable? After absorbing lightning for so long, it went empty. Just like that. The sight of the ghost face rushing toward him caused his scalp to tingle so hard it felt like it might explode. Without any further hesitation, he began to flee at top speed, using his undying hex to vanish, reappear off in the distance, and then continue onward in a blur. Behind him, the ghost face was virtually going crazy. Despite having his cultivation base suppressed, he was going all out to get to Bai Xiaochun. He could tell that if he didn't take advantage of this chance to kill the damnable Bai Xiaochun now, and his cultivation base dropped further, then the next time they met, he wouldn't qualify to fight him. That terrifying possibility fueled the ghost face's mad rush forward. Bai Xiaochun! he howled in madness, teleporting out of the thundercloud region to appear only about 300 meters behind by Xiaochun. Then he focused all of the demigod power he could, sending out crushing force in the hopes of smashing Bai Xiaochun to bits. Nearly overwhelmed by the sensation of crisis, Bai Xiaochun unleashed the power of his mid-Deva realm cultivation base, combining it with all of the energy from his undying blood. Then, he used it to power his undying hex, ensuring that he vanished before the ghost face's blow could land. Blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he reappeared, which he quickly wiped away. The truth was that it actually didn't matter what injuries he sustained like this. His undying blood was so powerful that he almost completely recovered in only moments. In fact, he had even been able to borrow some of the momentum of the incoming attack to flee more quickly. He shot away in a bright beam of light, moving at incredible speed as the ghost face chased after him, attacking relentlessly. One glob of black smoke after another shot out, but Bai Xiaochun avoided them all. Although he ended up coughing up blood as a result, overall, he wasn't even starting to feel tired. As for the ghost face, he was so depressed he felt like collapsing mentally. Damn it! Damn it! Even though I'm weaker than normal, I still don't get how can this guy run away from me so quickly. Bai Xiaochun was so focused on fleeing for his life that he wasn't paying any attention to how much faster he was than his pursuer. He was only thinking about getting away as quickly as possible. Whooshing and whistling sounds echoed out in all directions as he became a blur of afterimages that split the air. In fact, it was actually impossible to tell which one of them was his true form. The ghost face was going so crazy that he even used a trump card divine ability, causing the smoke which surrounded him to condense down into a sphere. However, he simply couldn't close the distance as Bai Xiaochun headed to the wind valleys. "No!" he wailed. He pushed forward with a burst of cultivation-based power, causing the black sphere to transform into numerous black arrows that shot toward Bai Xiaochun. There were so many of them that they were impossible to count, a sight which caused Bai Xiaochun to scream in fear when he noticed. He was using the Undying Hex, the Mountain-Shaking Bash, and every other magical technique he could think of, even the Cloud Lightning Forefather transformation. Even as the black arrows were about to hit him, he entered the wind valleys. At that point, the arrows exploded, creating a powerful attack that shot into the wind valleys after him. Blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth, but he didn't even look over his shoulder. He just shot deeper into the wind valleys, to immediately be assailed by the powerful, biting winds. However, as soon as any wind touched him, it transformed into a shocking energy of heaven and earth that entered his pores and began to flow through his body. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun was in no mood to even notice that. He continued to speed along, coughing up blood over and over. Only when he was deep in the wind valleys did he finally stop, panting, and look around to make sure he was alone. At that point, he turned around and realized that the ghost face hadn't pursued him into the valleys. Finally, he sighed in relief. "Think you can kill Lord Bai, you old ghost? Stop dreaming." At this point, he looked around more closely and realized that the screaming winds were doing exactly what the lightning had done, filling him with both spiritual power and life force. Immediately, he brightened up. "Humph. A gentleman can wait for a decade to get revenge if he needs to. And since I, Bai Xiaochun, am a gentleman, I'll just wait until I have my cultivation-based breakthrough, and then I'll go beat the crap out of that old ghost." The mere thought of the scene which had just played out caused his heart to tremble in fear. And yet, there was also something odd about it. Now that I think about it, that old ghost seemed weaker than before. He couldn't even catch up to me. Shaking his head, he thought back to how the baby girl had said that as she gained more control over the world, she would suppress the ghost face. One factor must be that my improved cultivation base gives me greater speed. The other is that the ghost face is being suppressed. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he started to get so excited that his eyes lit up. Until the baby girl wakes up, there's no way to get out of here. That means the old ghost is trapped just like me, and getting weaker constantly. Meanwhile, I'm getting stronger. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. Finally, he looked off into the distance and shouted, "You just wait! You old ghost. Once I break through, I'll beat you so badly that Ghost Mother won't even recognize you. If I don't, then my name's not Bai Xiaochun. He powered his voice with his cultivation base power so that it echoed out of the wind valleys and all the way to the livid ghost face. Bai Xiaochun, he howled in frustration. After chasing Bai Xiaochun to the wind valleys and then seeing that the wind didn't affect him, the ghost face truly felt himself descending into insanity. The winds seemed to almost treat Bai Xiaochun like their own ancestor. At this point, the ghost face decided to try to step into the winds himself, only to find that they almost tore his soul body to shreds, and also took away some of his life force. He immediately backed away. Bai Xiaochun had fled as quickly as a mouse with its tail on fire, and was soon in the depths of the wind valleys, leaving the ghost face feeling completely helpless, and cursing heaven and earth for the vile way they treated him. He knew that if things kept going this way, then he was truly finished. The mere thought of Bai Xiaochun experiencing a breakthrough in the wind valleys caused the ghost face's expression to turn very grim. This guy will seek revenge over the smallest grievance. If he breaks through, the ghost face couldn't have felt more regret. By now, he realized that he really shouldn't have come into this damned magical item with Bai Xiaochun. How can this guy be so unreasonable? Turning around, he fled to yet again try to find a way out. If the ghost face had ever met any disciples from the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect or the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect, perhaps those disciples would have told him that what was truly terrifying about Bai Xiaochun wasn't any so-called unreasonableness, but rather his infinitely powerful ability to cause disasters. After all, both River Source sects had borne witness to the fact that, given the right circumstances and resources, he could very nearly destroy the world. Before long, half a year had gone by. During that time, the war preparations were completed, and the campaign that the Celestial wanted finally began. The forces of the Heavenspan River region invaded the Wildlands on 4 fronts. The 4 massive armies were led by the River Source sects, and filled in with the forces of the middle and lower reaches. The Wildlands fought back primarily with the armies of the 4 heavenly kings, each of whom faced one of the River Source sections. The war had begun. Neither Bai Xiaochun nor the ghost face were aware of this development. If Bai Xiaochun had known, he would have been profoundly nervous, and would likely have been incapable of focusing on cultivation. As for the ghost face, if he had known, he would have been filled with even more regret at having followed Bai Xiaochun into this desolate place. In the outside world, a war between the Wildlands and the Heavenspan forces would have been a goldmine for him. He could have consumed people left and right, and would have eventually reached a peak level of cultivation base power that would have enabled him to manipulate the war to his own benefit. Instead, the ghost face was hiding in a low-lying mountain, his heart filled with humiliation, viciousness, and terror. The reason for that was that during the past half year, his cultivation base had continued to drop. As of this point, he was no longer as strong as a demigod, but rather in the great circle of the Deva realm. It was like a living nightmare that he almost couldn't believe was real. After dropping so far in his cultivation base, he finally reached the point where he didn't dare to go outside. Therefore, he had remained in hiding for a full 3 months. A while back, he had been wavering on whether or not to simply go into the wind valleys and try to find Bai Xiaochun. However, he would now be incapable of killing him even if he found him. Even worse was the aura he could sense in the wind valleys, which was now getting very close to the late Deva realm. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Grief and indignation filled him as he thought about how powerful Bai Xiaochun was now. After all, his own power level was now equivalent to the great circle of the Deva realm. If Bai Xiaochun broke through, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why does it have to be this way? He moaned, grabbing the smoke that made up his hair and tugging on it viciously. In his fear, he could only cautiously focus on Bai Xiaochun's aura and its progress. A few more months passed, and the ghost face's cultivation base dropped further. He was now in the late Deva realm. Worse, he could sense the raging aura in the wind valleys, and it caused him to shiver in fear. Fail! Fail! I curse you to fail! And thus the ghost sat there, nervously cursing Bai Xiaochun. Unfortunately for him, Bai Xiaochun's aura only continued to get more powerful. In the end, he achieved his breakthrough and stepped into the late Deva realm. At that point, the ghost face wailed in despair. It was also in that moment that a pleased voice erupted from within the wind valleys. "All right, you old ghost. Lord Bai is coming for you." As soon as the ghost face heard those words, he shivered, causing countless streams of black smoke to spread out in all directions. However, after a long moment passed, and Bai Xiaochun still hadn't come out from the wind valleys, the ghost face looked over in shock, then began to curse inwardly. Back in the wind valleys, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, savoring the feeling of his breakthrough, and the majestic cultivation-based power that he now possessed. Late Deva realm, he thought. I, Bai Xiaochun, am finally in the late Deva realm. Eyes shining with excitement, he once again raised his voice and said, "All right, you old ghost. Lord Bai is really coming for you this time." Outside, the ghost face's expression turned dark with rage. However, since he was made from black smoke, it was difficult to see how dark it actually was. By now, Bai Xiaochun could tell that he could reach the 8th of the Cloud Lightning Forefather transformations. My 8th transformation is actually equivalent to the 11th. Although he couldn't say that he was invincible in all creation, he was definitely close. And my undying blood. Licking his lips, he studied his undying blood, and confirmed that he had broken through in that regard as well. As of this moment, 60% of the blood in his body was undying blood. That made his powers of regeneration even more shocking than before. In terms of his own life force, he was now fairly certain that, even if heaven and earth were destroyed around him, he would not be destroyed. This is unheard of strength, he thought, feeling more confident in himself than ever. Nobody under the level of a demigod could beat me. In his pride, he couldn't help but raise his voice again. "All right, old ghost. This time, I really am coming over there." At that point, his eyes suddenly flickered. Why isn't the old ghost responding to me? It seems his cultivation base really must be dropping. During the time he had been working on reaching the late Deva realm, he hadn't stopped paying any attention to things outside of the wind valleys. Because of that, he could sense that, thanks to the pressure of the magical item, the ghost face's cultivation base had dropped. That, coupled with his taunts from earlier, confirmed everything. Eyes shining with determination, he shot into motion, leaving the wind valleys and appearing in the world beyond them. Bai Xiaochun seemed like the wind itself, a hurricane that blasted across the lands with explosive power. Although he looked quite impressive, he was actually being very cautious, and was ready to fall back at a moment's notice. But after emerging into the open and blinking a few times, he realized that the ghost face was nowhere to be seen. Eyes lighting up, he sent some divine sense out, causing heaven and earth to distort from the sheer force. Within moments, the entire world of the magical item was visible via his late Deva realm divine sense. It only took a moment before he found the ghost face, fleeing in the opposite direction. The instant Bai Xiaochun's divine sense locked onto him, he confirmed that he had dropped into the late Deva realm. Bai Xiaochun immediately roared with laughter, causing all of the anxiety that had built up since he had arrived in the magical item to drain away. He suddenly felt carefree and excited as he began to give chase. "Wanna race with Lord Bai, you old ghost?" With that, he drew upon the full power of his cultivation base, using the undying hex and the mountain-shaking bash together to rocket through the air and appear right behind the ghost face. The ghost face's expression was unsightly to the extreme, and fury burned in his heart. Even as he fled in absolute disgrace, he opened his mouth and shouted, causing countless smoke mouths to suddenly shoot toward Bai Xiaochun. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun backed up and performed a double-handed incantation gesture, sending frigid chi out to meet the gaping mouths. As soon as the two met, the seemingly shocking mouths collapsed into bits of black smoke. Meanwhile, the blast of frigid chi proceeded directly toward the ghost face. Cursing bitterly, the ghost face continued to flee. In contrast, Bai Xiaochun's eyes were shining brightly. Laughing heartily, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out, Rumbling booms filled the area as the blow hit the ghost face, causing the smoke he was composed of to roil unstably. Don't push things too far. Bai Xiaochun. Do you dare to fight with Lord Bai, you old ghost? With that, he used the 8th cloud lightning forefather transformation, growing to a height of 240 meters and bursting with energy. The moon's sigil in his left eye shone radiantly, pushing his battle prowess to even higher heights. Although he wasn't quite at the demigod level, he was certainly very close. Waving his hand, he attacked again, and the ghost face was powerless to fight back. The situation between the two of them had been completely reversed, and despite the fact that the ghost face had known this would happen, it was still difficult to accept it. A boom rang out, and the ghost face was shattered by Xiaochun's fist strike. The innumerable strands of black smoke quickly formed back into the image of the ghost face, who was experiencing something he had never before experienced. Long ago, Ghost Mother had relied on the backing of an Archean to capture him, and had also treated him very politely. Here, by Xiaochun, a person the ghost face could crush easily were his cultivation base not suppressed, was smacking him around with deadly force. The ghost face was so angry that his voice quavered as he shouted, "Don't force my hand, by Xiaochun. Fudge. I'm not forcing you to do anything. I'm just beating you." Bai Xiaochun felt wonderful at having all the stress from before melt away, to be replaced by remarkable joy. Shouting at the top of his lungs, he strode forward and unleashed another fist strike. More booms rang out. "Who forced you to try to kill me before?" Another fist strike. The ghost face couldn't dodge out of the way in time. No amount of shrieking or divine abilities or magical techniques did any good. Yet again, his body collapsed, to be reformed a moment later. "Who forced you to chase me into this place?" Bai Xiaochun struck out with his fist again. "Who forced you to keep chasing me once we got stuck inside? I ran into that thundercloud region, and you still wouldn't let me go. The lightning dispersed, and you started chasing me again." He emphasized everything he said with a fist strike, each of which caused the ghost face to shatter and reform. "I'm gonna kill you, Bai Xiaochun." The ghost face howled madly. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore, and lunged at Bai Xiaochun. However, before he could get close, Bai Xiaochun leaned back and kicked out, planting his foot directly onto the ghost face. "Quite the bragger, aren't we? Still think you can kill me?" The ghost face broke apart and then formed back together, whereupon Bai Xiaochun shattered him again. Finally, he reached out, grabbed the ghost face by his smoke hair, and smashed him down onto the ground. He wasn't even using divine abilities, only his fleshly body power, and the force of the cloud lightning forefather transformation. Screams rang out as Bai Xiaochun trampled on the ghost face, which shattered and reformed the entire time. Eventually, it burned some life force to try to flee. Flicking his sleeve, Bai Xiaochun stuck his chin up and proudly said, "Think you can just run? If I don't beat the crap out of you until you cry uncle, then my name isn't Bai Xiaochun." With that, he continued to give chase. Rumbling booms filled the entire world of the magical item, mixed in with the shrieks of the ghost face, whose heart was filled with both madness and humiliation. "Bai Xiaochun," he howled, "if I get out of here, I'm gonna slaughter your whole clan. I'm gonna skin you alive and make you into a sky lantern." Of course, he knew that shouting in this fashion was useless, and might make Bai Xiaochun want to kill him even more. But he was simply too frustrated, and if he didn't vent somehow, then he would likely explode physically before Bai Xiaochun even killed him. "Quite the temper," Bai Xiaochun said with a glare. Snorting coldly, he accelerated, and more booms rang out. The ghost face shattered and reformed over and over again. Eventually, when it was obvious that he couldn't escape, his eyes lit with madness, and he began to burn his divine soul to fuel a secret magic. A popping sound rang out, and he vanished into thin air. "Eh?" Bai Xiaochun murmured. He sent some divine sense out to try to track down the ghost face, but after sweeping the entire world of the magical item, he couldn't find even a trace of him. "He comes from beyond the heavens, and was strong enough to fight the celestial. I guess he must have some other strange techniques at his disposal." After some contemplation, he still wasn't willing to accept defeat so easily. He was convinced that his opponent might be able to hide, but wouldn't be able to do so forever, and definitely wouldn't be able to escape from the world of the magical item. That, in turn, meant that he would be able to find him sooner or later. Ah, whatever. I'll let him off the hook for now. Later on, when I get bored, I can track him down and mop the floor with him. I can't believe he dares to fight me. When I, by Xiaochun, get pissed off, I frighten even myself. Snorting coldly, he put the ghost face out of his mind and returned to the wind valleys to continue his cultivation. At the moment, beating the ghost face nearly senseless had improved his mood significantly. Meanwhile, in a random mountainous region far in the distance, the air rippled and distorted, and the ghost face cautiously appeared in the open. At first, he was somewhat blurry, as though he were still within the world, but separated from it by a layer of obscurity. That diaphanous barrier was the key way he had evaded by Xiaochun's divine sense. However, he was clearly in a very weakened state. The secret magic he had used came at a very steep price. By Xiaochun! He growled bitterly through gritted teeth. At the moment, he felt hopeless and lost. Despite putting everything on the line, he had failed, leaving him on the verge of weeping. An entire month flew by, which the ghost face spent in abject terror. With every moment that passed, he worried that Bai Xiaochun might suddenly pop up in front of him. It was a true torment. In sharp contrast, Bai Xiaochun felt more blessed than ever. As he continued to practice cultivation in the wind valleys, his place in the late Deva realm grew very stable. Sadly, the winds were also beginning to weaken, until one day, they vanished. After his experience in the thundercloud region, it was no surprise to Bai Xiaochun. Eyes shining with anticipation, he looked in the direction of the sea of rainwater. I wonder if I'll become a demigod in here. Excited by the mere thought, he headed toward the rain region. Soon he arrived, and didn't even pause before entering the area. Just like the lightning and the wind, the falling rain was filled with spiritual energy and life force. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily as he headed to the depths of the region, sat down cross-legged, and began to absorb the spiritual energy there. The world of the magical item was growing very quiet and calm. Months passed, and the ghost face continued to stew in bitterness and fear at the prospect of Bai Xiaochun suddenly trying to kill him. It was all made worse by the fact that Bai Xiaochun was getting more powerful by the day, whereas the ghost face continued to experience a drop in cultivation base. By now, he was fully in the mid-Deva realm, a level of weakness that filled his heart with increasing levels of terror. He didn't ever dare to go out in the open, and could only pray that Bai Xiaochun continued to spend all his time working on cultivation. Despite hoping that Bai Xiaochun had forgotten about him, he also continued to curse him in every vicious way imaginable. I curse you to die by spontaneous explosion. I curse you to experience energy deviation and be destroyed in body and soul. I, once a mighty quasi-archean, could once kill an entire horde of worms like Bai Xiaochun with a mere wave of my finger. This level of bullying is ridiculous. I will definitely have my revenge one day. The ghost face looked up into the sky and reminisced about his past glories, which were the only things that gave him the courage to keep going in this situation. Perhaps it was the ghost face's sharp-tongued cursing, or perhaps there was some other reason, but that afternoon Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes. He suddenly felt uncomfortable, as though something wicked were lurking outside of the sea of rain. After only a short moment of thought, he came to the conclusion that it must be the ghost face. That old ghost is definitely saying bad things about me. After looking off into the distance, he sped out of the rain region. Instead of sending his divine sense out, he simply relied on that sensation of wickedness to begin to track down its source. The ghost face was hiding in the mountains, gritting his teeth, when suddenly his face fell. Then he burst into motion. In the following instant, a boom echoed out from the spot he had just occupied, accompanied by a massive shockwave. Shrieking, the ghost face fled, popping into countless strands of black smoke that fled in all directions. That was when Bai Xiaochun stepped out of nowhere. So, It really was you cursing me, you old ghost. With that, he used the undying hex in combination with a fist strike. His target wasn't the ghost, but rather a random spot in the air. The blow caused a black hole to spring up, the gravitational force of which caused all of the fleeing strands of black smoke to stop moving. That brief pause was all the time Bai Xiaochun needed. Waving his sleeve, he unleashed the power of the late Deva realm, creating a tempest that filled the entire area. The black smoke shattered, reforming moments later into the full ghost face, who then tried to escape in a different direction. Yet again, he used that costly secret magic of his to vanish. Irritated, Bai Xiaochun decided not to go back to the Rain region, but instead spent the next several months thoroughly searching the world of the magical item. Occasionally, the ghost face's secret magic would expire, and Bai Xiaochun would find him, whereupon he would be forced to use the secret magic again. And thus Bai Xiaochun harried the ghost face without let-up. After another month with no rest, the ghost face was on the verge of complete collapse, and was convinced that if things kept going on this way, his divine soul would eventually expire without the need for Bai Xiaochun to attack. He's not going to give up until I'm dead, is he? The ghost face had already descended so far into madness he was almost dead inside. Again he used his secret magic, and when Bai Xiaochun found him this time, he spun, eyes bloodshot. Flames burst out around him, and he howled as though he were ready to fight to the death. Throwing caution to the wind, he did something he had never done so far. Whereas normally he existed only in the form of a head, all of a sudden, he sprouted a torso and 4 limbs. In the blink of an eye, he had become a pitch-black statue. It was no illusory statue. It was corporeal, and possessed a powerful aura, like that of a god of battle. Without any hesitation, the statue lunged toward Bai Xiaochun. I am a mighty quasi-archean. I've lived longer than you can imagine. It would be better to be dead than be tormented by the likes of you. Maybe you're using underhanded means to gain the upper hand, but I simply can't endure anymore. Perhaps I'll die, but at least I'll die with dignity. All right, if you want me dead, Bai Xiaochun, then bring it on. The ghost face closed in, cackling madly, clearly intent on going out in a blaze of glory. As for Bai Xiaochun, his eyes glittered as he clenched his right hand into a fist and unleashed the undying emperor's fist. Heaven and earth trembled violently as the shadowy emperor appeared behind him and also clenched his fist. When his blow landed on the pitch-black statue, it exploded into pieces. The aura of death spread out in all directions, and the rubble that remained of the statue scattered onto the ground. Not a scrap of life force could be sensed, as though the ghost face had truly died. The backlash of the blow caused Bai Xiaochun's entire body to vibrate as he staggered backward about 300 meters. There, he looked up in the direction of the rubble, a suspicious look on his face. Dead. That was too easy, wasn't it? He's dead. Just like that. Bai Xiaochun walked back up to the shattered pieces of the statue and examined them closely. Sure enough, they emitted a strong aura of death. His divine sense didn't reveal any traces of life force, and not even picking up some of the pieces of the statue and studying them closely provided any evidence that the ghost face was still alive. After all, the ghost face had been suppressed all the way down to the mid-Deva realm, whereas Bai Xiaochun was in the late Deva realm. It was no exaggeration to say that killing someone in the mid-Deva realm would be easy for him. What made Bai Xiaochun suspicious was that, before being suppressed, the ghost face had been able to fight with the celestial. He was a tough opponent, and a quasi-archean at that. He pursed his lips in thought as he considered just going back to his cultivation. However, he simply couldn't dispel his suspicions, so he sent his divine sense out to fill the entire world of the magical item. Only after finding no further evidence did he decide to leave. Despite having seen the ghost face die with his own eyes, he still couldn't quite believe that it was true. In the end, though, he wasn't too worried about the situation. The world of the magical item was still sealed, and therefore there were only 3 possibilities. First, the ghost face was really dead. Second, he had somehow managed to escape the magical item. Third, he had faked his death. As for the rubble of the statue, he decided not to take it with him. If the ghost face was really dead, then the rubble would be useless. If he were alive, then perhaps it might have some hidden function. But in the end, there was no one else in the world with them who could take it away. Another month went by. Every few days, Bai Xiaochun would go back to the rubble of the statue and study it closely. It never moved, and the aura of death around it was slowly dissipating. Clearly, the remains of the statue were slowly transforming into nothing but ordinary debris. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun's divine sense couldn't even pick up any traces of the ghost face's aura of death. No way, he really died? I was still having fun. Bai Xiaochun's suspicions were starting to fade. Another month went by, and he couldn't detect any of the ghost face's aura. If I remove the second possibility from the list, then that means he's either really dead or he faked his death. I guess I need to do some tests. After rubbing his chin in thought, he waved his hands and gathered all of the rubble together. Let me tell you, you old ghost, faking your death isn't going to do any good. If that's what's going on here, you're going to regret it. He made a few more threats, but got no response from the rubble. Finally, he snorted coldly, gathered the rubble up, and returned to the rain region. Considering how much spiritual energy Bai Xiaochun had absorbed, the rainwater was growing weaker and scarcer. By the time he brought the rubble of the statue back, it was little more than a drizzle. Simply allowing some water to sprinkle on the rubble didn't seem like a good plan. So he found a pond, which he tossed the rubble into. Then he performed an incantation gesture, funneling large amounts of rainwater into the pond until it was full to the brim. Then he sat there and watched the rubble closely, hoping that this method would be able to confirm or deny his suspicions. After all, he remembered how harmful the lightning had been to the ghost face back in the thundercloud region. It was the same with the wind in the wind valleys. Based on what he could guess, the rain from this area should have a similar effect. After the rubble was submerged in the water, it remained motionless for a time. However, after a while, wisps of life force appeared, and the rubble began to twitch and vibrate. Then, a moment later, a hoarse scream erupted out. Things aren't over between us. Bai Xiaochun, eyes shining, Bai Xiaochun replied. So you really did fake your death, you old ghost. A moment later, the rubble in the rainwater simply vanished. Faking your death will do no good when Lord Bai is around. Laughing heartily, he sent his divine sense out, and could immediately detect the ghost face's aura. Without any hesitation, he began to chase it. Just outside the rain region, the rubble of the statue faded into existence, collapsed into black smoke, and then formed back into the ghost face. He was much, much weaker than before, and his eyes shone with fear, as well as suppressed anger that couldn't possibly be vented. Having been convinced that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't stop until he was dead, he had faked his own death. It was the only plan he had been able to come up with. In order to make the entire thing seem realistic, he had actually died. After all, he existed as a soul body and cultivated ghost magic. Therefore, as far as he was concerned, there was little difference between real death and fake death. If everything had gone as expected, then no matter what Bai Xiaochun chose to do with the rubble, it would eventually have turned into ash. After a 60-year cycle passed, the ghost face would have awoken from within the ash. Unfortunately, the unbelievably skeptical Bai Xiaochun had actually taken him into the rainwater region and submerged him in a massive accumulation of spiritual energy. That energy subverted his state of fake death, and then inflicted horrendous pain on him as it ate away at his actual life force. At that point, he had been forced to awaken. He had been given no other choice but take action, lest his life force truly be drained. In the very end, he had again used that secret magic of his to escape the rain region. Of course, every time he used the secret magic, it was harmful and exhausting. And yet, no amount of exhaustion could surpass the despair he felt. Heavens! He wailed bitterly. What did I do wrong in my life? Why did I have to get wrapped up with this heaven-damned Bai Xiaochun? By this point, he could already sense the raging aura of Bai Xiaochun closing in. Shivering in despair, He again called on his secret magic to flee. Bai Xiaochun stepped out of thin air a moment later, looked around, and then cleared his throat. "Hey, little ghost," he said loudly. "Hurry up and hide. I'm coming for you." Vanishing, he once again began to track down the ghost using his previous methods. A few more months passed, during which time Bai Xiaochun enjoyed himself thoroughly, and the ghost face wallowed in misery. Bai Xiaochun would work on his cultivation a bit, and then track down the ghost face and beat him up a bit. Eventually, the ghost face would use his secret magic to flee. When Bai Xiaochun was in a good mood, he would only chase the ghost face down a few times before letting him get away. When he was in a bad mood, he would chase him relentlessly to the point of capturing him and bringing him back to the rain region. Either way, the howls of the ghost face filled the world of the magical item on a daily basis. The months that passed were like lifetimes of misery to the ghost face. By this point, his cultivation base had dropped down to the early Deva realm. In contrast, Bai Xiaochun was making constant progress. His undying blood was now 70% complete, and his cultivation base was getting very close to the great circle of the Deva realm. More months passed, and the rain vanished. Perhaps he was starting to get tired of messing with the ghost face, or perhaps it was because of his impending cultivation base watershed. But in either case, he spent less time harrying the ghost face, who was so excited about the development that he wept in delight. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the forces of the Heavenspan River region were at war with the wildlands. The fighting was building up to a climax. Nearly 50% of the cultivators from the upper, middle, and lower reaches had been deployed, a massive force that shook heaven and earth. The Heavenspan forces were the invaders in what was a very bloody conflict. The wildlands didn't have the same resources as the Heavenspan cultivators, but had far more troops. All tribes, all clans, all heavenly marquises and dukes, and each of the 4 heavenly kings fought with bloodshot eyes. Fierce fighting played out everywhere. Both sides had lost Devis in battle. Every time such a thing happened, the heavens trembled. However, what was even more shocking was that the demigod experts on both sides had begun to take part in the conflict. The battlefield was the wildlands, and by this point, the 4 heavenly kings were facing off with the demigod patriarchs from the 4 river source sects. As the war outside raged like an unstoppable wildfire, the rain vanished within the world of the magical item. Although Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base didn't experience a breakthrough, his undying blood was now 70% complete. When that happened, Bai Xiaochun became so powerful that the world seemed different to him. It was as if merely looking around caused the light around him to grow darker. He thrummed with life force to the point where he was fairly certain that, although he couldn't quite live forever, he was very close to that level. The only sad thing was that there was no way to test his strength. The ghost face was now so weak that he shivered in fear at the mere sight of Bai Xiaochun. Doing experiments on him wouldn't be particularly effective. However, after some self-examination, he was confident enough to assess himself. Even if I only used 30% of my cultivation base and fleshly body power, I would be just as strong as I was in the past. Maybe I'm even strong enough to fight with a demigod. He took a deep breath of anticipation at the thought of leaving the world of the magical item and shocking everyone. I can still get stronger, he thought. Exhilarated, he rose to his feet and headed to the last of the 4 areas in the world, the fire region. Now that the world was bereft of lightning, rain, and wind, it seemed very different from before. Although Bai Xiaochun couldn't be sure, he was fairly certain that, when he went into a trance, he could sense the aura of the baby girl. Now that I think about it, she should be close to finishing her work. After entering the fire region, he found one of the many volcanoes there, where he sat down cross-legged to begin cultivation. The energy of heaven and earth rushed toward him, slowly pushing his undying blood to the 80% level. As for his cultivation base, he was now creeping closer and closer to the great circle of the Deva realm. By now, he had reached the point where every time he sucked in some of the surrounding spiritual energy, it caused the entire fire region to tremble. The ghost face could sense what was happening, and it gave birth to increased despair and fear within him. His cultivation base was at the point where he was about to drop from the Deva level to the nascent soul stage. When that happened, it was likely that if Bai Xiaochun messed with him, he would be killed. I have to get out of here, he thought, weeping. Yet again, he couldn't help but sympathize with how the Celestial must feel. On the outside, I can make mincemeat of this damned Bai Xiaochun. The Ghostface knew that, once outside of the world of the magical treasure, he would not be restricted and suppressed. He could recover his cultivation base and be back at the same level he had been at when he had fought the Celestial. And he had long since sworn an oath that, when that happened, he would get payback for all the pain and suffering he had endured by venting on Bai Xiaochun. As the Ghostface wallowed in bitterness, Bai Xiaochun furthered his cultivation, and another year passed. During that time, Bai Xiaochun did not kill the Ghostface. However, the Ghostface wished on many occasions that he could die. The mere fact that he had held on for an entire year seemed like pure luck. He couldn't even count how many times Bai Xiaochun had come to beat him up during that time. When Bai Xiaochun was in a good mood, he would beat him once. But if he was in a bad mood, he would beat him over and over again. It reached the point where the Ghostface stopped using his secret magic. Whenever Bai Xiaochun came for him, he would simply lay down and close his eyes in despair. He had long since reached rock bottom. The more he fought back, the more Bai Xiaochun seemed to enjoy himself, whereas the more he resigned himself to his fate, the more bored he became. He had now been stuck with Bai Xiaochun for more than 2 years, and the resulting torment had burned the image of Bai Xiaochun deep into his divine soul, along with a sense of indescribable terror. As far as he was concerned, Bai Xiaochun was the most fear-inspiring individual he had ever encountered. Regret plagued him constantly. He regretted even getting close to Bai Xiaochun, and regretted foolishly staying behind when Ghost Mother left. That decision was most likely the worst decision he had ever made in his entire life. When he had been captured by Ghost Mother in the world beyond, he had never experienced torment like this. She had mostly just used him to cast fear into the hearts of her enemies. On many occasions, he had thought back to that moment when he allowed the Celestial to grab him. At that time, he could never have guessed that fleeing the control of Ghost Mother and escaping the Celestial would end up with him being in the clutches of the terrifying Bai Xiaochun. He had wanted to die on many occasions, and the bitterness he felt had him constantly recalling his past glories to keep himself going. This guy is completely inhuman. Those were the words that echoed in his mind whenever he thought about Bai Xiaochun. When Bai Xiaochun noticed how the Ghostface had given up, and wasn't even fighting back, he started to feel a bit bad. On the other hand, he enjoyed having turned the tables and being able to beat his own persecutor. On a few occasions, he considered refraining from beating the Ghostface, but then he realized that this was a quasi-Archean expert who had relentlessly tried to kill him. The thought of this Ghostface very nearly causing him to lose his poor little life ensured that he couldn't hold back from beating him. Now that I think about it, my life is actually pretty legendary. I smacked a demigod, I smacked the Celestial, and now I've smacked a quasi-Archean to the point where he can't even fight back. Sighing, he mused that his cultivation base really had become incredibly powerful in the past year. By now, the flames in the fire region were almost gone. His cultivation base was on the verge of a breakthrough, and his undying blood was 80% complete. He was relatively certain that after absorbing the rest of the Sea of Flames, he would reach the great circle of the Deva realm. During the past year, he had sensed the baby girl's aura growing stronger and stronger. Based on what he could tell, as he had absorbed the spiritual energy from the 4 main regions in the world, her fusion with the magical item had grown more complete. The moment I absorb all of the fire and achieve my breakthrough will definitely be the moment when she fully fuses with the magical item. Eyes flickering, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and waved his hands out in front of him. What remained of the flames began to swirl toward him, surrounding him. Of course, the fire didn't hurt him at all. It transformed into spiritual energy which rushed into his pores, converged in his energy passageways, and coursed throughout his body. Then, he used it to fuel the 10th Cloud Lightning Forefather transformation. The first 9 transformations would lead to the late Deva realm, with the 10th and 11th transformations being legendary in nature and very difficult to cultivate. However, because of how Bai Xiaochun had combined it with the Sun-Moon Vast Sky incantation, he was easily able to master it. Now, if he wanted to achieve his breakthrough, he needed to succeed with the final transformation. When he did, a blazing sun would appear in his right eye, which would be the perfect foil to the bright moon in his left eye. That would be the ultimate manifestation of the power of the Cloud Lightning Forefather. Because it was a combination with the Sun-Moon Vast Sky incantation, it varied somewhat from Master Cloud Lightning's version. However, it still surpassed the limits of the technique, and would even be shocking to the person who had originally invented it. Cloud Lightning, Bai Xiaochun murmured, his eyes glittering as the fire rushed toward him. Forefather. Rumbling sounds filled the world of the magical item as Bai Xiaochun trembled, breathed in ragged pants as his cultivation base surged. Suddenly, his right eye turned into something like a black hole that sucked in all of the surrounding flames. Moments later, the fire region had no flame at all within it. 11th transformation. Ruoyua Yumbel. The world shook violently as his right eye grew brighter and brighter until the image of a sun appeared. At the same time, his cultivation base skyrocketed, breaking through into the great circle of the Deva realm. Bai Xiaochun's energy rose to incredible heights, shaking the world, causing the ghost face to tremble, causing the lands to quake, and causing the sky to distort. As all of that happened, a face appeared up above. It was not Bai Xiaochun's face, but rather the baby girl's. Her eyes were closed, as though this were a critical moment in her journey to becoming the spirit automaton. Bai Xiaochun rose to his feet, ignoring the baby girl and instead lifting his right hand. Upon clenching it, cracking sounds erupted out, and he felt his blood surging through his body. At the same time, he began to glow with crimson light, as though he had become some sort of blood divinity. An indescribable pressure began to weigh down around him, crushing everything in the area. If any disciple from the bloodstream division had been here to see him, they would have been shaken to the core, and would have been convinced that they were looking at their blood ancestor. Undying blood. 80% complete. The war between the Heavenspan region and the Wildlands continued to intensify. At this point, nearly 70% of the cultivators from the Four Rivers had been deployed. Such a large number of cultivators ensured that the four enormous armies were like sharp arrows that could pierce anything that stood in their way. They stabbed deep into the Wildlands, crushing everything in their path. The Wildlands had been at a disadvantage from the beginning, and now they were being defeated at every turn. Not even the participation of the four heavenly kings could change the overall tide of the war. As the demigod patriarchs from the four river source sects bombarded them with divine abilities, they were forced to cede more and more territory. The front line began to shrink as the Wildlands forces fell back, both to buy some breathing room and to look for a chance to strike back. As the river source sects advanced from both east, west, south and north, they occupied more than 30% of the Wildlands, and essentially had the Wildlanders surrounded. From then on, the war involved tightening the encirclement, and marching onward toward what would be the final battle. The fighting in this war was far more bitter than in any war of the past. Normally, things would never have reached this level. However, the Celestial was dead set on this outcome, and gave the four river source sects no other option than to fight with all the power they could muster. Another factor that played into the situation was that the Gravekeeper was old and weak, and could not protect the Wildlands like he had in the past. And the new Hell Emperor had not yet fully matured in his role, and could only act passively. Considering everything, it was only natural that the fighting would be more desperate than it ever had been in previous conflicts. As the Wildlands ceded more territory, conflicts between Devis became more common, and more casualties resulted. By this point, more than 10 Devis had been killed collectively. Furthermore, the fighting between the demigods had escalated to a deadly nature. Although no demigods had perished as of yet, it probably wouldn't be long before that happened. The casualties were especially high among the Wildlanders. Entire tribes of savage giants had been wiped out, leaving vast swaths of the Wildlands littered with corpses and the vestiges of war. The armies of the four heavenly kings had not fared well either. They were exhausted, and yet, gritted their teeth and fought on. It seemed clear that this war would only end with one side being completely wiped out. There would be no surrender. There would be no mercy. There was only one outcome for the loser: death. That was the ultimatum the Celestial had given to the Gravekeeper. Either open the world gate or watch the bloodline of the Archemperor be destroyed, along with every Wildlander cultivator. At the same time, countless chosen rose to prominence in the Wildlands. Gong Sunyi, Zhou Hong, Chen Manyao, Su Shan. They all experienced baptisms by blood and fire, and by means of such deadly situations, grew into true men and women. It was the same with Mistress Red Dust, who led the Giant Ghost Legion in a spectacular campaign to resist the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. All of the other 3 river source sects were completely shaken by the results of that fighting. Of course, heroes rose up among the Heavenspan sects as well, people who accomplished amazing deeds and inspired their fellow cultivators. It was almost as if the entire world were a withered flower that, by means of destruction, used its last bit of energy to bloom in radiant glory. Devas, nascent soul cultivators, core formation experts. It was the same with all of them. In the river-defying sect, it happened with Song Ke, Shangguan Tianyu, Su Baokai, and their Deva Patriarch Spirit Stream. People died every day, until the wildlands ran red with blood. In one particular valley in the Giant Ghost King's territory, the Wildlanders were fighting a coalition of great sects from the Middle Reaches. Patriarch Spirit Stream was there, as well as Song Junwan and Bruiser. The river-defying sect cultivators weren't particularly enthusiastic about this war, nor were the Wildlanders from the Giant Ghost Legion. Although neither of them were very interested in fighting to the death, they had no choice in the matter. After all, the Heavenspan forces were being led by Jintian from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. At the moment, his eyes were bloodshot from anxiety. Although the Heavenspan forces had the advantage, and were winning the war in general, there were often isolated incidents in which the Wildlanders would catch them by surprise and inflict heavy casualties. And that was exactly what was playing out right now. The Giant Ghost Legion had lain in wait in this valley, and managed to surround the Heavenspan cultivators, who were unable to extricate themselves. On one side of the valley, the exhausted Mistress Red Dust stood looking at the Heavenspan cultivators, mixed emotions in her eyes. Throughout the course of the war, she had done her best to avoid fighting cultivators from the river-defying sect. But as the fighting ground on, that became more and more difficult. Flanking Mistress Red Dust were numerous cultivators from the Giant Ghost Legion, whose eyes were blood-red as they stared into the valley. All it would take was a single command from Mistress Red Dust, and they would attack with deadly force. Also among the Wildlands forces were cultivators from Archemperor City, including several heavenly marquises and 2 heavenly dukes. Although they technically outranked Mistress Red Dust during times of war, they would usually abide by the orders of the army leaders. Mistress Red Dust could sense that everyone around her was itching to fight, and that the lives of the people within the valley were essentially in her hands. She closed her eyes for a long moment. After taking a deep breath, she opened them again. Kill them, but spare as many as you can from the river-defying sect. This was her first time openly stating that the river-defying sect cultivators should not be killed. Her words caused an almost immediate uproar. It was one of the heavenly marquises from Archemperor City that spoke up the loudest. Fellow Taoist Zimo, I don't know why you favor the river-defying sect, but I can tell you that if we hold back, they won't be the only ones who'll escape. As for the other heavenly marquises, they frowned and looked over at Mistress Red Dust. Only the heavenly duke seemed to have already guessed what she was thinking. Eyes blazing, Mistress Red Dust coolly said, Bai Xiaochun comes from the river-defying sect. If you don't care about pissing him off, then go ahead and kill his people. Bai Xiaochun? The instant that Heavenly Marquis heard the name Bai Xiaochun, he shivered visibly, and even gasped. By this point, it was no big secret that Bai Xiaochun had masqueraded as Bai Hao in the past. The other heavenly marquises were similarly shaken, and thought back to all of the things that had occurred when Bai Xiaochun was in Archemperor City. Some of them had even come close to experiencing the shakedowns. All of them had nearly worshipped him back in the old days, and of course, they all knew that he was the master of the Hell Emperor. After exchanging glances, the heavenly marquises smiled bitterly, but held their tongues. And when the fighting started, they heeded Mistress Red Dust's orders. The truth was that similar scenes would begin to play out in other locations in the wildlands. Eventually, the fighting in the valley was over. Under the leadership of Patriarch Spiritstream, the river-defying sect cultivators escaped off into the distance. Mistress Red Dust quietly watched them go. "Where are you, Bai Xiaochun?" she murmured. "Why are you doing this?" Sighing, she turned and left. In that very moment, Bai Xiaochun was back in the world of the magical item, his undying blood having just reached the 80% level. His cultivation base was now in the great circle of the Deva realm, and the entire world around him was shaking. His aura now surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator in the great circle. For example, Chun Haosong couldn't possibly measure up to him now, not any more than a firefly could compare to the full moon. "I wonder what's going on in the outside world," he thought, taking a deep breath. Now that the fire region was empty, and there was no more spiritual energy around him, he wished more than ever that he could leave soon. Looking up at the face of the baby girl overhead, he sent out some divine sense and confirmed that at the most, it would take 3 more days before the fusion process was complete. 3 days, huh? Eyes flashing, he looked off into the distance, to where the ghost face was hiding. The old ghost is weak now, but once he gets out of here, his cultivation base will go back to normal. Right now, he has a lot of life force left. It sure would be a pity to let it go to waste. I wonder if I could use his life force to push my undying blood to an even higher level. Perhaps 100%? At that point, I would be in full control of the Godkiller technique. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he smacked his bag of holding to produce his eternal parasol. Then he began to walk toward the ghost face. The ghost face lay in his hiding spot, staring blankly into the sky at the face of the baby girl. After a moment passed, he sighed, his heart filled with both bitterness and excitement. So, the detestable Bai Xiaochun finally broke through. It had not been an easy thing to endure through all of these years of torment. But now that Bai Xiaochun had broken through, and the spiritual energy from the 4 regions in the world was depleted, the ghost face was certain that a critical moment had arrived. That soul is about to become the spirit automaton. When that happens, that damned Bai Xiaochun is definitely going to have the automaton open the world. The ghost face's expression was one of excitement and anticipation. After all, he knew that once he was free and in the open, his cultivation base would return to normal. When that happened, he would finally be able to make Bai Xiaochun regret his own existence. Right now, he needed to do everything in his power to make Bai Xiaochun believe that he was so harmless he wouldn't even be threatening to a fly. In fact, he even hoped that he could get Bai Xiaochun to come try to capture him. If that happened, he would cooperate fully, all because of his confidence that his secret magic would enable him to escape later. However, I can't place all my hopes in that damned Bai Xiaochun. If he's a complete waste of brains that can't see my value, and doesn't plan to capture me, well, I'm still not afraid. A cold gleam flickered deep within the ghost face's eyes. The truth was that he had been preparing for his moment for 2 years already. Although his cultivation base had been suppressed all the way down to the nascent soul level, he had still managed to build up a reserve of divine soul power that he could use in one powerful attack. It was an attack based not on battle prowess but on the power of teleportation. It would cost him nearly half of his divine soul, but in a situation in which Bai Xiaochun didn't try to capture him, he could use it to break out into the open on his own. 2 plans. Whichever I go with, I'll succeed for sure and restore my cultivation base. You just wait. Bai Xiaochun. Even as his heart surged with excitement, his expression flickered. He's coming, he gasped. Bai Xiaochun's terrifying aura was now closing in at top speed. He quickly suppressed his trembles of excitement and plastered a blank look on his face as he stared up into the sky. Anyone who looked at him would think that his expression was one of dazed despair. However, His heart was alive with the utmost levels of caution and prudence. Before long, heaven and earth trembled, and even the air distorted as Bai Xiaochun appeared. He stopped above the ghost face, hovering in the air, a proud expression on his face as he flicked his sleeve. "There's something I need your help with, you rascally ghost." The ghost face's heart twitched at being called a rascally ghost, but he didn't dare to let that show on the outside. Trying to look as dazed as possible, he continued to stare blankly up into the sky. When Bai Xiaochun saw that the ghost face didn't seem to have any intention of responding, he cleared his throat and then resorted to a more threatening glare. "Look at me, you rascally ghost," he growled, unleashing some cultivation-based fluctuations of the great circle of the Deva realm. Instantly, wild colors flashed in the sky as Bai Xiaochun's will filled the entire area. His will was so strong it affected the whole world of the magical item, making it seem as if his every thought and action was backed by magical law. His gaze was the gaze of heaven, and the pressure weighing down from him was heavenly might. In fact, he seemed like the very personification of all heaven and earth. He also glowed with glorious light that almost seemed to clothe him as he hovered there in the air, spectacular in every aspect. Although many ordinary people would not be able to see the evidence, and would only be awed by his general appearance, the ghost face could see more deeply. Deva Shape's heavenly will. World raiment. The ghost face shivered. After all, Deva Shape's heavenly will was the ultimate expression of the Deva realm, and indicated that the cultivator in question truly had merged with heaven and earth. That cultivator's will had become the will of the heavens, and his very thoughts were the thoughts of all creation. This damned Bai Xiaochun does have some shocking talent. Not every Deva reaches Deva Shape's heavenly will, nor are many capable of summoning the world raiment. That usually appears only when someone is about to step into the demigod realm. The ghost face was feeling quite torn. After all, the only thing that lay beyond Deva Shape's heavenly will was the demigod realm. In the Deva realm, a cultivator would merge his will with heaven and earth, borrowing the power of creation to accomplish what they wished. But demigods opened up a world of their own. When their spiritual soul became a true divine soul, their demigod will could outshine heaven and earth, and in fact, could even suppress them. When Bai Xiaochun noticed that faint glimmer of shock in the ghost face's eyes, he felt quite pleased with himself. It was a wonderful thing to be so eye-catching, especially when the person looking at him was capable of fighting the celestial and also wanted to kill him. There was a flicker of motion, and Bai Xiaochun appeared next to the ghost face. Suddenly, it was possible to see the dark glow of the eternal parasol in his hand. "I'm lacking a bit of life force for my cultivation. You, a mighty quasi-archean, would likely have a lot of life force. Mind lending me a bit? Although, I guess it's not like you can refuse, right?" Licking his lips, he stabbed the eternal parasol toward the shivering ghost face. The ghost face wanted to fight back, but knew that it wouldn't do any good. Furthermore, considering that the entrance to the magical item would be opening soon, he gritted his figurative teeth and focused on his anticipation of future revenge. Slowly and calmly, he closed his eyes. "Just hang in there. For 3 more days. I lasted for 2 years already. Only 3 more days." However, the ghost face vastly underestimated the power of the eternal parasol to drain life force. As soon as it entered his body, a massive gravitational force erupted from inside the parasol. The ghost face's eyes snapped open and shone with disbelief as a scream escaped his lips. At the same time, his life force began to charge into the eternal parasol as rapidly as a wild mustang. Within only a few breaths of time, a full 2% of his total life force was gone. It was so startling that his immediate reaction was to start struggling. However, after reminding himself that it would only be 3 days until the spirit automaton woke up, he held back. "I have to hang in there." When Bai Xiaochun realized how much life force was flowing into him through the eternal parasol, his eyes began to shine brightly. Although he had known that the ghost face would have exceptional life force, it definitely surpassed his expectations. Immediately, his undying blood, which was currently roughly 80% complete, began to seethe madly. This guy is basically a huge life force pill. Maybe I should just consume him like an actual medicinal pill. Heart pounding, he shoved the eternal parasol in a bit deeper, causing the life force to flow even more freely. Meanwhile, the ghost howled inwardly as a full 10% of his life force faded away. Terrified, he was about to start struggling when he noticed the look in by Xiaochun's eyes and shivered. He's gonna gobble me up. Heavens! Why is he doing this? Damn it! Go eat someone else? Why don't you? I have to just hang in there. The ghost face was scared out of his mind, but thankfully for him, Bai Xiaochun had come to the conclusion that consuming the ghost face like a pill would be too dangerous. Sadly for the ghost face, Bai Xiaochun's facial expression didn't match his decision, causing the ghost to hover on the brink of complete mental collapse. Time passed. Soon, 40% of the ghost face's life force had been absorbed by Bai Xiaochun. The ghost face's divine soul was already showing signs of instability and withering. On several occasions, he considered putting up a fight, but the look in by Xiaochun's eyes scared him too much. After reaching the 40% point, Bai Xiaochun took a break. Extracting the eternal parasol, he went off to find a suitable location to do some meditation and properly utilize all the life force. At that point, the ghost face sighed with relief. Looking around bitterly at the world, he focused on his anticipation of the end of the 3-day period. Bai Xiaochun, just wait until I get out of here. I'll definitely take back all of that life force with interest. I can't believe you want to eat me. Are you even human? I'm gonna eat you. Even as the ghost face cursed inwardly, Bai Xiaochun sat there cross-legged in meditation, continuously absorbing the explosive life force into his bloodstream, fueling the growth of his undying blood. Gradually, his undying blood neared the 90% level. Then, the following morning, his eyes snapped open. A blood-colored light gleamed therein, and cracking sounds emanated out from inside of him. At the same time, he radiated an intense energy. The air around him rippled and distorted, seemingly incapable of withstanding the force, and even the world as a whole trembled. 90%! Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone with exuberant delight as he slowly rose to his feet. Because of his progress with his undying blood, he could tell that although his blood was still red, his bones were almost completely golden. According to the description in the Undying Codex, he would reach a point where heaven and earth could be destroyed, but his body could not. As of this moment, he could clearly sense that not only was his fleshly body powerful to an extreme degree, his regenerative capabilities were astonishing beyond description. Unless someone was able to kill me in one shot, I can basically recover from any injury, given enough time. Heavens, so much power. His heart was already racing with the thought of having 100% undying blood in his veins. If I'm this strong at 90%, I wonder what the great circle of undying blood will be like. Brimming with excitement, he flew back over to the ghost face. The ghost face had assumed that the nightmare was over, and had been cursing Bai Xiaochun ever since, and simultaneously swearing oaths of revenge. However, when he saw Bai Xiaochun approaching, his expression flickered dramatically. Then he saw the eternal parasol, and his madness transformed into bitter despair. New! Rumbling sounds echoed out as the eternal parasol stabbed into the ghost face, who screamed unceasingly as his life force began to flow out of him. There was nothing he could do to fight back, and as the process continued, his divine soul continued to fade. On the first day, he had vowed to hang in there, but this time he couldn't hang in any longer. Sadly, despite how he tried to struggle, the only thing he could do was scream, "I hate you, Bai Xiaochun. I was wrong, Lord Bai. I was truly in the wrong. No, it hurts." Glaring, Bai Xiaochun bopped the ghost face on the top of his head. "Calm down. What are you shrieking for? You were fine yesterday, weren't you? It's just a bit of life force. Once you get used to it, you won't even notice." The ghost face hollered until he ran out of energy, whereupon he lay there twitching, filled with more grief than could fit into the heaven-span sea. Yet again, he deeply regretted leaving Ghost Mother. He regretted letting the Celestial grab him, and regretted delivering himself up to Bai Xiaochun. Why is my life so horrible? And how can this heaven-damned Bai Xiaochun be so merciless? The ghost face's heart now had enough tears built up to flood the world with torrential downpours. I swear, with my last bit of life, with all of my cultivation base, with all of my being, that if I get out of here, then I'll slowly slice Bai Xiaochun into pieces. I'll torture him for 10,000 years. At some unknown point, the ghost face eventually just passed out. When he woke up, Bai Xiaochun was gone. The ghost face examined himself, and was shocked to find that he was almost completely empty. He only had about 10% of his original reserve of life force left. In the first session, Bai Xiaochun had only taken about 10%. But in the following 2 days, he took a full 80%. The ghost was simply floored. His divine soul seemed like it might shatter at any moment, as though it had been trampled underfoot by millions of soldiers. Merciless people like him should be killed at birth, the ghost face howled. The truth was that the ghost face wasn't quite looking at the situation properly. After he passed out, Bai Xiaochun could easily have just taken all of his life force. But Bai Xiaochun couldn't bring himself to do something that heartless, and had left him with 10%. Well, I've tormented the old man quite a bit over the past 2 years, Bai Xiaochun had said. I guess I should show a bit of compassion. Whatever. I'll let him recover a bit, and then take some more later. Sighing at how kind he was, he had left to meditate and push his undying blood to the great circle. After absorbing enough life force, his undying blood experienced explosive advancement. At long last, the last drop of blood inside of him became undying blood, and his entire body filled with intense rumbling sounds. Undying blood. 100%. Stabbing pain filled every corner of his being, causing his eyes to widen and turn completely bloodshot. Cracking sounds emanated out from him until it almost looked like his skin was being ripped apart. Underneath the ripped skin, it was actually possible to see his blood flowing in his veins. His bones, his energy passageways, and everything else about him began to transform, almost as if he were acquiring a brand new body. After about 10 breaths of time passed, the pain grew so intense that he threw his head back and howled. A moment later, his entire body seemed to wither up, and then explode. What exploded was merely the surface, though. As the bits flew out in all directions, a brand new Bai Xiaochun was revealed beneath. He was sparkling and almost translucent, like a piece of fine jade. However, the process wasn't over. He withered again and then exploded. Then the process happened a 3rd time, a 4th time, and a 5th time. 8 times in a row, he withered and then exploded. By that point, he shone with blinding light and seemed something completely out of the ordinary. If anyone had been able to lay eyes on him in that moment, they would have been completely shocked. He was clearly not a mortal, and in fact had surpassed a fleshly body limit for cultivators. Demigod. Fleshly body, he murmured, slowly looking up. His eyes shone like the sun and moon, making him look like a god descended onto the world. That means there's still one more step. Shining with anticipation, he cast his senses inward to detect the 5th shackle of the human body, like an enormous mountain weighing down on him. After all these years, I've finally cultivated the undying codex, all the way to the great circle. He threw his hands up into the air, causing his blood, his bones, his tendons, his flesh, and his skin to all thrum with terrifying, explosive power. His energy surged like angry waves of the sea, causing heaven and earth to suddenly grow dim in response. Then he spoke, his voice echoing like heavenly thunder. 5th shackle, break. Boom! The massive, mountainous weight on his shoulders suddenly shattered into pieces, causing the entire world of the magical item to shake violently. Yet again, cracks spread out over his skin, and he withered rapidly. Then he exploded for a 9th time. When he reappeared, he had the most perfect of perfect bodies. What aura is that? The ghost face cried in alarm. In that exact same moment, the face of the baby girl up in the sky opened her eyes and looked over at Bai Xiaochun in shock, apparently recalling complex memories of the past. His breakthrough in the Undying Codex even affected the outside world. The sky in the north transformed into an enormous vortex which caused all of the lands of Heavenspan to tremble. Out in the wildlands, both opposing armies could sense the drastic transformations and looked over to see massive rifts spreading out in the sky from the north. It almost looked like the sky was about to shatter. Even the earth seemed like it was about to crack into pieces. On numerous battlefields throughout the lands, cultivators from the wildlands and the Heavenspan region all looked around, all of them equally shaken by the premonition that the world was about to be torn apart. What's going on? Heavens! Why is the sky crumbling? Core formation cultivators, nascent soul experts, and even Devis were shaken. Many from the river-defying sect were included. Demigod experts from both sides gasped in open shock. Mistress Red Dust was caught completely unprepared. She, like most other wildlanders, assumed that the Celestial was responsible. Only a handful of people knew the truth. For example, in Archemperor City, deep within the third part of the city that was buried underneath the ground, in a crumbling pagoda, was the Gravekeeper. As he sat there cross-legged, he opened his weary eyes. He looked particularly old, and fairly radiated an aura of decay. By now, he was like an oil lamp on the verge of winking out, his eyes cloudy as he slowly raised his head skyward. The Undying Codex. Mastered. I think I know what the Celestial plans to do. By Xiaochun, I hope that, in the end, you don't hate me. There's nothing else I can do. This is my mission, the entire point of my existence. In the illusory underworld river was the reigning Hell Emperor, Bai Hao. As he stood there looking out on heaven and earth, he murmured, "Master." In addition to those two, there was another person who understood what was happening. He was the reigning Arch-Emperor. Although he had been made little more than a puppet by the Grand Heaven Master, he was still the Arch-Emperor. The blood of the Imperial clan ran in his veins, and as he sat there on the dragon throne in the Imperial Palace, he shivered. It was a reaction that came from sensing someone else who cultivated the same technique as him. Came from his blood, and even his soul. After all, the Arch-Emperors also cultivated the Undying Live Forever technique. Someone has succeeded the blood ancestor and reached the great circle of the Undying Codex. The despair that had filled the Arch-Emperor's eyes was suddenly replaced with hope. Those three were the only ones in the wildlands who knew the truth of what was happening. When it came to the forces from the Heavenspan region, as the sky seemed to crumble, a shocking aura erupted out from Heavenspan Island. The great circle of the Undying Codex. The Celestial rose to his feet within the palace of the Tao. Throwing his head back, he laughed uproariously. At the same time, tears began to stream down his cheeks, and they were not tears of joy. However, the determination in his eyes did not fade. The strategy one didn't wish to employ is playing out perfectly. Is it destiny? Gravekeeper? In the sect headquarters of the river-defying sect, the enormous blood ancestor shivered imperceptibly. Had Bai Xiaochun been there, he would have been able to hear a voice speaking that almost seemed to be an illusion. I held my breath yesterday, to awaken today. The world shook for what seemed like a never-ending moment. As for Bai Xiaochun, he took a deep breath as he rose to his feet, the fragments of his old self crumbling off of him. The magical item around him trembled violently, as though it were trying to keep him in check, an instinctual response of the world itself, and the will of the baby girl. The great circle of the Deva realm. I've mastered the Undying Codex. Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes to feel the boundless life force flowing within him. After a moment, he opened his eyes, which shone with the only color that existed in the world around him. Time to go home, he said softly. He looked up at the face of the baby girl and met her gaze. He didn't say anything. Everything that needed to be said was visible in his eyes. At this point, Bai Xiaochun didn't care if she had some other plans that she hadn't explained to him. With his cultivation base and shocking fleshly body power, he was fairly certain that he could handle her if necessary. Mixed emotions could be seen in the eyes of the baby girl as she quietly said, "Congratulations. The Great Circle of the Undying Codex. I will abide by our agreement for the rest of my life. You may use the magical item of the north 3 times. If you can kill the celestial, then you will be my master for all time. The baby girl didn't waste any more time. Her eyes began to shine with mysterious light, causing the entire magical item to tremble. The lands cracked as a huge stone gate suddenly rose up from nowhere. As the majestic stone gate rose up, the world around it crumbled away into emptiness, until nothing existed except for the gate. From here, the baby girl said slowly, you can return to the northern ice plains. Bai Xiaochun looked at the gate, his eyes shining with anticipation. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. At the moment, he felt more than a little nervous about what the world outside might be like, considering how much time had passed. I wonder how the river-defying sect is doing? With that, he blurred into motion, heading directly toward the stone gate. As for the ghost face, he was weak and nervous, but at the same time excited. As the world collapsed around him, he fixed his gaze on the gate and began to fly toward it, more focused on escaping than the celestial was focused on escaping the lands of Heavenspan. However, because of all the life force which had been drained from him, he was very weak, and could no longer use the teleportation secret magic he had prepared. If he did, he would destroy himself in the process. Take me with you, he wailed. You can put any restrictive spells on me that you want. I'll be your ghost slave. Once my cultivation base is back, that would mean you had a quasi-celestial ghost slave at your command. In response, Bai Xiaochun stopped in place and looked back at the ghost face. He had considered this possibility before but had abandoned the idea. After all, he wasn't completely confident in using such methods of enslavement. Without the magical item to suppress the ghost face's cultivation base, there was no saying what he could do. And Bai Xiaochun didn't want to put himself face-to-face with one of the most powerful enemies in the world. After some more consideration, he simply turned and continued on toward the gate. Take me with you, Bai Xiaochun, the ghost face shrieked anxiously. He tried to fly forward, but the world of the magical item suppressed him. The baby girl looked at him, and he suddenly felt as if he were about to be crushed. There was no way for him to even move. All he could do was watch wide-eyed as Bai Xiaochun slowly approached the gate. Bai Xiaochun, he shrieked. Shut up, Bai Xiaochun said with a frown, turning to look at the ghost face. I'll never trust you, no matter what you say. Just wait here. After I'm a demigod, then I'll let you out. You. The ghost face felt like he was about to collapse mentally. After all of the hanging in there, all with the goal of escaping, he was now having his hopes dashed to pieces. Considering the determination he saw in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, he knew that there was no hope left. Heaven damn you, Bai Xiaochun. Curse you. Bai Xiaochun sighed loftily, musing to himself that only a fool would trust anything the ghost face said. Now that he had achieved his cultivation base breakthrough, and was in the great circle of the Deva realm, with a demigod fleshly body, he couldn't have been in higher spirits. I could crush you to death with a single slap of my palm, Chen Hutyen, and I'm not afraid of any of you northerners anymore either. Not even your demigod. Filled with excitement at the thought of how shocked everyone would be to see him, he stepped forward into the stone gate. Instantly, the gate began to emit rumbling sounds, and then he vanished. When he reappeared, he was back on the plains of the north. A warm breeze suddenly touched him. Not anything like a heat wave, but enough to be considered pleasant. He could immediately sense the spiritual energy of the Heavenspan Sea, which was a wonderful feeling. Hold on, I should be in the north. How come the wind isn't cold? When he examined his surroundings further, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Did the frigid matriarch send me to the wrong place? Is this really the north? He found himself looking around at a jungle filled with lush vegetation. Furthermore, visible throughout the greenery were countless little moonflowers. Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered. Moonflower, baby. After flying along for a bit in somewhat of a daze, he confirmed that he really was in the north. During the few short years which had passed, the North had changed so much that it was almost like a dream. Roughly 80% of the North no longer had any ice plains. Instead, it was covered with rich soil and a dense jungle. The entire jungle was actually made of moonflowers. Beads of sweat now covered by Xiaochun's forehead as he realized the enormity of what he had done so many years ago. Although he had known that the moonflower was powerful, he could never have imagined that, in a few short years, it would occupy the entire northern Heavenspan River region. What was even more strange was that the northerners had apparently just let the moonflowers grow freely, and hadn't cleared them away. Of course, he had no way of knowing that the northerners had tried many times to do just that. But nothing did any good. Furthermore, as war loomed, the northern demigod and Devis eventually didn't have time to worry about moonflowers. All of their thoughts had been occupied with the upcoming invasion of the wildlands. Who could ever have guessed how dramatically the moonflowers would grow in only a few years? Perhaps if action had been taken early on, the northerners might have been able to do something about it. But the matter of the war made that impossible. Bai Xiaochun was completely shaken. He proceeded along for a while until he caught sight of the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect. The changes there weren't as dramatic as elsewhere. The sect was still surrounded by plains of ice. Apparently, it was the only location in the north that still remained that way. However, the sect was surrounded by countless moonflowers. As for the two ice statues that formed the sect headquarters, they were significantly melted. It was no longer possible to make out their facial features, and they looked like little more than columns of ice. Bai Xiaochun already felt a bit guilty. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be very convenient to return to the river-defying sect without using the teleportation portal in the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect. Bracing himself, he continued onward. As he neared, it was to his surprise that he couldn't sense a single deva in the sect. Neither was the demigod present. In fact, nearly 80% of the cultivators were apparently gone. Most of those left behind were Foundation establishment cultivators and Qi condensation disciples. Because of how few cultivators were present, it made the enormous, mighty sect seem somewhat like a wasteland. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. However, virtually all of the scattered cultivators who remained in the sect seemed very unsettled, and were sighing constantly. Bai Xiaochun's heart began to pound with a very ill premonition. Without the slightest hesitation, he sped toward the sect. As he neared, the sect's grand spell formation activated to prevent him from getting too close. At the same time, a sound like an echoing alarm klaxon filled the entire sect. Of course, a huge commotion ensued. What's going on? The enemy is attacking. Although the sect's defensive spell formation was powerful, to Bai Xiaochun's undying hex, it posed little obstacle. In fact, he didn't even slow down, and a moment later was in the middle of the sect. Countless terrified gazes locked onto him, and soon, people recognized who he was, leading to shouts of alarm. It's Bai Xiaochun. Heavens! What is he doing back? I thought he was missing? Damn it! The demigod patriarch and the Devis are all on the battlefield. And now Bai Xiaochun shows up here with killing intent. What's he planning to do? The buzz in the sect caused Bai Xiaochun's uneasy feeling to grow stronger. Looking around at the panic, he shouted, "All of you shut the hell up!" His voice roared through the sect like heavenly thunder, a deafening sound which instantly silenced all of the clamor. Pointing urgently at one of the cultivators who was in the great circle of Foundation establishment, he said, "Tell me immediately why there are so few of you here. Where is Master Cloud Lightning? Where's the demigod patriarch? Where did everyone go?" The cultivator trembled in fear, but immediately clasped hands and bowed in formal fashion. Not daring to hold anything back, he quickly began to provide an explanation. The 4 river source sects have gone to war with the wildlands. Everyone else is in the wildlands, fighting? What? Bai Xiaochun shouted, so completely thunderstruck that he didn't even wait for any further explanation. All of a sudden, his mind was overwhelmed by the thought of the wildlands and the Heavenspan region at war. Everyone else here was used to the fact that the war had been going on for years now. But this was Bai Xiaochun's first time hearing about it, and the news immediately caused him to feel very nervous. He thought about his apprentice Bai Hao, the giant ghost king, and Mistress Red Dust. There was no time to waste here in the north. He immediately began to hurry toward the teleportation portal. Of course, he was already famous in the Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect. The disciples viewed him as some sort of demonic god of pestilence. Therefore, they did everything they could to activate the teleportation portal as quickly as possible. Only after the light began to fade away along with Bai Xiaochun did they breathe sighs of relief. The teleportation portals in the river source sects could send people all the way across the heavenspan sea to the other river source sections. Therefore, it only took a short moment for Bai Xiaochun to go from the north to the east and arrive in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. The Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect's teleportation portal was located on the blue rainbow. As soon as it began to shine with light, the disciples manning the portal were shaken and looked over to see who it was that was arriving. Su Baokai was sitting there cross-legged within the group. His cultivation base was high enough to join in the war effort, but he had been seriously injured and sent back to the sect for rest and recovery. However, he knew that it wouldn't be long before he was sent back to the battlefield. By this point in the war, he was already weary of all the fighting. He had seen many people die, to the point where any fear in him had burned away, replaced by simple exhaustion. His injuries had been severe, and were it not for the fact that his opponent had recognized him as being from the river-defying sect, and thus held back, he would likely have died. Despite being shown mercy, Su Baotsai's cultivation base had been severely damaged, sending him all the way back down to the foundation establishment level. Although he had recovered some since then, it seemed unlikely that he would ever return to his previous level. That realization filled Su Baokai with grief. He also wondered how much longer the war would go on. It had already been years now, and both sides had suffered casualties. From what he could tell, the next time he went to the battlefield might be his last. Perhaps he would never return to the east, and would end up dead and buried far from home. When the teleportation portal began to light up, Su Baokai noticed, but didn't pay much attention. After glancing over, he looked away. Before anyone could even see who was teleporting in, a terrifying pressure filled the air. Divine sense swept out from the teleportation portal in all directions, filling the entire Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. It was a divine sense so powerful that nothing in the entire sect could be hidden from it. Everyone began to tremble where they stood, and Su Baokai even gasped. He had encountered divine sense like this before on the battlefield, and was certain that this was someone who surpassed a deva. It could only be a demigod patriarch. The demigod is back? Even before Su Baokai could do anything, a familiar voice entered his ears. Su Baokai. Ha! Su Baokai replied, jaw-dropping. His mind almost immediately went blank as the air rippled, and Bai Xiaochun stepped out into the open. Su Baokai stared in complete shock, unable to do anything as Bai Xiaochun walked up to him. Bai Xiaochun frowned and waved his hand, sending warm energy into Su Baokai. A moment later, cracking sounds could be heard as Su Baotsai's injuries were all healed. When Su Baokai felt the warmth inside of him, and sensed the fluctuations of his cultivation base, the despair he had felt for so long vanished. His eyes brightened as he rapidly rose back into the core formation stage, prompting him to shout, Bai Xiaochun? Junior Patriarch. The last time the river-defying sect had heard from Bai Xiaochun, he had sent a message about staying in the north with Du Lingfei. After that, they heard nothing. Then the war broke out with casualties mounting on both sides. Eventually, no one in the river-defying sect had the time or energy to worry about Bai Xiaochun. As the days wore on, the only thing that occupied their thoughts was the fighting. It was the same with Su Baokai. Only occasionally would he think about the spectacular junior patriarch of the sect. They had met each other as rivals for a spot in the ovens, which was when Su Baokai had written a blood notice and furiously delivered it to Bai Xiaochun. Destiny was usually impossible to fight against. That was something that Su Baokai had come to sigh about quite often, especially after being injured in the war. As of this moment, however, all such sighs were driven away, replaced by utter astonishment. Not only were his injuries completely healed, but he was now standing right in front of the missing Bai Xiaochun. Especially noteworthy was Bai Xiaochun's cultivation-based fluctuations. To Su Baocai's astonishment, Bai Xiaochun was even more powerful than he had been in the past. Although he couldn't assess the level of his cultivation base, there was something profound about it that Su Baocai had only sensed in demigods before. Junior Patriarch, you. Su Baocai's mind was so blank that he couldn't even speak. What happened while I was gone? Bai Xiaochun asked urgently. Where did everybody go? And how are they? From the bloodshot state of Bai Xiaochun's eyes, Su Baocai could tell that now was not the time to chat idly. Shooting to his feet, he immediately began to explain the situation. Junior Patriarch, the Wildlands, and the Heavenspan region have gone to war. With that, he began to give a full report. Su Baocai had always been inclined to gathering information, and that was even more the case considering that he had personally been on the front lines of battle. He went on to give a very detailed accounting of what had happened while Bai Xiaochun was in the world of the magical item. The more Bai Xiaochun heard, the more his heart began to swell with emotion. He came to know that the Celestial had issued orders for the 4 great river source sects, as well as all their subordinate sects, to wage war on the Wildlands. He heard that the fighting was intense and bitter. The Wildlands had been forced into a slow retreat, causing their territory to shrink and shrink. They now only occupied about 40 to 50% of their original lands. In order to put as much pressure on the Wildlanders as possible, the Celestial had mobilized roughly 80% of the total cultivators from the lands of Heavenspan. As a result, the war being fought now defied comparison to any other war in history. Bai Xiaochun also learned that about half a year ago, the fighting had begun to grow even more intense than before. The Celestial seemed impatient and was willing to pay any price to achieve victory. He didn't even seem to care how many lives were lost. In fact, he had recently issued orders pushing all of his armies toward a final showdown. The 4 river source sects were attacking from 4 directions, giving the Wildlanders no options for retreat. As a result, the numbers of deaths and injuries had reached incalculable levels. Blood and corpses covered the lands. According to Su Baocai's description, the ground in the Wildlands was the color of blood, and the number of dead souls that filled heaven and earth was impossible to describe. Apparently, the cycle of reincarnation had been broken, making it impossible for souls to enter the underworld river. They could only haunt the battlefields to no end. It was no longer a rare thing for a Deva to be killed in the fighting. 9 Deva experts from the 4 river source sects had perished, and on the Wildlands side, 6 of the heavenly dukes had been killed. And there was little need to mention the nascent soul experts and Wildlander heavenly marquises. It had already reached the point where a death among their numbers would hardly cause a ripple of shock on either side. The Wildlands' 4 heavenly kings and the Heavenspan region's 4 demigod patriarchs have fought each other on numerous occasions. Grievous injuries resulted each time, and once, one of them almost perished. If things keep going on like this, you can easily imagine a scenario in which one of the demigods dies. In fact, it will likely be more than one. I'm afraid that in the end, both the Wildlands and the Heavenspan region will have sustained terrible losses. It was with great bitterness that Su Baocai explained everything he knew. None of us in the river-defying sect feel like fighting, and we're not the only ones. I've heard that a lot of disciples from other river source sects feel the same. But that doesn't matter. The only one who has the power to stop the fighting is the Celestial. If he wants to keep going, we have no choice but to follow his orders. The river-defying sect had no other option but to follow the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect into battle. It's been going on for years now, and the main opponent of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect is the Giant Ghost Legion, led by one of the Wildlands' 4 heavenly kings, the Giant Ghost King. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled at what he was hearing. He had long hoped that this moment would never come, but come it had. He didn't want anyone from the river-defying sect or the Giant Ghost King's forces to be hurt. It was just like back in the days of the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. It's a good thing that the giant ghost legion is led by Mistress Red Dust. Nobody knows why, but she has shown mercy to the river-defying sect over and over again. If it weren't for that, there wouldn't be many of us left. The downside is that it has led to the rest of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect being suspicious of us. In fact, the Deva Patriarchs issued orders making us the vanguard of the army. By this point, Su Baokai couldn't prevent his frustration and madness from erupting. Junior Patriarch, it was only 3 days ago that I got a new intelligence report. The Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect's main army has the Giant Ghost Legion trapped inside of Giant Ghost City. It's the final showdown. What are we supposed to do? Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding, and his bitterness seemed to know no end. Although no one else might know why Mistress Red Dust was showing mercy to the river-defying sect. He knew. Although he was moved, the fact that the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect had taken advantage of that fact to put the river-defying sect on the front lines caused his anger to burn. However, he knew that now was not the time for passion, but for calmness and clarity. The river-defying sect is my home. I can't allow my family to be hurt. But the Giant Ghost King and I are good friends. And Zimo, well, I can't let her get hurt either. What do I do? What am I supposed to do? His eyes were bloodshot, and his chest heaved as he stood there trying to make a decision. Su Baotsai's words had turned into something like a tempest inside of him. Although he had always known that the Wildlands and the Heavenspan region would eventually devolve into all-out war, it had happened too suddenly. He had been caught completely unprepared. Worse, he had wasted years inside of the world of the magical item, to the point where the final battle was already close. Why? Why does there always have to be this fighting and killing? Immortal cultivation is about living forever. Why does it always get made into a matter of people ending each other's lives? His hands were clenched so tightly that they were shaking. Well, I stopped the war between the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. And now, I can do the same thing with the Wildlands and the Heavenspan region. Yeah, that's right. Plus, the Celestial said that when I'm a demigod, I can be with my boo. And I'm Howard's master. I can definitely stop this. It's all because the Celestial wants to leave this world. Well, if he wants to leave, just let him leave. I'll talk to the Gravekeeper. I'll hash things out with Howard. We'll just open the world gate and let him go. Bai Xiaochun was thinking 1,000 things at the same time, and was grasping at any idea he could, not even bothering to think about whether they were realistic. Without any more contemplation, he shot up into the sky. I'm going to stop this war. With that, he resorted to the fastest speed possible, causing the air to ripple and distort around him. Peals of thunder exploded out as he vanished, in the direction of the Deadmire. Instead of wasting time sailing a ship across the Heavenspan Sea, he would go as quickly as he could to the battlefield. He would traverse the Deadmire, enter the Wildlands, and head directly toward Giant Ghost City. Bai Xiaochun knew the way well. Rumbling sounds echoed out in all directions as he unhesitatingly headed to the Deadmire, and then entered it. There was no time for coming up with complicated plans. He only had one thought in mind. Faster. I have to go faster. Ruoyua Yumbel. After an indeterminable period of time in the Deadmire, he shot out into the Wildlands. As soon as he entered the Wildlands, the reek of blood and gore assailed his nostrils. Looking around, he saw that the already barren and infertile terrain looked even more desolate. Everything seemed stained deep crimson, and was filled with a sensation of rot. Although the clues of magical combat could not be seen literally everywhere, it was so pervasive that it was almost omnipresent. Severed limbs, broken bones, and other evidence bore testimony to the countless small-scale skirmishes that had taken place here and there. The Wildlands had already been devoid of vegetation in most places, and now it was even more so. In fact, the desolate landscape was now covered with rifts and crevices, with many mountains having been completely destroyed. He passed one area with a diameter of 500 kilometers, which was filled with a muddy slush that emanated an aura of death, and was filled with countless corpses from both sides of the conflict. carrion birds congregated among the corpses, picking away at gore and flesh, only to be frightened into the air by Xiaochun's passage. Masses of them began to fill the sky, staring at Xiaochun with gray, frightened eyes. The sight of all the corpses caused Xiaochun to shiver. He had seen too many such battlefields in his life. After all, he had fought in quite a few wars. Whether it was the war of the four sects in the lower reaches, the numerous fights in the middle reaches, or the fierce combat at the Great Wall, Xiaochun was well acquainted with the savagery of warfare. But nothing he had ever seen could compare to this. In the wars he had experienced, the battlefields were usually tended to after the fighting. But in this great war between the wildlands and the Heavenspan region, no one was going around cleaning up after the fighting. It was hard to say how long these particular corpses had been here. However, the state of decay they were in caused a gory, fetid aroma to fill heaven and earth. After merely glancing around, Xiaochun turned and continued to head toward Giant Ghost City. After he left, the carrion birds calmed down and eventually went back to their feasting. Time flew by, although Xiaochun wasn't very conscious of exactly how much. All he knew was that there was no time to waste. Therefore, he used all the means and power at his disposal to speed toward his destination. Any other demigod would have had trouble matching such protracted speed. But Xiaochun had mastered the undying blood, and thus had unimaginable powers of regeneration. Even after sustained periods of explosive speed, both his fleshly body and his cultivation base were still at their peak. He moved so quickly that, from a distance, he was nothing more than a beam of light streaking through the air. As he got deeper into the wildlands, he passed one abandoned battlefield after another, causing him to tremble more and more. The first 500-kilometer-wide battlefield was actually nothing compared to what he saw later. He saw some which were thousands of kilometers across. There was one which was more than 5,000 kilometers from end to end. Xiaochun wasn't sure what to think about that. All he knew was that he had never seen such a scene of bloody slaughter. Craters and ravines covered the landscape. Areas which had once been jungles or forests were now burned to the ground, leaving behind little but cinders and ash. The savage tribes which had dotted the area were no more. Furthermore, the oversized corpses of the giants were particularly conspicuous on the battlefields. Why? Xiaochun murmured. The closer he got to Giant Ghost City, the more his anxiety and madness built. Eventually, when he was actually within the territory that was controlled by Giant Ghost City, he saw a glowing golden shield that pulsed with the aura of Heavenspan seawater. Clearly, that shield was keeping the entire area locked down. In the very middle of the area protected by the shield, in a location far away, but close enough for Xiaochun to see, was a sight that brought back many memories. Giant Ghost City. The golden shield was obviously created by a spell formation, and was designed to prevent anyone from interfering. The Heavenspan forces wanted Giant Ghost City trapped and isolated. As long as the Giant Ghost Legion managed to hold the line, they would be fine, but if they were defeated, then that golden shield would become like an enormous prison that no wildlander would be able to escape. All of them would be exterminated. That shield couldn't have made it more obvious that the Celestial was intent on wiping out the heart and soul of the wildlands. The sight of it caused Xiaochun's eyes to become even more bloodshot. Just as he was about to use his undying hex to pierce through the shield, it shimmered, and 3 faces appeared on its surface. They were all old men, one of whom had a golden horn protruding from his forehead. All 3 thrummed with Deva fluctuations. 2 seemed to be in the late Deva realm, but the third, the old man with the horn, was in the Great Circle just like Chen Haosong. When they saw Xiaochun approaching from off in the distance, their pupils constricted. They could sense that he was in the Great Circle of the Deva realm, and that he pulsed with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Eyes flashing sharply, the old man with the horn coolly said, "He's not a wildlander heavenly duke, but nobody from the 4 rivers is in the Great Circle." "Halt! I am Arcane Guard Ouyang Chun from Heavenspan Island. I'm here on orders from the Celestial to maintain this life-severing spell formation. I don't care which sect you come from. Deva, leave immediately, or you will be executed. These old men were actually not from any of the 4 river source sects. They were from Heavenspan Island and worked directly for the Celestial. They were a type of guard that outranked the special guards. They were arcane guards. Arcane guards were recruited from throughout the Heavenspan region, and then propelled into the Deva realm by means of a secret magic. No one knew exactly how many of them there were, not even the demigod patriarchs from the 4 rivers. They were yet another secret weapon that the Celestial used to maintain control. There was even a rumor of a group that outranked the arcane guards. The Divine Guards. All of the special and arcane guards from Heavenspan had been deployed, not only to root out and execute enemy resistance, but also to act as a sort of military police. In fact, their life-severing grand spell formation was part of their mission to carry out the final extermination of the enemy. As far as these arcane guards were concerned, other than the demigods, no one from the 4 rivers qualified to deserve their respect. Devas from the 4 river source sects were the type of people the arcane guards could berate at any time they wished. Under any other circumstance, Bai Xiaochun would have provided a polite explanation. But right now he was gripped by anxiety. He knew that the giant Ghost King was at war with the river-defying sect and the other eastern sects. Therefore, there was no time to waste giving explanations to people who wanted to block his path. Therefore, instead of slowing down, he actually accelerated. He was like a bolt loosed from a crossbow, shooting toward the golden shield at incredible speed. "Suicidal recklessness," said the old man with the horn, his eyes flickering with disdain. Despite the fact that Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base rippled with the fluctuations of the great circle of the Deva realm, the old man still snorted coldly. "Kill him," the other 2 arcane guards chuckled, and the enormous faces which represented them shrank down into 2 shadowy blurs that flew out from the spell formation and headed toward Bai Xiaochun. From the way they glowed with the same golden light as the spell formation, it was obvious that they had clearly been powered up by it. The spell formation contained shocking power that, when focused onto a Deva, could push his or her battle prowess very close to the level of the Great Circle. Clearly, the power provided by the spell formation was the reason why the horned old man and his companions were so confident and arrogant. "It doesn't matter who tries to attack the life-severing grand spell formation," shouted one of the incoming arcane guards, his voice echoing like thunder. "Anyone who violates the orders of the Celestial will be killed." As the 2 devas closed in, they performed incantation gestures, summoning a huge golden scorpion that charged toward Bai Xiaochun, radiating killing intent. "Get the hell out of my way," Bai Xiaochun shouted, pushing forward with even greater speed. His voice became a shockwave that rumbled out with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. The 2 arcane guards had no time to even get close to Bai Xiaochun. The power of his shout slammed into them, causing blood to spray from their mouths as massive force crushed into them. Their golden scorpion couldn't fight back, and to the shock of the 2 devas, completely exploded. He's no Deva." The 2 arcane guards' expressions were those of complete shock, to the point where their eyes were about to explode. Bai Xiaochun's voice had been propelled by his cultivation base and battle prowess, and resulted in destructive force that could decimate any other Deva. He was the most powerful of all Devas. The 2 arcane guards only had the wherewithal to let out cries of alarm before instinctively retreating. They knew that they couldn't possibly fight back against the power of Bai Xiaochun's shout. The destructive power contained in his voice surpassed anything they could imagine, and left them overwhelmed with horror. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they reacted, it wasn't fast enough. Expressions of unimaginable terror and despair filled their faces as they were overwhelmed by the deadly sound wave. They were simply too weak to stand up to it. They exploded, their bodies turning into ash, and their nascent divinities unable to escape. Being trapped within their fleshly bodies, their nascent divinities were also wiped out of existence. It happened too quickly for anyone to process. 2 proud arcane guards were exterminated in the blink of an eye. The old man with the horn almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. He's not a Deva. In his estimation, There was simply no Deva who could exterminate two other late Deva realm experts simply by shouting. Only a demigod could do that. So terrified that he was instantly bereft of courage, the old man with the horn unhesitatingly backed up. His level of speed was too slow when it came to Bai Xiaochun, but thankfully for him, Bai Xiaochun wasn't in the mood to pay him even a bit of attention. He was only concerned with getting to the battlefield as quickly as possible. As he shot headfirst toward the golden life-severing grand spell formation, the old man with the horn looked on in complete shock. However, it was also in that moment that a spark of hope appeared in his heart. So, he's going to break through. However, even a demigod who gets inside will still be suppressed. He's definitely courting death. The old man stopped retreating, and his eyes began to shine with killing intent. After all, he was in the great circle of the Deva realm, and an arcane guard from Heavenspan Island. He was a shrewd schemer, the type who could kill others without hesitation. Suddenly more confident than before, he flew toward Bai Xiaochun as if to block his way. However, even as he closed in, Bai Xiaochun used his undying hex, enabling him to shoot forward as though the spell formation didn't even exist. The old man with the horn couldn't react in time. Face filling with far more terror than before, he tried to back away. Unfortunately for him, it was now too late to start retreating again. Bai Xiaochun used the undying hex and the mountain-shaking bash without even thinking about it. In the briefest of moments, he slammed into the horned old man. A boom rang out as the man felt something like an infinitude of heavenly mountains slamming into him. Screaming miserably, he exploded. His nascent divinity had no time to flee before it was also sucked into the blast of power, and was completely destroyed. This was Bai Xiaochun at his peak. After piercing through the spell formation, Bai Xiaochun didn't so much as look back to see what happened to the horned old man. The man had blocked his path, and had thus rushed to his own death. Furthermore, the encounter didn't slow Bai Xiaochun down at all. With his undying hex, the life-severing grand spell formation might as well have not existed. Without the slightest pause, Bai Xiaochun appeared, 25,000 kilometers away from Giant Ghost City. His ears could already detect the sounds of shouting and fighting far off in the distance. Furthermore, it was possible for him to see the battlefield. Immediately, he was shaken to the core. Countless cultivators from the eastern Heavenspan region were there, eyes bloodshot as they fought with madness. Savage giants and soul cultivators were present in abundance. Everyone seemed to have been pushed to their limit, and were fighting with the understanding that one side would come out alive, and the other would be dead. Some would resort to self-detonation before being killed, taking their opponent with them into death. The explosions on the battlefield were deafening, and yet that didn't matter. Hearing was not required to kill the enemy. Virtually the entire area from his current location to Giant Ghost City, a stretch of 25,000 kilometers, was all a huge battlefield. Bai Xiaochun had never seen any sort of fighting on this scale before. Shouts, screams, wild laughter, and a cacophony of other sounds melded together into a symphony of death. It was as if the will of heaven and earth was simply holding back and watching. As the mountains of corpses built up, it was already hard to find intact corpses. The enemies tore each other apart, and blood flowed in rivers. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivators fighting madly, making the battlefield like a giant millstone that was constantly crushing life out of existence. There were no troop formations, nor any officers issuing orders. Everyone was simply fighting like wild animals. Nascent soul experts almost didn't count for anything in this type of fighting, much less core formation cultivators, who could be exterminated in the blink of an eye. War chariots and other precious treasures of war were visible, most tattered and damaged, but still capable of unleashing destructive power. The most terrifying fighting went on high in the air, where the demigods were locked in combat. The giant Ghost King's enormous frame was covered with wounds and scars. In one place, a spear had stabbed right through him, which currently belched out black smoke that formed 9 black dragons that stabbed at him constantly. Despite the grievous nature of his injuries, the giant Ghost King continued to fight with bitter madness against the demigod patriarch from the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, The demigod patriarch was in equally bad shape. His chest was partly caved in, and one of his arms was missing. He was rife with an aura of death, and yet, his killing intent continued to rage as brightly as ever. Every time the demigods came back around for another volley, their fighting would cause rifts to spread out in the sky, and would cause all the lands to tremble. The mere shockwaves spreading out from their attacks were like tempests that could destroy everything in their path. Below the level of the demigod fighting were the Devis from Giant Ghost City and the eastern Heavenspan region. Their deadly battle caused thunderous booms to fill heaven and earth at every moment. Mistress Red Dust was there, as were Patriarch Spirit Stream, Baijintian, Xianxia, and the child Deva. Patriarch Steel Veins was nowhere to be seen, nor was Duke Netherworld. There were 4 Devis from the Heavenspan side, and only 2 on the Wildlands side. Mistress Red Dust, and a heavenly duke that by Xiaochun remembered from Archemperor City. The fighting between the 6 Devis had reached a deadly crossroads, and was actually the focus of much attention within the life-severing grand spell formation. In the moment that Bai Xiaochun arrived, a deafening explosion filled the air. The source was the Heavenly Duke, who, in the face of death, chuckled bitterly and chose to self-detonate. As the destructive power of his death swept out, the child Deva from the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect was too slow to escape, and was killed in body and soul. As the 2 Devis met their end, Mistress Red Dust coughed up a mouthful of blood under the combined attack of Xianxia and Baijintian. Injuries worsening, she laughed sadly and tried to back up. Gasping for breath, Xianxia shouted, "Frigid sect, if you keep holding back like this, then after the fighting is over I'll exterminate your river-defying sect." With that, he and Baijintian began to chase Mistress Red Dust. Clearly, their goal was to cut down the daughter of the Giant Ghost King, the Sergeant Major and leader of the Giant Ghost Legion. Killing her will distract the Giant Ghost King. That will give the Patriarch the chance he needs to kill him. Patriarch Spirit Stream looked on bitterly as Xianxia and Baijintian began to chase down Mistress Red Dust. The river-defying sect had suffered the least casualties of all thanks to her mercy, although the Patriarch wasn't sure why that was. However, at this moment, he was on the side of the lands of Heavenspan, and as such, his hands were tied. Sighing, he took a step forward. As the 3 Heavenspan Devis began to make their move, and as Mistress Red Dust sighed and prepared to use her most powerful divine ability. However, that was when a howl of rage split heaven and earth, shattering the air. "Stay your hand." Along with these words came a bright beam of light that shot across the battlefield, bursting with energy that could shake heaven and earth. It was only moments away. The explosive voice preceded the arrival of the speaker. It was so loud that even Xianxia felt his ears vibrating and his mind reeling on the verge of collapse. Blood began to ooze out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and before he could react to what was happening, he felt as though his brain had been hit with a sledgehammer. Baijintian was in equally bad condition. His 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs quivered on the verge of collapse, and as he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, his soul twitched as though it might shatter. Only Patriarch Spirit Stream wasn't affected. However, his shock at hearing that familiar voice caused an expression of disbelief to cover his face. Even as he contemplated whether to look over his shoulder at the source, the air in the area rippled and distorted. Bai Xiaochun shot onto the scene with speed that seemed capable of ripping apart heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Xianxia and Baijintian, who were combining forces to try to kill Mistress Red Dust. He seemed like a razor-sharp arrow that could pierce through anything that got in his way. Before anyone could react, he was next to Mistress Red Dust. Wrapping her up in his right arm, he waved his left index finger at Xianxia and Baijintian. He was not attacking in full force, but instead, merely waving his finger. Even still, the sky went dim, and a huge wind kicked up. At the same time, battle prowess that surpassed the level of a Deva cultivation base exploded out. A deafening boom filled the entire battlefield, accompanied by miserable shrieks from Xianxia and Baijintian. Blood sprayed out of Xianxia's mouth as an unimaginable force entered him. It was so powerful that he became like a bag of water, with his blood being the water. Under the intense power of that force, the water was immediately ejected out of the bag. Blood began to rush out of his eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and even his pores. He was thrown backward beyond his control, accompanied by cracking sounds as his bones broke and shattered. Xianxia wasn't even able to stand up to a single attack from Bai Xiaochun. His entire body began to break apart, until even his bones were nothing more than powder. At that point, there was nothing left to sustain his physical form, and he became little more than a lump of flesh and blood. And yet, things weren't over yet. Having no bones or blood left, he could do nothing other than scream as the rest of his body shattered to pieces. He now existed only in nascent divinity form. Screaming in fear, he fled, mind gripped with terror and shock. "You're Bai Xiaochun? You're a demigod?" He could only speak incoherently, shocked as he was that a single wave of Bai Xiaochun's finger could be so terrifying. Of course, Chun Hetien wasn't the only one to be injured. Bai Jintien suffered a similar fate. His blood exploded out of his body, and his bones shattered as he was thrown backward violently. No amount of defensive magical items or magics did anything to help him. Luckily for him, he only lost about half of his body. Even as his blood showered down onto the ground, he backed up, having survived in fleshly body form, unlike Chun Hetien. Although Devas could survive in nascent divinity form, that didn't mean that their fleshly bodies weren't important. Not only would the loss of a fleshly body significantly reduce their battle prowess, the process of forming a new body would be extremely costly. For all intents and purposes, existing in such a state meant that their overall cultivation base level was greatly weakened. "Bai Xiaochun?" Bai Jintien shouted, trembling in disbelief. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiaochun arrived, waved his finger, and within a few breaths of time, completely reversed the situation on the battlefield. Everyone who was present to witness it was completely bowled over. Furthermore, this was him showing restraint. Although he was furious, he hadn't come here to kill anyone. No, he wished to do the same thing he had done with the spirit and bloodstream sects. He wanted to end the war between the Wildlands and the Heavenspan region. Therefore, he didn't exterminate Bai Jintien and Chun Hetien. Although he hated Chun Hetien with a vengeance, he spared his life. He had only added a bit more power into the attack against him, ensuring that his fleshly body was destroyed. "Xiaochun," Patriarch Spirit Stream murmured, his heart battered by waves of shock as he hovered there in midair, looking over at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun had been missing for years now, and hadn't sent back any word at all. Although Patriarch Spirit Stream would never say it out loud, he had missed him during that time. But he could never have been prepared to see him back all of a sudden, and with such shocking battle prowess. Patriarch Spirit Stream was also a Deva, and thus knew exactly how powerful Chun Hetien and Bai Jintien were. The fact that both of them had been so grievously injured simultaneously, and with only the wave of a finger, led him to the only possible explanation. Bai Xiaochun must be a demigod. It seemed completely absurd. Patriarch Spirit Stream had always had faith in Bai Xiaochun, and had long looked forward to seeing him grow into his potential. But what good fortune could he possibly have come across that propelled him, in only a few short years, from the early Deva realm, into the demigod realm? Equally shaken was Mistress Red Dust, who rested against his shoulder looking up at him, her eyes both exhausted and confused. She almost didn't dare to believe that what was happening was real. Looking down at her with mixed emotions, he softly said, "I'm back." When she heard his words, and felt the warmth of his body against hers, she smiled. Suddenly, the weight of all the years of battle seemed to fade a bit. Then, the exhaustion hit her with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force, and she lapsed into unconsciousness. To see her pass out from fatigue in such a way caused prickles of pain to hit Bai Xiaochun in the heart. He put her down carefully, then looked up at Patriarch Spirit Stream. "Greetings, Patriarch," he said, clasping hands and bowing. Patriarch Spirit Stream could hardly breathe straight, and his expression was that of complete incredulity. He opened his mouth to speak, and yet couldn't find any words to do so. The level of Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base was so preposterous that it almost seemed like a dream. Patriarch, please call together all the disciples of the river-defying sect. We will not be fighting in this war. Bai Xiaochun had been in a bad mood to begin with, but it was only made worse by the situation around him on the battlefield. Patriarch Spirit Stream gasped in response to his words, but then his eyes began to shine. Considering the level of his own cultivation base, he had not been able to lead the river-defying sect in a show of conscience in this war. But with Bai Xiaochun back with a cultivation base as lofty as the starry sky itself, a person who could unleash shocking power with a mere wave of his hand, all of a sudden Patriarch Spirit Stream's heart was filled with hope. Without the slightest hesitation, he spoke out over the battlefield, bolstering his voice with the power of his cultivation base. Disciples of the river-defying sect. To me, moments before, his voice would hardly have been heard on the battlefield. But now, even though there was still fighting going on, Bai Xiaochun's shocking appearance had caused many people to pause in place and look up. Furthermore, the words that Bai Xiaochun had spoken moments ago had been heard by many. The river-defying sect disciples' hearts began to pound as they flew into the air toward Patriarch Spirit Stream. Numerous beams of light appeared, within which were many familiar faces, such as Shangguan Tianyu, Beihan Lai, Song Ke, Master God Diviner, and Song Junwan. Few people had as complex of an expression as Song Junwan, who couldn't stop looking at the unconscious Mistress Red Dust. Bai Xiaochun noticed her glances. In fact, he had locked onto her with his divine sense much earlier, and had noted that Song Ke was doing his best to keep her safe. Although he felt somewhat proud of how things were going, he knew that now was not the time to let his guard down. Moments ticked by, and the river-defying sect disciples began to gather together. No one dared to get in their way. Chun Hetien only existed in nascent divinity form now, and was still trembling in fear. However, when he saw what was happening, his hatred for Bai Xiaochun bubbled up, and he said, "What is the meaning of this, Bai Xiaochun? Don't tell me you're rebelling against the Heavenspan realm?" Off to the side, Bai Zhentian gasped for breath as he looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Merely thinking about what that simple wave of a finger had done to him caused his heart to tremble with foreboding. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun was ignoring him, Chun Hetian's eyes blazed with anger, and he said, "You can't stop this war, Bai Xiaochun. You can't possibly deal with the consequences of betraying the Celestial." Bai Xiaochun looked over at him coldly. "Unless you feel like dying, shut up." His gaze caused Chun Hetien to shiver in fear. Despite his fury, he didn't dare to keep speaking. Furthermore, he also realized that it had been quite impulsive of him to run his mouth. Bai Xiaochun was obviously the type of person he couldn't afford to provoke. Ignoring the livid Chun Hetien, Bai Xiaochun picked Mistress Red Dust up again and then handed her over to Song Junwan. "Wanner, take care of Zimo for me. After everything's taken care of here, I'll explain." With that, Bai Xiaochun looked up into the sky. Up above, the giant Ghost King was fighting the demigod patriarch of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Although both of them were aware that Bai Xiaochun had come, they didn't have time to pay much attention to him. Both demigods knew that the slightest lapse in concentration could lead to terrible consequences. At the moment, Bai Xiaochun had the beginnings of an idea regarding how to stop the war, but wasn't completely confident in being able to succeed. Whether it was the Celestial or the Gravekeeper, there was little he could do other than try to persuade them to agree with his viewpoint. Regardless, he couldn't allow the river-defying sect to participate in the fighting. Furthermore, he needed the fighting in the immediate vicinity to stop first. "Everybody, stop fighting," he said loudly. His voice sounded like millions upon millions of thunderclaps, and caused everything in the area to shake violently. The entire battlefield filled with the echoing sound of his voice, almost like the combined shouting of an innumerable host of people. "Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" The cultivators on both sides of the conflict were deeply shaken, and could sense something in those words that seemingly surpassed heavenly might. On an instinctive level, they were forced to stop in place and obey the words they heard. However, even after forcing everyone to stop fighting, Bai Xiaochun's heart was still in chaos. He knew that the most important aspect of the fight was not on the battlefield below, nor was it the conflict between the devas. The most important fight was overhead between the two demigods. Forcing himself into a state of calm focus, he looked up and spoke in a voice even louder than before. Giant Ghost, Old Pal, Patriarch Starry Sky, listen to me for a moment. Stop fighting. His voice was propelled by urgency, sweeping up into the sky to form a tempest of violent wind. Earlier, the Giant Ghost King and Patriarch Starry Sky had been able to sense some of Bai Xiaochun's level of power, and had also noticed how he stopped everyone from fighting. But now that they heard his voice in their own ears, how it thrummed with focus and determination, both of them gasped in shock. However, considering how involved they were with fighting each other, they couldn't afford to be distracted. The Giant Ghost King was right in the middle of waving the hand of his gargantuan giant ghost form, which caused it to collapse into black smoke that reformed into a larger, autonomous ghost hand that shot forward toward Patriarch Starry Sky. Patriarch Starry Sky waved his remaining arm, causing an illusory star's cape to materialize behind him, making it seem as if he were shouldering the entire starry sky. Eyes burning with killing intent, he performed an incantation gesture and then pointed out, sending countless stars from behind him shooting toward the Giant Ghost King. When Bai Xiaochun saw that they were just continuing to fight, his eyes flashed, and his fury built. Holding his breath, he shot up into the air. As he did, he unleashed all of the power of his cultivation base, causing the fluctuations of the great circle of the Deva realm to roll out. At the same time, he began to pulse with fleshly body power, his chi and blood merging with his cultivation base to reveal power that surpassed that of a Deva. This was demigod power. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun was not technically a demigod, but in terms of battle prowess, was no different than one. He became a vertical beam of light that shot up like a reverse falling star, heading right toward where the demigods were fighting. Down below, Patriarch Spirit Stream and everyone else from the river-defying sect watched with visible excitement. All of them were thinking back to the scene in which Bai Xiaochun raced out to stand between the spirit and bloodstream sects. Can he do it again? Patriarch Spirit Stream murmured. Considering how exhausted everyone on the battlefield was, if the fighting truly stopped, it would be a blessing to both the Heavenspan cultivators and the Wildlanders. The river-defying sect cultivators weren't the only ones who felt that way. After the lull in the fighting created by Xiaochun's shout, all of the cultivators down below were now looking up into the sky with keen anticipation. Bai Xiaochun accelerated rapidly until he was like a burning ball of fire, streaking up into the sky, surrounded by wave-like ripples. Cloud Lightning Forefather Transformation. As he climbed to the heights of the firmament, he began to grow larger and larger. 60 meters tall, 90 meters, 120 meters. As he grew taller, his frame filled in with muscle, and he began to radiate a powerful energy. Even as everyone looked on, he reached a height of 210 meters. Cloud Lightning Forefather, 8th Transformation, he shouted, continuing to grow until he was 240 meters tall, powerfully built, with a wild and barbaric air. 270 meters. 300 meters. 330 meters. Things weren't over yet. 360 meters. 390 meters. By the time he reached the area where the Giant Ghost King and Patriarch Starry Sky were fighting, he had reached the last of the Cloud Lightning Forefather transformations. 11th transformation. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out that were so loud that seemed like they might end the heavens and crush the earth. At that point, Bai Xiaochun was 510 meters tall, and truly looked like the forefather of all humanity. Each of the Cloud Lightning Forefather transformations increased one's height by 30 meters. Therefore, normally speaking, the 11th transformation would push a cultivator to a height of 330 meters. However, because Bai Xiaochun cultivated the Sun Moon Vast Sky incantation, Each of his eyes added the power of an additional 3 transformations. By adding that power of 6 further transformations, he was propelled to a height of 510 meters. His cultivation base surged, and his fleshly body power caused boundless blood-colored light to surround him like clothing. In all respects, he was completely eye-catching. Furthermore, the entire world had begun to tremble, and a new energy appeared that only the demigods could sense. It was as if the entire world approved of by Xiaochun. It was something that, previously, only the Gravekeeper, the Hell Emperor, and the Celestial had been able to wield, the power of the world itself. The giant Ghost King's face fell, and Patriarch Starry Sky looked over in complete disbelief as by Xiaochun, completely oblivious to any divine abilities being unleashed, lunged in between the two of them. "Stop fighting," Bai Xiaochun growled. Because of his forefather transformation, he looked completely barbaric. Face twisting viciously, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out at Patriarch Starry Sky's divine ability, the dazzling Starry Sky. A deafening boom could be heard as his fist smashed into the countless heavenly bodies, sending all of them spinning away. Bai Xiaochun shivered from the force of the blow. After all, this was a demigod he was dealing with. However, thanks to the regenerative powers of his undying blood, it took only a single breath of time for him to be back at his peak level. "I said stop it!" he shouted, clenching his left hand into a fist and striking out at the black smoke hand coming from the giant Ghost King. Wind screamed as the black hand of smoke was ripped to pieces. And yet, things still weren't over. Even as his undying blood healed him, Bai Xiaochun waved both of his hands out in front of him, shoving both of the demigods apart. For the third time, he spoke in a voice that echoed like thunder in the ears of the giant Ghost King and Patriarch Starry Sky. "I told you to stop fighting." Ruoyue Yumbel. The two shocked and injured demigods could do nothing other than fall back. The cultivators on both sides of the conflict all gasped reflexively. Although they had already been shaken by Xiaochun's power, none of them could ever have imagined that he would reach such an unbelievable level. This is impossible. Chun Hutian in nascent divinity form was shaking uncontrollably. Although he had already guessed that Bai Xiaochun was a demigod, he had assumed that he would be on roughly the same level as the giant Ghost King and Patriarch Starry Sky, and could potentially fight one of the other two demigods. How could he have ever guessed that Bai Xiaochun could actually sustain divine ability attacks from both of them, and not even be injured? Only the most powerful among demigods could possibly attempt to interfere with two other fighting demigods, much less forcibly stop them from fighting. Bai Jintian was equally shaken. He was also well-versed in knowledge of demigods, and thus was completely terrified by Bai Xiaochun. How could this be? Bai Jintian murmured to himself. He's only been away for a few years. His mind was in complete chaos, and he could hardly think straight. Few people in the river-defying sect knew much about the subject. However, Patriarch Spirit Stream had a much better understanding of things, and was being battered by waves of shock. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had demigod battle prowess was so preposterous that he almost wondered if he was seeing things. More shocked than anyone down below were the giant Ghost King and Patriarch Starry Sky. The giant Ghost King was especially taken aback. His eyes nearly bulged out of his skull as he pointed at Bai Xiaochun and said, "You little punk! How did you change so much? You're so strong." Patriarch Starry Sky was not as familiar with Bai Xiaochun as the giant Ghost King was. However, Bai Xiaochun was a member of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, and had made a deep impression on the sect after becoming a deva. Therefore, Patriarch Starry Sky was just as shocked, and was even trembling with apprehension. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had reached such a level of power so quickly was astonishing to the ultimate level. "He's not a demigod," Patriarch Starry Sky murmured, his pupils constricting. As a demigod himself, his keen senses enabled him to detect that, despite having the battle prowess of a demigod, he had not formed a true demigod divine soul. Patriarch Starry Sky wasn't the only one to reach this conclusion. The giant Ghost King could also see the clues. And yet, that didn't reduce the level of shock that either of them felt. it actually increased it. He's not actually a demigod. The great circle of the Deva realm. How is this possible? In my entire life, I've never seen anyone in that level as strong as him. Even as the two demigods reeled in shock, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, then hurried to clasp hands in formal greeting to both of them. After rising from his bow, he spoke in a bitter voice. My old pal Giant Ghost, Patriarch Starry Sky, stop fighting. Enough people have been killed. There's no point in this war between the Wildlands and the Heavenspan region. Both the Giant Ghost King and Patriarch Starry Sky frowned, but didn't respond immediately. A long moment passed, whereupon Patriarch Starry Sky snorted coldly. Eyes flashing, he said, Fellow Taoist Bai, if the river-defying sect wishes to stay out of the war, fine. I have the authority to make a decision on the matter. Take your people and leave. However, even with your demigod battle prowess, you can't end the war just by telling everyone to stop fighting. Although it didn't seem like Patriarch Starry Sky was being particularly polite, anyone who was familiar with him would realize that he was actually restraining himself to a considerable degree. He had no choice but to admit to how powerful Bai Xiaochun was. Furthermore, as the demigod patriarch who controlled the entire Eastern Heavenspan region, he had the power to allow a Middle Reaches sect to be exempt from the fighting. As far as he was concerned, that was more than enough of a concession. It was also a method to prevent Bai Xiaochun from defecting to the Wildlands. Even as Patriarch Starry Sky spoke, the Giant Ghost King looked deeply at Bai Xiaochun. Visible within his eyes was a flicker of warmth. He knew that Bai Xiaochun had the best of intentions and hoped to stop the war. However, the Giant Ghost King happened to agree with Patriarch Starry Sky. The war couldn't be stopped just because Bai Xiaochun demanded it. The enmity between the Arch-Emperor dynasty and the lands of Heavenspan goes back many years, Xiaochun, he said. I know you mean well, but you should just leave. And please, take Zimo with you. With that, he turned to face Patriarch Starry Sky. When the gazes of the two demigods met, they both flashed as if with fire. Neither of them had prevented their words from echoing down onto the battlefield. Down below, the cultivators from both sides, whether they wanted to or not, no matter how bitterly they felt about it, began to stoke their killing intent. Bai Xiaochun could see that fighting was only moments from breaking out again. At that point, the determination in his eyes grew more intense. He knew that if he couldn't even stop this one battle, then he couldn't possibly do anything to make the Celestial and the Gravekeeper agree to stop the war as a whole. Furthermore, he couldn't allow the situation to end in an unbalanced way. If he did, then it would make it even more impossible to convince the Celestial and the Gravekeeper to agree with him. Lowering his head, he spoke in voice that pulsated with determination. You people want to fight? Well then, fight me. Kill me in whatever way you'd like. I'm done with all this. But if you can't beat me, then I don't care if you're a majestic demigod. You'd better not try to fight anyone else in my presence. You're up first, Patriarch Starry Sky. If I can't convince you with words, then I'll have to beat you into submission. And as for you, Giant Ghost, old pal, you just wait until I'm done putting Patriarch Starry Sky in his place. Then you'll have your turn. Chuckling coldly, he looked up at the two demigods, his eyes completely bloodshot. Both Giant Ghost King and Patriarch Starry Sky were visibly taken aback. However, the Giant Ghost King knew Bai Xiaochun better than his demigod counterpart. Although he wasn't very happy with what Bai Xiaochun had just said, he did nothing more than glare at him. But Patriarch Starry Sky did more than that. He began to laugh with increasing volume, until the sky vibrated and distorted. Moments ago, the sun had been shining brightly, but now it seemed as dark as night. Furthermore, an unfamiliar starry sky was visible overhead. This was Patriarch Starry Sky's Taoist magic, something that could replace the starry sky overhead. It was as if his will had surpassed the will of the world itself. What you just felt a moment ago was only a tiny fraction of the power of my divine ability. Bai Xiaochun. Other than the Celestial and the Gravekeeper, no one alive qualifies to talk about beating me into submission. Time will tell, Bai Xiaochun replied coolly. based on his brief interchange with the two demigods, and seeing the regenerative powers of his own undying blood in action, Bai Xiaochun was fairly certain that he was even stronger than he had thought before. "Fine," Patriarch Starry Sky said. Chuckling angrily, he pointed up at the starry sky above him, and then waved his finger down. In response, the stars began to shine dazzlingly, and then, seemingly in response to Patriarch Starry Sky's orders, sent streams of starlight down from above. It was a majestic sight to behold. Everyone below shivered nervously at the seemingly transcendent power of this demigod patriarch. It was as if the power of a divine being were on display, power that could rock the foundation of the very world. "Spear of the starry sky," he said coolly. In response to his words, the swirling starlight converged in front of him, radiating intensely powerful energy as it took the shape of an enormous spear. The spear seemed to fill the entire sky, and as Patriarch Starry Sky pointed his finger in Bai Xiaochun's direction, the spear began to rotate and then stab toward him. An intense sensation of imminent crisis filled Bai Xiaochun's heart. At the same time, the ground trembled, causing rocks and rubble to rise up into the air, and filling the hearts of the cultivators with profound sensations of dread. "Be destroyed," Patriarch Starry Sky said, his eyes shining with cold light. Intense energy exploded out, causing cracking sounds to fill the air around Bai Xiaochun. Almost immediately, his skin began to sink in, revealing countless spinning vortexes. His hair began to whip about, and as the spear closed in, his eyes began to shine with blood-red light. "You might qualify to tangle with demigods, Bai Xiaochun, but you certainly don't qualify to prevent us from fighting." Patriarch Starry Sky's voice echoed like thunder from the highest heavens. His hand flashed with incantation gestures as he sent his spear of the starry sky speeding closer and closer to Bai Xiaochun. The air around Bai Xiaochun couldn't withstand the force, and shattered, and even the land far beneath him began to quake. No one on the battlefield uttered a single word. Everyone was looking up to see what would happen. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun took a slow breath, and the burning, blood-colored glow in his eyes began to intensify. At the same time, his energy began to rise. Rumbling sounds filled the air, and his hair whipped about him, making him seem like a god of battle. Directly facing the enormous spear, he extended his right hand. "Like I said, time will tell whether or not I can beat you into submission." With that, he violently clenched his hand into a fist. At the same time, the moon sigil in his left eye shone with dazzling light, and the sun mark in his right eye blazed to life. With his cloud lightning forefather incarnation, and the full power of his fleshly body and cultivation base at play, he had battle prowess that could transform the heavens and temper the earth. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but happened in the mere blink of an eye. The spear of the starry sky closed in with indescribable energy, until it was right in front of Bai Xiaochun. The spear was impossibly huge, fully 30,000 meters long. It radiated intense levels of energy that made it seem like countless heavenly mountains were about to crush Bai Xiaochun out of existence. In fact, it seemed strong enough to end the world. It was easy to imagine a scene in which that spear hit Bai Xiaochun and crushed him out of existence as easily as a dried weed. However, it was in that moment that, instead of backing up, Bai Xiaochun actually shot forward, becoming a meteor that headed directly toward the spear of the starry sky. Cloud lightning forefather, sun-moon binary brilliance. A wild and barbaric aura erupted out of Bai Xiaochun, along with a howl that truly seemed to come from the forefather of all humanity. At the same time, each of his eyes shone with the brilliance of both a sun and a moon. Dazzling light erupted out as Bai Xiaochun slammed into the spear of the starry sky. The giant ghost king was visibly shaken, and Patriarch Starry Sky had a very serious expression on his face. The cultivators down below forgot to breathe as they watched the spectacular scene playing out up above. An indescribably loud boom echoed out, shaking everything in the entire area, and causing the air to vibrate in shocking fashion. Boom! The 30,000-meter-long spear of the starry sky stopped in place. Then, cracks spread out across its surface, making it obvious from the very outset that it couldn't sustain a single blow from Bai Xiaochun. However, it lasted for several breaths of time, during which the rumbling sounds grew more intense. Finally, the spear collapsed into pieces. Innumerable starry sparks showered out everywhere as Bai Xiaochun was thrown backward by the force of the impact. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and his chest was mostly caved in. His cultivation base was also in chaos, and his skin was covered with countless rips and tears. However, when he planted his foot in an attempt to stop his backward motion, the rips and tears in his skin closed up, and his chest was no longer caved in. He took a second step back, whereupon his cultivation base stabilized, and his fleshly body power was back at its peak. Then he took a third step, stopping his momentum and looking up. As he did, his energy surged mightily. It was as if he hadn't even been hurt to begin with. Eyes glittering brightly, he looked at Patriarch's starry sky, still surrounded by the cascades of shattered starlight. "That's all you've got?" Bai Xiaochun said. Countless gasps could be heard from the congregated cultivators below, many of whom also cried out in shock. "He's not hurt at all. Heavens! This Bai Xiaochun." He recovered almost immediately from Patriarch Starry Sky's divine ability. This. They weren't the only shocked ones. The giant Ghost King was equally stunned. He looked over at Bai Xiaochun, eyes wide with disbelief, completely taken aback by what he was seeing. With regeneration abilities like that, who could possibly kill him? Patriarch Starry Sky was nearly overwhelmed by massive waves of astonishment, and immediately began to pant. As a demigod, he had been able to see how badly Bai Xiaochun had been injured by his spear. Although the destruction of the spear was not surprising, it was most certainly a shock to see Bai Xiaochun recover in the time it took to step backward a few times. It defied belief, and at the same time caused fear to bubble up deep in his heart. His battle prowess is that of a demigod, but his regeneration abilities surpass even the Celestials. Damn it! Where did he get regeneration abilities like that? I refuse to believe that he can keep doing it over and over. He has to have limits. Patriarch Starry Sky stared at Bai Xiaochun through narrowed eyes as he rotated his cultivation base. A moment later, he threw his hand out, causing even more spectacular energy than before to fill the air. "So, you can stand up to the spear of the Starry Sky. Very well, try this." He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, which exploded into a blood mist. After the blood mist merged into the starry sky above, the stars began to shine with such intensity that they seemed as bright as daylight. As the starlight spilled down, it converged upon itself into something 10 times as majestic as the spear of the starry sky. The energy which radiated out surpassed anything from before as a 300,000-meter-long dragon appeared. It was the dragon of the starry sky. Roar! The dragon's eyes shone like the most brilliant of heavenly bodies, shaking the entire sky as it looked in Bai Xiaochun's direction and roared. As it began to speed toward him, Bai Xiaochun looked at it, his own eyes shining brightly. "Patriarch Starry Sky, it doesn't matter what divine abilities you use on me. They're all useless." With that, he strode forward, becoming a blazing meteor that shot toward the dragon of the starry sky just as he had gone to meet the spear moments ago. As he blurred into motion, his right hand clenched into a fist, and he punched out. A black hole sprang into being, sucking in all of the power of his cultivation base and fleshly body. At the same time, a shadowy emperor appeared behind him. The emperor's head seemed to touch the top of the sky, and his feet were planted firmly on the ground. All creation trembled violently, causing Patriarch Starry Sky's face to fall. The domineering air which radiated out from that shadowy emperor was terrifying to the ultimate degree. Bai Xiaochun's fist rocketed toward the dragon of the starry sky, joined by the fist of the shadowy emperor. This was none other than the undying emperor's fist. Mountain-toppling, sea-draining energy was unleashed onto the seemingly unkillable dragon, which let out a howl that shook the entirety of the wildlands. The cultivators below were deafened, and their minds spun. Many began to cough up mouthfuls of blood. Furthermore, the power of Bai Xiaoqun's fist strike was so incredible that, apparently, it neared the limits that governed the entire world. As a result, the very same world net appeared in the sky as had appeared during the battle between the Gravekeeper and the Celestial.